So they took 8 overall on the in the day. So West Indies Academy will resume on 300 for 8 in a pretty strong position, I would say, Vernon.
Yeah, and just to let the folks know that England are 59 without loss at the end of 6 overs at the Sir
Wow.
Vivian Richards Stadium. And just to give some bowling figures, because really the Irish bowlers have stuck to their plans. Tom Mayers, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 62 runs, 3 wickets. Let me repeat that. Tom Mayers, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 62 runs, 3 wickets. Matthew Foster, very much impressed with him. He's got 2 deliveries to finish his over, his 24th over, 23.4 overs, 6 maidens, 90 runs, 2 wickets. Don't mind the 90 runs. He's really worked hard. Liam McCarthy, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, 1 wicket. Michael Frost, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 71 runs, 2 wickets. He's been the tower of strength that has been the holding arm, more or less. Scott Macbeth, 4 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wicket. We resume the action here, as you heard Terry did indicate, 61 without loss of 6.2 overs, England versus the West Indies, and the West Indies Emerging Academy. They would have lost O'Geese for 2, Nandu 35, Bishop 16, Wickham 17, Young 80, Colin Boyne Tuckett 6, Bishop 22, McKinney Clark 11, and we have Kelvin Pittman. No, in fact, it's Isaiah Thorne, who is not yet faced the delivery, so he's going to face a first delivery here this morning. And Kelvin Pittman to go 300 for 8. And we're all set and ready to go as Matthew Foster turns and starts from the CIU end here in Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning and good evening, wherever you're viewing or listening to us. More or less just goes after 1, as they would say. He went fishing, missed it. Ireland starting this morning with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, and man down on the fine leg boundary. So they'll be looking to more or less wrap this up. In the meantime, Kevlin Anderson, he'll be looking to extend this lead because I'm sure that the West Indies Men's Academy, they want to bat once on this track. Torn comes forward and is not interested in the run.
Refuse the single. That's interesting.
Oh,
because the end of the over.
Well, I think you would have to respect that. The objective here this morning would be for Kevlin Anderson to get as much strike as possible.
True.
So, but I still back Thorne because I think that Thorne can bat, but you never know in this situation. 300 for 8. Exciting times ahead here.
Yes, and I just think although they bowled extremely well yesterday and toiled hard in the hot sun all day, the Irish boys, I just think they may have missed a trick a couple of times, and with the first new ball, and then again with the second new ball, just to bring extra slip in. They basically stuck to the one field all day with just the 2 slips. And just to put a bit of pressure on the West Indies Academy, rather than waiting for a mistake to be made by the batsman.
Mayers looking to start here from the media center end. He's going to bowl to Kevlin Anderson, who is turning this into the square leg area. This is the sort of situation now which leaves you in a bind now. Figuring out how you're going to approach this. Because it sort of takes you out of your comfort zone because there are runs to be had. And, you've been told, I just feel that, you just got to play the cricket normal.
Yeah, just back your partner and take the runs that are on offer when they're available. What I hope to see, though, I think a lot of teams at any level of cricket, when there's a set batsman and a top order batsman batting with the lower order, they tend to concentrate only on one end, and you can end up very quickly, Vernon, in a situation where the non-batsman, if you like, the lower order batsman, starts to feel more comfortable and more confident, and then all of a sudden you've got a problem at both ends because you haven't attacked the set batsman.
But you also can get out.
That's right.
Because
yeah.
that's how crude the game is.
Right.
Yeah.
So you should be looking to still attack at both ends. So you need 2 wickets. It doesn't matter which 2 you get. As long as you get the 2 wickets, you wrap up the innings. But they've only got the 1 slip and the gully in for Kevlin Anderson, who remains on 101. Score remains 300 for 8.
Yeah. Tom Mayers bounding away. And Anderson playing inside the line. No need for him to even think about it.
That's the most impressive thing I like about Anderson, that from ball 1, whether it's ball 1, whether it's a ball after lunch, whether it's the last ball of the day, he always looks in control. He always looks so organized at the crease. He's solid in his approach.
Tom Mayers, arms pumping, getting aggressive to the crease. Back and just turns as now decided that he's going to take the single, the 5th delivery.
Yes, well played. Just rode the bounce, tapped it into the mid-wicket area. Isaiah Turner just need to face the 1 delivery of this over. First runs for the day, 301 for 8. Anderson moves to 102.
He's taking the middle stump guard, Thorne.
Bring in the 3 slips for Thorne, 3 slips in the gully.
Yeah, very important. Tom Mayers will be looking to dish out a short delivery.
Oh, he's edged it, but just fell in front of a diving Doheny.
Yeah, didn't carry.
Didn't carry to first slip. He had to go for it, but it didn't carry to him either. So Thorne survives. The end of the 91st over. West Indies Academy 301 for 8.
Yeah. So quite period of play coming out here in the process. There's 2 1-run scored this morning. Thorne survives. 301 for 8. And like I said to you, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, England 76 without loss in 8 overs. Phil Salt is on 45 not out. Will Jackson 25 not out. West Indian bowlers have not been allowed to settle as yet. Zari Josie 4 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. Omar Shepherd 3 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, no wicket. And Gudish Moti has just come on. His first over has cost 11. We're back with the action as Foster comes in to Anderson. And Anderson is backing across. Got so much time for him. Every time I see him, I see a model of Dr. Sir Richie Richardson. Got the same composure.
Yeah, very relaxed, very composed at the crease. Knows his business, that's for sure.
Salt has hit 5 4s and 3 6s. So Vivian Richards Stadium is just not big enough for Phil Salt. Will Jacks, 25 off 21, is hit 3 4s and 1 6. So the West Indies have been very expensive in the power play. Some 8 boundaries and 4 6s. So high proportion. At the end of 8, 76 without loss. We'll keep you posted all day. Want to say thanks to Jason and the 360 team working with us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Turns it. He's saying to Thorne, 2, 2, 2, 2. Thorne is liming. I think he's going to be in trouble. Thorne had the chubbing right on the top, and maybe had Foster not dropped the ball. I think Thorne would have been in trouble because he looked like he turned blind.
Yeah,
that's why he got himself in some trouble. Let's look at it, Terry.
Yeah, I think if he had taken... Ooh.
Yeah, he's got to put the bat in his right hand. He still had the bat in his left hand. That's simply because he turned blind. And he's got to be aware what in the situation that Anderson is going to be looking to turn the strike over. Had the throw been on target,
He would have been gone.
I think he would have been gone. Got in the dive. Thank God Foster dropped it. 3 or 3 for 8. It was onto him. He was in position. He lost his shape there, and he's now rehearsing that I should have really smacked that over mid-wicket.
Yeah, huge vacant area there between mid-on and deep backward square leg. Just come on to him a bit quicker than he anticipated, I think.
Yeah, because he always bowls a effort ball, Foster.
He does.
Always.
Takes the edge, dive and gully, beats him, rolling down to the third man fence and crosses the rope now. So edge found, but the gap found by Anderson. Good ball, no ball though, also. So 5 will be added to the score.
Squared him up though. It was a good delivery.
Very good delivery, but
And
again, you only got one slip.
Yeah, but it was a no ball anyhow, so it landed in the right area. 91.4 was bowled. Anderson goes to 108. He's back and punching that out to the sweeper on the offside. So
he's playing the situation well, picking up the runs and just leaving Thorne with the one delivery to face.
I think going forward, Thorne and Pittman and McKenny Clark, those guys are going to seriously have to work on their batting, because that's why Andy Roberts and Michael Holden, and company,
Joel
Garner, you all have to. You got to work on your batting. You never know what's going to be happening. One day you have to be with someone. Well played.
Yes, Vanya did right. Situations like this where you're looking to add to your total, or could be trying to save a match that you need to bet out the last period on the final day. All important. So you need to practice. End of the over. 92 overs we've had in the West Indies Academy innings. Score 309 for 8. Kevlin Anderson is on 109. And Isaiah Thorne holding his end up. He's on 0. Just faced the 4 deliveries so far this morning. This second day here, the second and final 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Emerging Island.
So you always could look at the approach of a player and how he prepares, even when he walks or he strides to the crease. And you knew that Anderson was always on a mission. He missed out in the first game, scoring 79. But he said, not this game. He's hit 15 boundaries. Beautiful outswinger, squared him up. But he will say to me, Mr. Spring, I played inside the line of that one. That was 4th stump, and I knew where my off stump is. And he certainly does know where his off stump is.
Definitely. And I liked his approach once he passed 50.
He went into overdrive while I was here.
He made a statement and said, look, I'm here for the afternoon. You're going to have to get me.
Say, good morning to everyone in the Caribbean. Good evening wherever you are viewing this coverage. Another delivery outside the line of the off stump. And the good thing about it is his head is always in the right position. He watches the ball as close as possible. And he knows that was an outswinger by Tom Mayers. What becomes dangerous now is if Tom Mayers can bring it back. By bowling the in-swinger. That's why you got to be able to be watching. He's watching Tom Mayers from the time he turns. He's looking at that ball.
Yeah. And he picks up line extremely well.
Tried to get that one in, but straight sort of fell away in the process. Saw the leg stump, but just was not on target, Tom Mayers.
He's dragging that one down the leg side. He's got two men out for the hook. Deep backward square leg and a fine leg on the boundary.
We've had one no ball this morning. One slip, we're coming down the pecking order. Sweep on the offside. Anderson driving up to mid-off, who's in the circle. Long off is 3/4 of the way. And he's still playing conventional cricket shots. Didn't try to hit across the line of the ball to go over into the mid-wicket area. Played a proper cricket shot, got into position, and these are the habits, these are the cultures of batting that you want to work on. You don't get reckless. And you still look to bat and bat. And I think once he does that, Thorne will certainly get some confidence. Yeah. Thorne has to be on the money. Good delivery.
And that angled back into him.
Yeah, so position here now would be to Thorne to get on his bike. Because Anderson has to find a way now to get a single.
Yep. The Irish doing the right thing, bringing all the field up.
I like the tactics by Dhoni, even in the last game. You know, it's something that I've not seen in terms of innovation, but you could tell that, you know, he gives you different options rather than the basic fields. Played. Tom Mayers is upset with himself there because he let him off the hook there, and he knew that. Straight away put up his left hand like, gosh.
Yep, the strain into the legs of Anderson, so he clips him down to fine leg, gets the single, retains the strike. End of over number 93, 310 for 8. Anderson moves on to 110. Yeah, but you're right about Dhoni. He does have some interesting field placings. Short leg yesterday, spent most of the time deep, and it was short backward square leg, you'd almost call it. And even the fielding position is a deep backward point or short third man, whichever you want to call it, where Naeem Young was caught. Excellent catch too, diving forward, took it inches above the ground.
The big man starts the process. He pushed that one wider, and Anderson didn't really bounce. The intent was there.
Definitely.
So what Dhoni has done now is that he's sort of set an out-and-out ultra-defensive field. He's got a sweeper in Carmichael, who's 3/4 of the way. His backward point, or his third man, is more or less square. He's now putting Carmichael right back out because he's going to try and entice to get Fawcett to bowl wide of the off stump. Anderson knows that and hits that down to long off, but doesn't score. So there's going to be some improvisation now. Will have to be implemented by Kevlin Anderson. And he's saying to him, if you want to get a boundary, show me how classy you are. Well, let's see how Anderson will respond. Wider delivery. That's a beautiful shot. He swatted that down past mid-on into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot.
That is a beautiful shot.
Shows some aggression with that drive, but he knows that what's coming from Foster. Foster must keep the ball on the outside the off stump. He's only got the 2 fielders on the onside, and plenty of acreage between them. But that was it, nice and straight past mid-on, who's now gone to long on.
More space. Dhoni forcing Anderson to be improvising his batting if he wants to get runs. It's good tactic, good cat and mouse game. Anderson picks up the line, no need for him to worry about that. But you can understand the tactic here. So they've recognized now that Anderson has got all of the shots. That's his 16th boundary that he would have hit. And so far this morning we've had 17 minutes of play. West Indies have motored on. More changes taking place.
Important runs. They've already added 14 this morning. The field comes up again with 2 balls left in the over.
He's focused.
Very.
Is Anderson. He's maybe thinking, how am I going to get a boundary? Let's see what the ploy will be from Foster. Is he going to bowl a slow bumper?
Back and away and driven firmly again. The offside this time, straight up to the long off boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery by Foster. He had to know that the men came up. So he really should have been bowling more or less a Yorker length delivery.
Full length delivery.
A full length delivery. He needed to be looking at Anderson's boots. Can't bowl that short because Anderson is in that sort of zone. Now they're willing to give Anderson a boundary and get the ball to turn. Oh, it did work. Really did work. So 322 for 8.
318 for 8. Kevin Anderson is on 118. Thorne will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. He's still on naught, just faced the 4 balls. Anderson has done well to control the strike and the scoring this morning. So we've had 3.2 overs. And we've added 18 valuable runs here in the first innings.
But I would try. Now that Thorne is in strike, if I was Dhoni, I would have brought on Frost.
Yeah, for sure. Good thinking, yeah. See how he
understand
faces the spin,
You understand my method to my madness, right?
Definitely.
But they might not be thinking that way. They might feel that Tom Mayers, they want him to get 5 wickets. He's on 3 right now. He's got 3 for 64 and 23 overs. Maybe get a short leg.
They had the 3rd slip in. They've taken him out. So 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover.
I think they're going to try and bowl Thorne more or less full and not short, because he most like he's going to be expecting a short delivery.
Oh, a clean bowled.
So I was telling you.
Moved across his stumps too far.
Too early.
Leg, yes.
So so it worked him up because he was trying to defend. He played down the wrong line. Look at his head, Terry.
Totally.
Played around the ball.
So Thorne goes for naught. West Indies Academy lose their 9th wicket, 318 for 9. And now Mr. Mayers has got a big chance of claiming a fifer. 4 for 64 of 23.1 he has at the moment. As a local boy, Calvin Pittman strides to the crease.
So, local boy at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and Alzari Joseph, vice captain, is enjoying his role. And local boy here from Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands, Bethesda's that. Calvin Pittman comes out. Be interesting to see. I know that Coach Griffith's working on his batting. And in the off, he's just coming back from injury as well to Pittman. So it's going to take a little time for him to get his bearings going right. You could tell that he's in the gym, Terry. You could see he's buffing up.
Definitely. It'll be very interesting to see him with ball in hand later today.
I still want to see him bowl. Sometimes I think he gets a little carried away by, I think when he's a more dangerous bowler when he bowls the ball full length.
At the moment, he'll be facing Mayers.
Yeah. Anderson saying to him, come on, Kello. Work with me. Well played. Yeah. So, the chatter starts. Anderson comes down to give him some assurance and say, we got to be able to just keep your eyes on the ball.
He was right in behind that first delivery, but good to see Anderson chatting to him, giving him encouragement.
We don't see enough of that, Terry.
No, they barely talk to each other. Huh?
In the modern game.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. It's almost look like a selfish sort of period where nobody's talking to anybody. Well played.
Played again. You hear Anderson encouraging him again.
Again, he's coming down and giving him some assurance. It was well played.
It was well played.
Yeah,
Picked up the line.
well, he's
Through
he's
the
a
back.
bowler, and he would have seen that coming down. In this series, Terry, I don't think that the bowlers have bowled a lot of Yorkers, especially to, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 8,
Yeah,
9, 10, 11.
yeah. I was thinking about that last night, but it really has gone out of the modern game in general. But you remember years ago, you had the likes of Garner, Holding, and then Amby, who especially Garner and Amby, perfected the Yorker to bowl a Yorker at the drop of a hat type thing. But 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack, as they used to say, and it was always bowled at the stumps, at the base of the stumps. You don't see them attacking the stumps at all these days, whether they bowl into the number 11 or they bowl into the number 3.
3 slips of gully, backward point, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. Pittman waits for Mears, and he survives.
Again, well played.
Beautifully. Well played, short delivery, and he got across and defended. Anderson, you could tell he's a leader. He's encouraging him. He's saying to him, just bat for me. You just stay there. You got one more. Keep reminding him. And sometimes you just need that assurance and that confidence.
Yeah, if your partner believes in you, then it gives you more confidence.
But you have to believe in yourself too.
True. He looks like he does, though. He's played every ball on its merit very well. And they're strengthening the field now. They got four slips in the gully.
I think they're going to be trying to bowl him a short delivery. They're going to get Tom Mayers to try and get it up to his grill. So he's going to have to be mindful of that. He just has to watch the ball. That's the objective for Pittman. He survives and plays well.
Very well. Well played, young man.
Anderson is having a good laugh about it. Because really Keller was caught in too much.
He was
neither
thinking of
forward
playing
nor
a
back. He
shot.
almost stuck him up to the point. All he was concerned about, he saw the ball banged in, and he knew
just
that he
wanted
had to
get it
defend.
Ground. Yeah.
Well played. Well played in the end.
Excellent. 318 for 9 at the end of the 95th. And Anderson will be on strike.
Well, he survived 5 deliveries. He's still a naught.
Yes,
but he
survived very well.
Yeah, maiden wicket over there from Tom Mayers. Really bending his back looking for 5 wickets. Just cleaned up Thorne, who came just too far across.
Too far across, yeah. Picked up the wrong line.
And it was curtains for him.
Foster to continue from the northern end. The field spread again for Anderson, who's on 118 of 196 deliveries.
25 minutes of play so far, very early in the morning. We're down to 1 slip now, more or less like a second slip. And we have a ring of feelers all around. So Keller is going to have to make his mind up that he's going to have to run. The pressure is going to be on. Anderson saying, wait, as he hit that ball down to long on. Dohoney coming now and indicating to his feelers, I don't want you right on the fence. I want you more or less in. Remember, no twos. So they got to be on the money.
Oh, a bit of innovation there.
Yeah. It didn't bounce. The bounce really didn't done him. Yeah. And the lack of pace too. But this is beautiful here, because it's making Anderson think. So, and he's now bringing out the artistry of his batting. Yeah, he's got to create. It's almost like a one-day style feel. More changes being made.
Yeah, slips coming out.
So we have no one close to the bat.
At all.
At all. Almost fine leg, deep backward square, mid wicket, long on, long off, third man, sweep. Oh, all right.
Caressed nicely down to the
Yeah.
third man.
But you know the
refuses
catch, right?
the
Because
single.
they're going to try to see if they can, if he takes the single maybe on the fourth delivery.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how many deliveries that he's going to give Kelvin Pittman to face. Somebody needs to tell Kello his first movement has got to be his right foot. He's going to get stuck up. He has to be careful. No ball.
Again.
That's a cardinal sin.
Second one of the morning. About the 6th or 7th runner for the innings.
Not only that, Anderson has just reminded Pittman, you got to be prepared to run. Right? So he's saying you got to look for those opportunities there. He says, get ready. But it all depends on what is going to happen and where Nacho Foster is going to bowl the delivery. Let's see.
Moved inside
Here is
that
it.
one.
Yeah, I think he's going to get two here. And that's
Comfortably.
good cricket. That's beautiful batting here by Kevlin Anderson. Wow.
Oh.
No, he's all right. He's got the strike. No need for that. They're only trying a bluff. Anderson, 120. Coming down now to have a word with Kelvin Pittman. Two deliveries left into the over.
Yep.
And he's maybe going to say to him, I'm going to trust you.
All the field comes back in.
Yes, because it's now going to force Anderson to hit a boundary so that they can get the bowl at Kelvin Pittman in the next over.
And the edge
was hard.
goes flying over for a slip into the boundary for 4. These are very important runs, Vernon. 325 now for 9.
Yeah.
Anderson moves on to 124.
Objective here of the West Indies Academy men's team would be to bat once. They're certainly on track for that. Piling on the pressure, 325. They know it's going to be a long day. .325 for 9. England and 95 for 2.
Well
Clipped
played.
it beautifully.
It
No.
just takes the one. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent cricket.
Beautiful by the young man.
Completes the over. And at the end of 96 overs, 326 for 9 West Indies Academy. Anderson moves on to 125.
So Phil Salt caught Casey Carty bowl Gurish Murray
Oh, we got one.
for 45. Will Jacks caught Hope bowl Alzari
Wow.
Joseph for 26. So 99 for 2 in 13.4 overs. So the West Indies,
That's better.
Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett has come out. Crawley's 9, Duckett 12. Alzari Joseph. 5 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 1 wicket. And Mooti, 3.4 overs, 31 runs, 1 wicket. Romaro Shepherd, 3 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, no wicket. And O'Shane Thomas is now just come on.
Oh, the X
He's both-
factor.
Pretty strange that O'Shane didn't start before. He's come to the
But
middle.
I looked at that when I saw Shepherd opening the bowling with Alzari.
He's got some pace, O'Shane. Good to see him back in the
Excellent.
fitness has improved. Here is Anderson slapping that. O'Shane Thomas now playing with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes franchise and bowled with some real pace
Yes.
in
in
the
the
just
Super
concluded
50.
Super 50 tournament. I think once he gets better, Terry, once he gets his fitness levels up, one of the things that I've
And
personally, the next time I speak to Darren Sammy, I think what O'Shane really needs is a track coach
Yeah, but that run-up is
to
still
help
a bit
help with
stuttering.
his stride pattern.
Right.
I think that's what he needs. Down the onside.
Very wide, that one.
120. 125 to
125, 205 deliveries, and he certainly, when he gets his century, he goes big. He wants to keep going, which is very good to see.
326 for 9. Tom Mayer's working away. This is his 25th over. He's looking for 5 wickets. That one sort of stopped.
Stuck a bit.
Leg cutter.
So a couple of them yesterday just stopping the pitch early doors.
I want to give some major credit to Kadim Phillip.
Yeah, 2 excellent tries.
He's really held this team together. He's gone be above and beyond his duty. He's such a talented guy, and the good thing about Kadim is that he's played cricket. He understands, the happenings and the workings, and it's almost like a oil machine. Getting his team together. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows what they have to do.
Again, straying down the leg side is Mez. Anderson not interested. Score remains on 326 for 9. As the field comes up with just the 2 balls remaining in the over.
They don't mind giving him a boundary.
They don't mind giving him a boundary, but I'd still, as I said earlier though, Vernon, I don't like this ploy by, when every team does it, but you attack both ends. Just because the guy's on 100 doesn't mean you can't get him out.
He's still attacking, because Anderson can still get out.
Boy, hit it straight up in the air, mid-off's under it, and takes the catch. So Mills gets his 5-er. He ends with 5 for 64, and brilliant innings by Kevlin Anderson comes to an end, as does the West Indies Academy innings. They have been bowled out in their first innings for 326. Kevlin Anderson, an excellent 125.
Wow. So, what can we say? It's
Job
done
well
and dusted. 96.4 overs. Kevlin Anderson, in the end, being dismissed. We will take a Powdies or water break. Just before we go, just to let you know, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, England 105 for 2 in 14.1 overs. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The West Indies Academy dismissed for 326 of 96.5 overs. The man of the moment, Kevlin Anderson, 125, 207 balls, 18 spanking boundaries. And the man himself, Naeem Young, who hit 80, 115 balls, 7 fours and 5 sixes. Machonando coming in with 35, 116 balls. But the man of the moment from Ireland, with his first maiden 5-wicket haul, Tom Mayers, 24.5 overs, 4 maidens, 64 runs, 5 wickets. I'm joined by my colleague, Mally Richards. Good morning, Mally.
Morning, Vernon. Morning to all the viewers, listeners, wherever they may be. Ball one from Clark.
Starts with a no ball. Bright and early.
Yes, so just overstriding early is McKenny Clark. Starting from the CIU road end. But just to go back to that West Indies innings, 326 all out. You spoke about Kevlin Anderson. What another fine display from the young man here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I even liked towards the end the way he marshaled the tail and tried to maneuver runs and eat up as much of the strike as possible, showing that he's also a thinking batsman.
He's a leader as well.
Mm.
Short delivery there from Clark. Lucky to get away with the first delivery, Mally. That no ball, it could have just gone past.
But that's a wide this time.
Oh, wow. Umpire took a long time.
Mm.
That was pretty high, yes. Umpire, like he was waiting, said, okay, well, don't think anybody could have reached that one.
It's a bit tennis bally as well, the bounce. Probably expect this pitch to just quicken up here on day 2, but so far, especially McKenny Clark, a skiddy type bowler.
2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, square leg, mid-on, mid-off. Feel it torn down in the fine leg area. Clark arms pumping. And won the game. That would have also been called a wide. Sort of pushing the deliveries more or less. Just got to get that wrist movement going right. Got a brand new ball in your hand. Just relax.
Just hasn't really found his rhythm just yet.
Yeah.
2 extras to begin with.
Needed to ask you,
Overstepping,
Mally,
then a wide.
which is the right end for him to bowl, because we saw this as a challenge before.
Not sure. I think you should, as a bowler, should have the ability to bowl from whatever end. You know, some ends suit bowlers a bit more than others, but I think coming down the hill per se from the CIU road end could be quite beneficial to him, and also the fact that he's bowling the first over of the day probably suggests to me that he got the choice of ends. And
Naeem Young giving him some assurance. You got the new ball, you got to be looking to attack the stumps more or less. It's not a one-day game, so you got to make the batsman play.
oh, that's a good leave. In the end from skipper Stephen Doheny. I think spare a thought for him as well, out in the field, captaining that Irish Academy team, being the wicket keeper as well, and then he's out here opening. No respite really for the young man. No real time for him to shut off in a game such as this.
No, he didn't his straps. Looking to bowl into that 4th stump corridor of uncertainty. But I always think, Mally, that you got to make the batsman play. You just never know. You got to attack the stump some more. I know you want to get him to drive, but in the first couple of overs, make him play, make him, a lot of batsmen, they start very nervous, especially with the new ball. No feet movement, nothing. Putting some pressure on Naim Young, and they often run in with that quick single.
He just got a bit straighter there. It was clipped away, and Dominey's away for his first run. But you guys were having a conversation, I think it was yesterday, yourself and Terry, just about fast bowling captains in the world and the different success rates and stuff. And I think this is also a good indication of just why we're going to probably start seeing more and more bowlers, especially fast bowlers, or even spinners, become captains in the cricketing arena. Because spare a thought for Captain Stephen Downey, wicket keeping, been out there all day, then he's right back out again, opening. That will take a mental toll, not only physical, but a real mental toll on him over time as well.
First over completed, 3 without loss. James McCullum keeps out at 1 delivery from Clark, who started with a no ball and a wide in his first over.
Yeah, he started a bit spotty, but
link me later.
came back pretty well towards the end of that over. We were having a little conversation off here about who would possibly take the new ball from this, the media center end, and it looks like it's going to be skipper Naim Young here. Probably having a bit of a debate. Would it be Young? Would it be Thorne?
Just a touch out.
I think it was originally going to be him, Terry, Mali, because Thorne had already been moved into another position. I think your fastest bowler really should be.
Yeah, but we were having that conversation off air whether it would be him or Young. That's what I was saying. Now it's been confirmed. Young from the CIU, actually from the media center. He's done a good job every time he's actually bowled with the new ball. You probably want to see the young man, the young Guyanese who actually ripped through this Irish top order on the third day. Young, exciting fast bowler. It's been on the lips of a lot of West Indian cricket fans in the last week or so.
Here is Naim Young bowling, trying to go Yorker length, and Dhoni just keeping his balance and just undriving it down to
Out. That's Midland leg.
the fielder. Getting an easy single. Dhoni goes up to 2, 4 without loss. Clipped away by McCullum, so he's off the mark. And McKinney Clark firing back a return very quickly. You know you're on lane in this game today. And Dwight Prospect. So my major concern, Mali, is, we got all these young fast bowlers coming through. How are we harnessing them? What program are we strategizing for them?
Yeah, management is absolutely key. Once again, just a bit full there from Young, but the first time, just a bit of swing on show. Bit of outswing. Still hasn't probably found his straps, hit his straps just yet.
Kevin Wickham, after his dismissal yesterday, is maybe been thrown into the outfield. He comes across, languishly fields, and fires back a return to Callum Boyne Tuckett. He's at mid-off. Hope that somebody's looking. Would like to get Wickham to get to England, get to Australia, South Africa, somewhere. Give him a 6 months, 8 months out of the Caribbean.
over.
Captain starting. See a little movement. Not much, not very early, but 5 without loss at the end of 2.
Yeah, good finish there from Naim Young. Probably just struggling for a bit of rhythm. Actually, both bowlers, Clark and Young, were towards the end of their first overs, just probably starting to find the areas that they want to hit more consistently. Interesting to see, though, no real swing just yet. The Irish bowlers, that was one thing that they were managed to get out of this Kookaburra ball here, especially the new ball. It swung early for them.
I think in the last game, Mali, when they came back out in the final day, Naim Young didn't take the field, so he didn't bowl. Yes, Torn was the wrecker, but in the morning, Naim Young didn't take the field. So that was good observation by you, Mali. His rhythm sort of looked a little off there, but his early days still. We got to see in terms of what's happening. It's going to be a long day, a long couple of days.
But he's already played a pretty vital role in this match so far, a pretty vital part in forging the West Indies ahead, Captain Young, with that partnership with Anderson.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. That's what you want to see happening. That's what I want to see, Mali. Attack the stumps. I always hear that from Andy Roberts, Mali. He always says that. He says, Mr. Springer, please tell Pittman to attack the stumps. Always reminds me, tells me that. So you got the new ball in your hand. A lot of things can happen very early. You'd be amazed, you just land it there and you knock over someone. 5 without loss.
Bit more pace there from Young. And from Clark, probably just a bit short in length. Could be a trifle bit fuller.
And McCullum is shorter than Dhoni. So that's going to be another test for him.
And Dhoni is one of these players with some international experience in this Irish academy, so they'll be looking to him as well.
I think he's just age 25. Don't know how you feel, Mali. Think can put in a short leg?
Yeah, especially with the two-pace nature of the pitch so far. We've seen a couple inside edges onto the pad, onto the inner thigh pad as well. It's something you see around the world, actually. Teams actually quite reluctant to use those short leg fielders, silly mid-off.
But to be honest with you, I think Macho Nando is just wasted.
There in that cover region.
If Clark is going to be bowling that short of a length delivery into those areas there.
Oh, this should be close if he hits. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, caught napping it more or less on his heel there.
Bit of confusion.
Is that Pittman?
Looks like Kelvin Pittman there.
He was caught on his heel, more or less. Hesitation to which end. I think if he had hit, it might have been close.
It would have been very, very close, but didn't manage to effect the direct hit. The Irish survived. But that's something they definitely wouldn't want in this situation, Vernon, after fielding and working so hard.
You have a run out.
Yeah, to contribute such a soft dismissal.
Both batters would have had to pay.
Someone would be fine, that's for sure.
6 without loss.
You can tell McKenny Clark there probably just struggling in his run-up slightly. As you could tell when he was at the top of his mark, just measuring those steps ever so carefully. The end of that over, though. Run-out chance in that one. West Irish Academy a 6 without loss.
How you walk is how you run, Mali. How you walk is how you run. And I was saying earlier when I was on with Terry, I think one of the things that needs to happen, and maybe needs to happen for Clark as well, you need to have a track coach who's going to go to the stride patterns consistently. So once you get your stride patterns right, you're supposed to know that, how you walk, how you run. So once you remember that, then you follow into the rhythm.
It's quite a finicky thing, rhythm, especially with bowlers and run-ups. It's the slightest thing could really just throw everything off. The varying angles and the differing dimensions of different grounds around the world as well. You know, as you can see, some run-ups are a bit smoother than others. Some are a bit more uphill. Some are downhill. It's all about adjusting. But I shouldn't expect McKenny Clark to have too many problems here at the CCG, considering this has been his home ground now for well over a year.
And when you get your strike pattern right, Mali, it helps with your bowling alignment. Because if you don't, you're going to be off the money every time. And that's what you were talking about. Because in his mind, he's counting that he's supposed, he just has to one thing at a time. You can't concentrate on three things. You just keep one thing is basic. You know that this is what you're working on. Get your run up right, and everything else will fall into place.
Yeah, that's the aim anyway.
Because in his mind, he's worrying that his first ball he bowled was a no ball, second one he bowled was a wide. It's all going through as a cycle. Got to keep it as simple as possible. Looking for some swing. Nothing at all happening there. I'm young.
You can tell he's disappointed with that because he's just bowled a few too many full tosses here early with this new ball. But unlike Naeem Young, tends to hit his lengths more often than not. Slightly fuller length. Maybe just a touch shorter more often than not. Always threatening the pads, gets the ball to move both ways at times. Highly skillful when he's on the money.
McCollum waits for Young. Push that one wider. Good discipline so far here from McCollum and Dhoni. As Mali rightly said, Dhoni is a very busy player. Somebody who's going to, early o'clock you see, he's trying to get off strike. And it's been a long day, Mali. You would have kept for what, a day and...
Yeah, a day and a bit.
Yeah. And then to come and bat for another day and a bit.
As a captain as well, he's been making all the decisions. He's been heavily involved in everything tactical. Not just on the field, but off the field. So, a lot being asked, a lot of responsibility on the shoulders here of Stephen Dhoni. Only managed 5 and 17 in that first match. 3 it was in that first innings for the Irish in match 1 and 17 in the second. Faced 55 balls though. Couldn't stop that extra pace. Couldn't counter that extra pace of Isaiah Thorne. Now that's the area. That's what he would like to see. Maybe just a trifle straighter in line, but good end to that over from Naeem Young. Still 6 without loss, the Irish.
In case you've just joined us, we want to thank you very much for tuning into the West Indies YouTube channel. The West Indies Academy were dismissed this morning for 326 on day 2, 96.5 overs bowled. The main feature, Kevlin Anderson, 125, 207 balls, 18 boundaries. And Tom Mayers from Ireland Academy picking up his first 5-wicket first-class haul, 24.5 overs, 4 maidens, 64 runs, 5 wickets. Naeem Young, the captain, as Mali earlier said, he scored 80, 115 balls, 7 fours and 5 sixes, and that changed the whole context of the game for the West Indies to post a total of 326 all out. McKenny Clark, almost like a triple jumper. Here is the delivery being helped all the way for 6 over the deep backward square leg area.
A bit of a top edge, but it absolutely flew off the bat there. So the first 6 of the innings getting the Irish away. It's Captain Stephen Downey picking up that first 6. Just helped. Almost easy paced so far from McKenny Clark. It's just been a mixed bag, you can tell. He's just struggling for rhythm slightly. As you see him again, those long strides at the top of his mark. And he's giving it away. Not the best delivery from McKenny Clark. He knows it as well. Wide, short delivery. Captain Downey couldn't keep it down. Easy catch there at point. The first wicket is down for the West Indies Academy.
Lovely
Captain
catch.
Downey back in the hutch.
Lovely catch there by Kevlin Anderson.
He's been seeing the ball quite well, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. And that's what Mali was talking about. The only just not being able, the pressure situation. And he got a loosener there and just did not put it away.
Yeah, a lot to ask of this young man. Having been out in the field all day, came back this morning once again. We spoke about all the responsibility he's got, and then he's asked to come out and concentrate once again at the top of the innings for his team. Just faltering slightly. Not the best delivery, but McKenny Clark will definitely take that.
So 12 for 1. After getting a loose bag, Mali, where he was able to help it away. Then he got another wide one and just didn't keep it down. I was just saying his eyes opened up once his eyes opened up, but he was really not in control of it. And Anderson took a very comfortable catch.
Also seemed like he didn't go as hard at it as he possibly could have. You know, sometimes they say when you're slashing, slash hard. And there, just almost a bit of a guide as well. Just guided it to Kevlin Anderson there at backward point. Took it quite comfortably. Was almost an awkward height. Sometimes you can get the hands a bit crossed up, whether to go upright or whether to cut them. But he did absolutely well there, just showing you that he's a man that's seeing the ball very well. They say if you're catching well in slips, especially if you're a batter, that should mean you're in good form.
Another prospect here, Cade Carmichael. Hustled him in his defense there. There's always that nervous period of time when you got a Kookaburra, a brand new ball. Lots of things to think for Cade Carmichael. Ireland Academy losing their captain. It's going to be a long day.
Oh, has cut him in half.
It did.
He's going to get a boundary for it though.
Yes, it did. That really bent him up. As Mali said, he was a little bit apprehensive. Let's look at that replay again. To me, it looked like his right foot went outside the leg stump rather than back and across.
Yeah, first bit of seam movement, the way that just darted back at him quite sharply.
Yeah.
They did quite well to get something on that one though. Managed to pick up 4 runs.
That's why, Mali, I would have Nandu in short leg right now. He's a little just above his eye line. Let him see in terms of what is happening.
Oh, just behind square as well. Oh, almost caught him on the crease there. Another chance, but this time Pittman does not gather. So they scramble through for a single.
That's why the short leg would be important now, because you take that away out of the context. You wouldn't be thinking about that, but because the space is available.
Cade Carmichael in his second first-class match here.
Got a 50 on debut, right?
Yes, 59 on debut.
17 for 1. Now brings McCullum. James. Teddy Bishop at first slip. That one really playing around the pads more or less. Beaten for pace really in the process. So 5 overs bowled, 17 for 1. And the Ireland Academy, they've lost their captain. He'd be really disappointed because Mali said being the leader, also a pressure situation as well too. Having fielded for 96.5 overs and then have to come back out and get your thinking cap on straight away.
Takes a lot out of you mentally as well.
Could be drained.
Yeah, for the young man, but seems to...
Well, they would have seen some leadership in him.
Exactly, that's why he would have been given such responsibilities.
I like his tactics, Mali, in terms of some of his field placing.
Yeah, and also how he rotates his bowlers, and you can tell he's a good tactician. It's a good looking shot that from Cade Carmichael.
Yeah, positive.
As you said, Vernon picked up 59 in that first innings in match 1. Faced 97 deliveries, hit 9 fours. As you said, quite a positive type. Quite short in stature, but quite punchy, compact player.
Junior Sinclair is on for Kevin Wickham.
This is better from Young. Just a bit of consistency in line and length now from the West Indies Academy skipper. Just honing in on that front pad.
A lot of cricket taking place, Mali. You had the West Indies under 19 who were involved in a series with the USA and Trinidad and Tobago under 23. You got the West Indies A team on tour in South Africa. We have the academy team here at the home of Cricket West Indies, and right now we have the men's team playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So they're not short of work.
No, there's a lot of cricket going on. Who's not short of work?
So the cricketers for sure.
You gotta make that clear.
cricketers,
Okay,
Mali.
yeah, you're right, and everything that goes along with that. The caterers and a lot of the patrons.
Bus drivers,
and
curators.
there's a lot going on in terms of the cricketing infrastructure here in the West Indies, and here in Antigua in particular.
And Antigua positioned nicely for that as well.
Yeah.
You got the home of Cricket West Indies headquarters. There's going to be a built-out expansion here. I was able to see some major plans that are going to be taking place at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in terms of the improvement of the net facilities, something Mali has been talking about for a long time. We have to we got to build an indoor facility, an indoor net facility, so Mali Richards can leave work at 8 o'clock and say, hey, I'm going to go up to the stadium and get a knock.
Not Mali Richards, Joel Andrew. As long as Joel Andrew has it exactly how he needs it, that will be fine, I think, and players of the same generation or even younger, you know.
You're not that old, right? There's a Masters tournament.
I understand, but sometimes we just wait for international teams to come here and then we start doing stuff. We've got to really start catering for our national players as well.
Certainly. And the programs that we put in place, because I really want us to have some batting camps. You know, you got people like Dave Joseph around one of the students. You know, get him going, get him 5, 6 young players. Clipped away up the mid on. Pittman can't stop the single. So, quiet period of time after they would have lost their captain. 19 for 1, McCullum 3, and Cade Carmichael is on 6.
Yeah, these Cade Carmichael looking to be quite busy at the crease. Both him and McCullum running quite well. Calling early. That's a key to good running between the wickets, is early, clear communication.
Kevin Wickham coming back onto the field. He doesn't look bubbly, Mali, so I think he maybe would have got a good chastised talk from the coach, the way he got out. What a cricketer. One for the future. He does everything. Maybe just needs to make his mind up. So he's a batsman. Got to get some runs. So you're going to get into the fold.
I think he's a batsman who has the ability to be a very good leg spinner as well. Seen him starting to bowl a lot more off spin, especially in the one-day game. Last year we saw him for
Oh,
the first time.
He was a mystery.
Yeah, and he international batters in the West Indies were commenting on the fact that they weren't picking him. So to see him kind of go away from that, I can understand it's a hard art to really master. At times he's going to drag down and he's going to bowl full tosses, but I think that's something he's got to persevere with.
And the West Indies maybe need that type of bowler going forward, because we almost have the Sinclairs, everybody almost adopting the same period of play. We need some different bowlers, back of the hand Chinaman bowlers, wrist spinner.
If you don't believe me, go back and look at the footage of Regional Super 50 2022.
I was on set with you,
Yeah,
Mali,
I'm
so
speaking to the viewers.
Yeah.
Go do your research, have a look, see what he was doing, and see what's changed in a year or so.
sometimes I think coaches could tend to affect players' ability, because when you don't understand what the player is doing, you maybe just need to naturally just leave it and let it just go in its own way. Infancy. If you try to say, well, I think you should try and bowl some off spin, and you confuse almost the whole pattern. There are people who just come out brilliantly, Mali, and you've never seen them, and they create their own niche.
From the outside looking in, I think it's a confidence thing, especially with the leg spinners. I think that's where the off spin comes in for him, and still wanting to be someone who contributes in more than just one dimension. That's clipped quite nicely, but he's probably saved 4 runs there. Kelvin Pittman behind square. That was well timed.
Yeah, and Thorne comes up and gives him a high five. That's beautiful. That's good observation there, Mali, in your assessment.
Very well timed, actually. He was in front of square to begin with. Did quite well to get behind to save that one. Definitely saved 3 runs there.
You want to see a short leg, Mali. McKinney Clark is getting the ball to back in there. You just might get a inside edge onto the bat. You never know. It's early. You've got the new ball. Got to believe. You got to support. One of the things you want as a captain, a fielding team, is while you got the new ball, to make it work for you.
Yeah, you do. You want to be testing the batters when the ball is still hard and new. As you say, forcing them to play more often than not. What was good about that defensive shot from Cade Carmichael, though, is how he got in a line. You can barely see the stumps afterwards. Something which I thought the Irish in match 1 we just struggled a little bit with, in terms of just staying a bit too leg side of the ball.
Coming from the one-day concept as well, too.
Just dragged him in there.
Yeah.
Just caught in the crease.
And the left foot didn't come out at all. More or less the hands. Mali would have picked that one up. Oh, beautiful delivery. Enticing him. So 20 for 1. Still a long day. 1 for 16 for McKinney Clark, who started with a no ball and a wide. I think Naeem Young has just really struggled for his rhythm. Maybe it's time for Thorne.
I think both have, to be fair. I think McKenny Clark still hasn't really found that rhythm that he would have been looking for just yet. Just consistently bowling 2 lengths. Just either a bit too short or a bit too full. I think Naeem Young, in his last over, seemed to be finding that area a bit more consistently. Let's see how he starts here into his 4th. Yeah, that's the area. That's the Naeem Young we've grown accustomed to seeing. But you just want to see a bit more movement from that region, either in or away from the right-handed James McCullum.
And one of the things, Mali, that I think that the West Indies Academy will learn from the Ireland Academy is how they looked after the ball. You know, even after 50, 60 overs, you could still see the ball being, shine. And you made a point in the first game, Mali. We tend to have a problem in the Caribbean where we feel that you you can't swing the ball around. You know, once the new ball, the shine goes off, there's nothing much happen. It's how you handle it. You know, you really caress it. You got to be able to be skilled to know what's going to happen, especially with the tracks in the Caribbean.
Yeah, especially the abrasive nature of the trucks here in the Caribbean. I mean, there were a few laws brought in terms of the shining of the ball, not being able to use saliva, which I think is absolutely key in terms of we're not seeing that amount of reverse swing that we probably would have seen in times gone by. Getting one side of the ball heavier than the other. And at times you'd use a few mints as well in the mouth to just provide the right type of saliva in order to just create a nice coating. And I think that's something that's been yeah, and some use sandpaper, as Terry reminds me, but
Vaseline as well too.
and sunblock. That was huge. Sunscreen was another massive one.
But the Pakistanis still get the ball, Mali, to dart around.
Yeah, well, that's another story, Vern. Long documented history, but
Still get the ball to dart around. Even with all of the removal and revisions of everything that's happening.
what are you saying?
And that would come also, well, I think it would also come in the preparation of how they have also prepared their bowlers mentally.
Right. And they're quite unorthodox.
Yes.
When you really look at Pakistani fast bowlers, quite unorthodox in terms
ta-
of their
the-
wrist actions.
And the tape ball.
Yeah.
So, they by the time they get a 5.5 ounce ball, because of what they will be doing with the tape ball, it's problems.
And the trajectory of the arms and the like, you think of a Waka Yunis, Wazim Akram.
Well, look at China Freedy. The way he gets the ball
Yeah,
to.
it's his wrist for me. It's a wrist action.
That's what I'm saying. You got to be skilled to be able to consistently get that going.
I always find, fascinating, especially now, Pakistani fast bowlers. I find Harris Rauf particularly fascinating, considering how fast he bowls.
That's what I'm.
But it seems like he's consistently, you look at his figures, they're consistently, I mean, he's a wicket taker. That's for sure. Taking the edge, but no real pace, goes straight down. Soft hands from McCullum on that occasion. End of another young over.
Final comments from you, Mali?
Yeah, as we were saying, Naeem Young just starting to find his areas now, inducing the edge on that occasion, but good batting from James McCullum, playing with soft hands, and they're going to need a bit more of that in terms of to fend off this onslaught that's definitely going to be coming from the West Indies Academy bowlers.
8 overs bowled, no thorn yet. We still continue with McKenna Clark. Looks like it's going to be Kelvin Pittman, but he looked like nobody told him anything. Naeem Young is now saying to him, I think I told you to warm up, but the communication just looked like it never reached Kelvin Pittman. Good afternoon. Well, good morning still, Terry.
Good morning, Bernard. Good morning to all our viewers and listeners. I must say, even though, as Malik quite rightly said, that Captain Naeem Young has bowled well with the new ball, I must say, surprised though that given what we saw in the first match, that Isaiah Thorne didn't get the ball. If nothing else, Vernon, it'd be first and foremost in the Irish boys' minds, I'm sure, of how they face him.
Kelvin Pittman starts with a full pitch delivery, bang on the money, looking for the boot. I think that's where he's most dangerous.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even be thinking about trying to bowl any short ball, especially on these tracks. Yeah, got to bowl a fuller length, more Yorker.
Attack on the stumps.
Yeah. Every time so Andy sees me, says, please to tell Mr. Pittman to attack the stumps. Sort of pushing that delivery there. Every now and again he loses his radar. Tries to bowl too fast. Got to get that rhythm going. Got to get that momentum going so that his alignment could be right. Non-bowling arm. Getting that up. I just find that the Irish are just getting away, Terry, with no short leg. Nandu is, to me, is just wasted in that position. The West Indies Academy has scored over 300. You got to keep the pressure up. You got to look like you're on top.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I meant with Thorne also. You know, he blew them away just a couple of days ago. It would be fresh, very fresh in the Irish minds. They would have had a lot of conversations you could imagine on how they're going to play. 3 sips a gully, short leg, and give him the new ball would have been the way I thought West Indies Academy would have gone.
Somebody will say that we are armchair critics.
Wow.
They're the ones
Probably
that control the whole process. Pittman goes past the umpire. Bowling with good pace here. This is a good start here by Kelvin Pittman, the homeboy. He's on the money.
Yes, nice controlled start by Pittman.
He's put some weight on after coming back from injury.
He's got bigger in general though, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's buffing. He's
Shoulders,
in the gym.
yeah.
It's under a serious weight program. And to be a fast bowler, I still want to see them put some miles on their legs. Talk to Kirtley and talk to Andy. Short ball.
Good shot.
No need for that. He's got a bowl fuller. Every now and again he just thinks that he has to bowl a short ball. That's a boundary ball. You got to take that out of the context.
Yeah, short, wide, and pulled beautifully through the mid-wicket region all the way to the boundary.
Just be patient, you know. Just continue. It's your first over. And I always said to you, Terry, if you're going to bowl a short ball, it has to be going to the grill. Can't be a long up.
No, for sure. That will give Carmichael some confidence. He moves on to 10. 59 he scored in the first innings of the first match.
Beautiful drive by
shot.
Carmichael. Wickham is after it.
4 more.
Don't think he'll get there. Lovely extra cover drive there. Just pushed it. Didn't overhit it. It was a half volley. And he just leaned into it and pushed it away. And Kelvin Pittman starting well, and then all of a sudden giving away back-to-back boundary balls there. Is the time come for Thorne?
Doesn't appear so. Looks like
Wow.
Captain Young will continue. But yes, Pittman just trying to overcompensate for that short delivery. It's too full, and again too wide outside the off stump. Lovely piece of batting there by Carmichael, who moves on to 14, 28 for 1.
So Young will continue. Starts his 5th over, not for 4. But the man who caused the danger and really blew away the Irish is still not bowled 1 over as yet. Isaiah Thorne. Still don't understand the method to the madness.
No, very interesting move. I'm sure they got their plans. Oi, oi. Yes.
Out leg before.
Had to be good ball, jag back.
I don't think he got a big enough stride. Magnificent decision by Maria Abbott. She took her time.
Yes, excellent decision.
Caught on the crease.
Caught on the crease, she took her time and well judged. But excellent delivery there by Skipper Young. Gets the breakthrough. 28 for 2. Ireland in trouble again.
Jason just pulled that one up for Mali. Look at the replay again. There was no real movement. He was
just half forward.
Once he missed that and he didn't get an inside edge, you could say goodbye.
Definitely.
But I like Maria Abbott. She's been consistent. I think she's going to go places.
Yeah, she's in control. It hasn't been flustered at all throughout the match thus far. But well bowled there by Naeem Young. Just went a bit wider on the crease, angled it back in, and caught.
England piling on the pressure at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 28.5 overs ball, 180 for 3. So the West Indies look like they'll be chasing close to maybe 300 today. Harry Brook not out 34. Ben Duckett was bowled by Karaya for 20. Zach Crawley not out 48. He's already hit 5 spanking boundaries, and he's a real elegant player, Zach Crawley. Harry Brook is a very business-like player as well, too. 34 from 37. To come, Butler, Livingston, Curran. Wow. It's going to be a good game.
Interesting to see the West Indies reply. New look batting lineup.
Yeah, well, it's time for Hetmeyer to come to the party.
Brand of cricket, definitely.
He's due some runs.
Rutherford got a game today.
Yeah, he deserves that. Rutherford should have been always in the setup.
Yeah. Last couple of years at least, didn't
yeah, well, not even so much. He should have always been in the setup. When you look at him, and sometimes, Terry, you got to look at talent. You got to be able to see talent and know what it means and how you can harness that talent that you're looking for.
New batsman here though, Murray Cummins, left-hander, and straight away Vernon, Naeem Young, round the wicket.
You got somebody like a Rivaldo Clark who's sitting in Barbados, not around even the men's academy setup. And starts around the wicket.
Strays down leg side with that one.
Yeah, he's had to push that. Well, Murray Cummins, in fairness, Cummins with an O, has been really one of the finds. And although he would have had some international experience where he played some 2 test matches, 26 years of age. So he's still learning, and this is a good tour for him.
And he backed up that 100 in the first one-day match, 118 unbeaten with 93 in the first 4-day first-class match. And these two put on a decent 100-run plus stand, Carmichael and Cummins. They'll be looking to do similar here. Ireland in bit of bother at 28 for 2. West Indies posting 326 in their first innings. Oh, that was beautiful. Cleaning him up, top of off, straight through him. He got that one to straighten, but
again, caught on the crease. There's no movement at all here for Murray Cummins, and that's not like him.
excellent.
He played
delivery.
down a straight delivery.
Yeah.
Ah.
Straightened up and took the top of off. So excellent bowling here by the skipper. 2 wickets in the over. And Ireland are reeling. 28 for 3.
So Cummins, left-handed batsman, played some 2 test matches. Walks back. His last test against Sri Lanka, he had a double duck. He got a duck here today. 28 for 3.
Yes, so scores of 93, 2 and 0 in the 4-day first-class matches. Excellent delivery there by Young, though.
Yeah, that was technical mistake there also by Cummins. He played down the wrong line.
He definitely played the wrong line, and he was looking to knock it into the onside when he should have been playing straighter.
So they trail by 298 runs. They're 28 for 3. Morgan Toppin comes out, and
He's
also
had a few scores.
He's also a lovely find as well too. When you look at him, he's only age 24. Played some 8 list A games, so his highest is 92 in the list A circuit. He'll need more of that today.
Again, honing in on those pads is Young.
Recognize that Naim Young has been using Pittman and Thorne like in the short mid-wicket areas. Still would like to see a shot like the ball jaffing around.
Excellent over there, completed by Naeem Young. He's bowled 5 overs now, 2 for 4.
Maiden wicket over. Double
wicket.
maiden wicket over.
Yeah. And Ireland, 28 for 3. In pursuit of West Indies Academy, first innings total of 326.
Just got to take away that context of that short ball. Every over, it's got to just be patient. Just put the ball in the right areas. You have to support right now. You've got to keep the pressure up. You can't be allowed to give away boundaries. Got to work on that.
Yes, Pittman, the first 4 deliveries were
That's it.
good ones.
Those are the areas that you have to bowl consistently. There's no need for no short ball, and I think sometimes we get carried away. Just put the ball in the right area. Attack the stumps. Colin Boyne Tuckett. Glove work has been excellent. The first game made one blemish, dropped a catch, but trust me, he's a real natural keeper.
Short and pulled through mid-wicket, hit it well enough. Beats the deep square leg and rolls into the boundary for 4. So Carmichael, 3rd boundary. He moves on to 18. The score moves up to 32 for 3.
He's dragging the ball down. There's no need there. You don't have that pace. This track is still a 2-pace track, so there's really no need for that. And I think with the feel out there, the backward square, like I don't know if it's a ploy to have Kelvin Pittman, because every minute he feels that he has to bowl a short ball, and every time he bowls a short ball, he's just been dispatched. He's given away 12 runs.
Yeah, and he can pull it a lot straighter, because he's actually just slightly forward of square on the boundary, and Young there at mid-on, so he's got acreage to pull it through the mid-wicket area.
I don't know what's the strategy, Terry, but I'm just saying, understanding cricket and understanding the types of bowlers that you have.
Yeah, you don't want him to be bowling there anyway.
Those 2 fielders are wasted.
Right.
33 for 3. No ball bowled there by Pittman. Overstepping. Those are the areas that he has to bowl. He has to bowl those areas consistently. And I'm saying the field placing allows you to feel that you have to bowl a short ball. There's no need for you.
Right.
It's almost like the field is turned into a one-day style field. Attack the stumps and get the ball to dart around. See the difference, Terry? You can get the ball to talk. That's what you need to do. Again, you could see him not. He's worrying about the no ball that he would have bowled before. He has to keep it simple. Keep it simple. Can't worry about too many things. Just look at the stumps, look at the batter, and bowl the ball right there. Mixed messages sometimes can confuse sportsmen and women.
Needs to be attacking these stumps though, especially with Toppin on strike. He's still yet to get off the mark.
He's pushing the ball. He's just trying too hard. And simply because he would have bowled that no ball. He would have bowled that short ball, and somebody would reminding him, let's look at the field. Because he's bowling to like a 6-3 field.
6-3, yeah.
Sometimes you just need that balance in the field based on Kello's reaction. A 5-4 field would be more balanced for me, really. But I'm just kind of confused about the field on the deep backward square leg area for Kello.
Wait, that's better.
End of the over, Terry. 11 overs bowled. 34 for 3, the Irish flag and Tegan Barbuda and Cricket West Indies flag flying in the distance. Northern side of the ground here.
Yeah, just a slight breeze today. Once again, beautiful day here in Antigua and Barbuda. If you're not at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium watching the senior boys, come and support the West Indies Academy and see the future stars on show. Here at Coolidge, home of Cricket West Indies. Naeem Young to continue, double wicket maiden in his last over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 4. Ireland needs something. They're struggling in pursuit of this 326 put up by the West Indies Academy, 34 for 3. A lot of responsibility on Cade Carmichael's shoulders. He's moved to 19, just off the 18 deliveries. Has been in some form. 59 he got in the first innings of the first 4-day first-class match here last week. I'll be looking for him to go even bigger today, if possible.
Looking forward to see Tom Mayers come out. Like his technique. Showed some all-rounder ability. In fact, he looks organized in his batting.
Yeah,
So
that should strengthen their batting somewhat, and he'd be buoyed after his 5-4.
yeah, 5 for 64. But that would be a lot of work for Tom Mayers because he has to come out pretty early. He bowls some 24.5 overs.
Right, I was going to say about 25 overs.
That's the nature of the game these days. Maybe he could turn into a model of a Jack Callis.
Young just operating with the 2 slips in the gully and just keeping the ball on or about off stump, but Carmichael hasn't been tempted. He's played the over well so far.
Got a test series coming up with Australia and Pakistan. Australia, they've gone for an uncapped fast bowler, Lance Morris. And Australia looking to try to blood some new talent.
I see Bangladesh rolled over New Zealand the other day.
Yeah, I did. The good thing about this young guy coming into the team is that he's going to be in with Captain Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood, Scott Boland, Cameron Green, and Mitchell Marsh. So that may be likely to be a green top.
Oh,
Clipped away.
In the air, but quite safe over mid-wicket.
Thorne is after it.
For Thorne and reduces it to 2. Not in total control of the shot, but quite safe. In the end for Carmichael, he moves on to 21, 36 for 3.
I think it'll be a Prime Minister's 11 team that will be taking on Pakistan before the first test. So quite a lot of cricket taking place in Australia.
Summer months now.
Yeah.
We're in December.
The English have come to the Caribbean for the Christmas. It was Kevin Wickham with a wild throw. First he was disgusted that he misfielded the ball.
Well, he loves to fire him back.
He just hurled the ball over Colin Tuckett's head for no particular reason.
No harm
Lucky
done, though.
that he didn't pick up a run.
So at the end of 12 overs, Island Academy 37 for 3, trailing by 289. Cade Carmichael is on 22. Morgan Toppin faces 6 deliveries. Still yet to get off the mark.
I think the captain, Terry, is coming off the field. He's limping. Doesn't look good. He's grimacing as he goes off too. Mali did talk about, his rhythm. Yeah.
Yeah, and he must have been carrying something because he didn't take the field on the third morning of the first match last Monday.
So 37 for 3, 9 young, 2 for 7, leading from the front.
Yeah,
Done his job
Yeah, for
so
sure.
far. Pittman. So another short delivery. Lucky to get away with that one. Morgan Toppin just faced 6 deliveries before that one.
Yeah, just trying to find his own rhythm with the bat in hand. Short and wide again by Pittman.
No, in fact, that should be
covers.
That should be Cade Carmichael, right? Wearing the number 10, right? I've got that right?
Well, he was wearing number 10 yesterday, wasn't he, in the field?
Yeah, so it should be Cade Carmichael.
Yes, because he took the single off the last ball
Yes.
of the last over, yeah.
37 for 3.
And Toppin's a bit bigger in stature, taller in stature, I should say.
Just trying to follow the scorer. Yon Lane will feel.
Good morning to our manual scorers. Doing an excellent job again.
It's only one today. The others, the
Yeah, the
main
others-
ones, have they gone up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the ladies.
Can't blame him for that. Might get a bit more shade up there.
Yeah. You think?
Might, I say.
There's no more shade up there. We have to design the scoreboards to look after the ladies or whoever's going to be scoring. I have to applaud Mr. Black, who does that religiously. But really, it's a design that we have to come up with something.
Definitely.
Can't have those.
Well, something
scorers
on
in
the side that's just, covered. And then they just get up and change the score when need be.
Wow. Good delivery there by Calvin Pittman. I think he's just overstriding, just trying too hard. More or less, sometimes he ends up pushes the delivery. I mean, I look at his run-up, Terry. I don't think his strike pattern is consistent enough. He stutters around.
His rhythm's a bit off, yeah.
Yeah, they gotta get it. They have to get in a track coach with these young fast bowlers. Lane, Pittman have to get a
Clark.
track coach in.
Yeah.
See, he's
Too
pushing it,
wide again, yeah.
and that's simply because he's not confident. He's a lot of things going through in his mind. He's thinking about the no ball. He's been told not. He's got somebody on the deep backward square, and he feels that he's going to be bowling a short ball, whether it's a bluff or what. Because every now and again he pulls the ball down for one particular reason. Just has to concentrate on one thing at a time, and that is to attack the stumps.
Again. And you can see the frustration in his body language. He knows what he wants to do. He just cannot get it right. So completes the over.
Bowler maiden.
Bowler maiden because he never put one on the pitch, basically. But 37-4-3, Irish Academy. And now we will see Isaiah Thorne for the first time in this match. And this should be interesting.
You think so?
Mm.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it, aren't you?
We'll
Any-
see how we go.
Any
England, in the meantime, 191 for 5.
five?
Josh
Well,
Butler
that's better.
caught Athena's Bowl Moti for 3. And Harry Brook not out 42. Zach Crawley was run out Athena's for 48. So the West Indies, they're in this game.
You have a
Definitely.
new bowler coming right arm over the wicket.
Fighting back.
Yeah, they are.
Now Thorne will be bowling to Toppin, who is yet to get off the mark. And it looks like they're going to strengthen the slip cordon.
Toppin.
Slip coming in. So 3 slips in a gully.
Still need a short leg. Need a short leg. Need to get a short leg. I just think that Macho Nando is wasted at cover. In fact, I would have pulled out the short mid-wicket, put the feeler onto the offside and get Macho Nando under the helmet, especially for Thorne. So, we have conservative fields being set.
Nice first up delivery, well played by Toppin. Just let's run down to the gully region.
.37 for 3. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Very special day for cricket taking place in Antigua and Barbuda. International venue at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies taking on England. And points are going to be very important. The English are in the Caribbean for Christmas. And Thorne is looking to destroy the Irish here. Half volley, not put away. Stroke down to Kevin Wickham, mid-off. Kevlin Anderson looks like he's the leader here. He's talking to Thorne just to remind him to keep it simple. He's maybe saying, just take your time, just get your rhythm going at first. Look at the stumps. Just put the ball there. Look at your wrist movement.
Oh, yes.
See why the shot like I was talking to you about, Terry.
Exactly. Jag back. Took the inner portion of the bats.
Gotta get that shot leg in. Get Nandu under the helmet.
And, you talk about rhythm and run-ups as we were. This guy has absolutely no problem with that. Very smooth, very rhythmical.
.37 for 3.
Oh, yes,
Make it 37 for 4. Beautiful
well
delivery.
Couldn't pull out of it. He tried Topping, but couldn't pull away.
Excellent catch by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Took his time.
Excellent bit of cricket there by West Indies Academy. Ireland Academy lose their 4th. They're in deep trouble. 37 for 4. Topping goes without scoring. Just couldn't get his bat out of it.
Well, he was neither
Picked up
forward
the
nor
line.
back there,
Yeah.
Terry. There was no movement from his right foot, and simply because the fear
The pace
of what would have happened before in the first game, the Irish batters, they're almost like in a maze because Thorne has got this. He bowls a heavy ball, and that's what's scary about it.
Definitely. Actually, it's
Tim
was
Tector comes
surprising
out.
that his introduction into the attack was delayed today.
Maybe for good reason as well. Tim Tector, age 20. He's really not come to the party in the Caribbean as yet. He's under a bit of a pressure. You're talking about some 7 minutes to go before lunch.
Yeah, it's not the ideal time to come out, and especially with the score on 37 for 4 in pursuit of
Mali's just reminded me that
26.
Tector's has 3 ducks so far on the tour.
Right,
Terry.
wow.
Could be in for a 4th one here. Get that short leg in for Tim Tector. You gotta understand these things. 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Get that short leg in. It's gone to Colin Tuckett.
Just
Died on him.
Died on him a bit.
Bye. It's got to stay down there, especially on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah. 38 for 4 brings Carmichael to the crease. Scored the bulk of the runs. He's on 22. delivery left in.
Kevin Wickham now becomes a curator.
Thank you.
Mary Abbott just says to Tim Tector, can you just tap that in there? So the head curator, Kevin Wickham, in the game. Lovely outswinger.
Over.
Yes, good first over there by Thorne. Just the one by from it and the wicket of Morgan Toppin. So at the end of the over, Island Academy continue to struggle. 38 for 4, trailing by 288 as we approach lunch on this second day.
Yeah, it's going to be a very torrid lunchtime in that Irish dressing room. Boyd Rankin will be asking himself some serious questions in the commitment. I think they have pulled Pittman out of the attack. I would have given him one more.
Looks like
the
spin, Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, the communication just not right there because Kelvin Pittman had already handed his hat to the umpire, and out of the blues, somebody decided that let's try Joshua Bishop. I thought Pittman really should have got one more.
Yeah, especially being this close to lunch, there'll only be one or possibly 2 overs left before the main interval, so you could have easily let him have one more. But it was interesting, as you noticed, Vernon, that I think he realized he was going to start his spell either.
Yeah, but the communication has to be right because
Correct,
if you
yeah.
realize what's happening, Colin Tucker wasn't even aware that they were going to try Bishop, so he had to wait now to go to get his helmet off. And I'm saying the communication line has to be right because Pittman was already thinking about coming to bowl.
Nah, a lot of ballers go so enough.
So it will be Joshua Bishop, and he's got 2 slips and a silly mid off, attacking Tim Tector. Tosses that one up nicely, takes the inner part of the bat.
You see, in a period like this, where Tim Tector is not, you gotta have a silly point and a short leg. You gotta be attacking, gotta go, gotta be attacking.
Oh yeah.
I like the 2 slips, but get that short leg in.
Still have the short leg.
You have to get the short leg in.
The guy hasn't scored a run all tour. He's approaching lunch. It's all about survival.
Get that short leg in. You can afford to because you scored 300.
Yeah. And they're under the pump. Quicker one there by Joshua Bishop.
Gotta bring him on the front foot. Gotta bring him on the front foot. Get the short leg in. You got the silly point. You got the 2 slips. Somebody just in his eye line.
Oi, oi. You call that good judgment or well left?
Maiden over by Joshua Bishop. I think you would have to say good judgment. That's all I will say.
Oi.
Don't think he knew too much about that one. He's a knot. And he's right now, he's wondering how he's going to get his first run in the Caribbean.
Be Isaiah Thorne to continue from this the media center end.
38
Just
for
about
4.
the last over before lunch, Vernon.
Yeah, I think this certainly would be.
Yep.
Get somebody under the helmet. Carmichael 22.
And he'll be on strike. 3 slips in the gully. All bowled again by Thorne. Defended up to mid on by Carmichael. It's 22 of 31 deliveries. 22 out of total of 38 so far for Carmichael. Desperate desperately looking for a partner to try and rebuild this innings. Still 288 runs behind, only 6 first innings wickets remaining.
38 for 4. Carmichael 22, top scorer so far. He's having a swipe at this one. He saw the mid-wicket area open up. He missed it completely. Maybe trying to counteract, just before lunch. Thorne only into his second over. He must be a menace in that Irish batting dugout. Good pitched up Yorker. Kevin Wickham again with a wild throw. No need for that.
Almost gave away an extra run. He loves to fire him back in no matter what.
He's now saying sorry, but it was really no need for it. Batsman was comfortably home for a single.
Definitely.
Tim Tector is on not.
back on strike.
And I'm wondering if they're paying attention to those little details. Those are things that you have to be mindful of. You have to understand. Tector, don't give him any chance to get off the mark. Keep the pressure on him.
Well taken by Bowen Tuck at that time. It died on him. Short ball there by Isaiah Thorne.
This is one of the Calvin Air helicopters moving around over us, going back to base.
Thorne into Tector. Got right in behind that one. Well played.
Lack of pace. Lack of pace. Still got one delivery. Tector is a knot. He seriously wants to get off the mark. He's under some pressure.
Most definitely.
This could be the final delivery
This could be a long lunch for him.
of the morning session. Ooh, wow. So, at lunch, Ireland Academy, 39 for 4 in reply to the West Indies Academy, who were bowled for 326 in 96.5 overs. The West Indies have bowled some 16 overs to date. And the main feature, the man of the moment, Kevlin Anderson, 125, 207 balls, 18 boundaries. Captain Naim Young was left the field, scored 80, 115 balls, 7 fours and 5 sixes. Machu Nandu, seemed like a long time ago, scored 35. Joshua Bishop, 22. But for the Irish, they'll feel very, very, very pleased. Tom Mayers picking up his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. 24.5 overs, 4 maidens, 64 runs, 5 wickets. Michael Frost, 25 overs, 3 maidens, 71 runs, 2 wickets. Matthew Foster, 27 overs, 6 maidens, 114 runs, 2 wickets. And Liam McCarthy, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 40 runs, 1 wicket. Scott Macbeth, 4 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, no wickets. At lunch, Ireland Academy, they are 39 for 4. We will take a Powdies break, and when we come back, we'll try and see if we can bring the action live and in living color to you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I almost said welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We get ready to restart after lunch with Ireland in real trouble. They trail by 287, 39 for 4. Tim Tector is on North. Carmichael is on 23. And the West Indies Academy starting after lunch with Joshua Bishop. I'll say good afternoon to my colleague Terry. Terry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vern, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners.
Junior
Ready
Sinclair.
for second session.
Yeah, he comes onto the field because Naim Young, who looks like he's nursing an injury, is off the field. And it looks as if Kevin Anderson will be marshalling the troops, or Joshua Bishop. But a lot of still no short leg. And for some strange reason, I guess people don't think that they need to use a short leg these days. Terry, good afternoon, Terry.
Seems not, Vernon. Very reluctant, all teams these days. So Bishop will be bowling to one slip and the silly mid off. Tosses that one up nicely, beats Carmichael, who's on 23, done the bulk of the scoring so far for the Irish Academy. 39 for 4.
Short delivery there from Bishop. Just kind of rolled his hand over. Big save there from Machinando.
Yeah, did well there at cover.
Cover.
That one down.
I hope they're not taking this team for granted. And I just slipped me. I've not been able to get to talk to the coach, but I need to get into Ryan Griffith's ear and try and find out what's the concept of maybe not even having a... Yeah, you see what's happening there? Tim Tector is on North.
It's on North and that...
Got McKenny Clark at short mid-wicket. He's really in no man's land. I'm saying just put the added pressure back there.
Going at it hard as Tector hasn't scored a run all tour. Imagine the butterflies.
North is Tector. Bishop to Tector. He's back and he's off the mark here, finding the gap. That'll give him some confidence. Nando is after it. And straight away, his first runs on the tour, he gets 2 runs quite easily. So the score after lunch goes up to 42 for 4. Just a little bit too short there from Joshua Bishop. Just taking a couple of steps, and even though he's taking a couple of steps, he's just rolling over his arms, not really with him just not right as yet. Here is Tector playing around his pads and playing right there to McKenny Clark, who is at short mid-wicket. So the end of the first over after lunch scores 3 runs, and the Academy 42 for 4.
Yes, and Tector will feel a lot better, finally getting off the mark. 3 ducks previous to this during the series. That includes the white ball series as well. It's going to be a pace of Isaiah Thorne to continue from this, the media center end. He'll be bowling to Cade Carmichael, who's on 24 of the 35 deliveries. 3 slips and gully for Isaiah Thorne.
That's it, though.
42 for 4. quiet period. It's going to be more or less a rebuilding process here for the Ireland team. They would need a partnership, and to get a partnership going very quickly. Torn. Good leave from Carmichael.
Yes, he picked up the line of that one early enough and shouldered arms. But yes, Vernon, you're quite right. They definitely need a partnership, and it'll be frustrating for the Irish. They haven't really. We've seen patches of it throughout this series, but they haven't really been able to get their batting together fully as a unit.
Down the onside, good take by Colin Tuckett.
Excellent take, diving away to his left. You'd really like to see them and dig themselves out of the hole that they're in at the moment. They still trail by 284 runs at 42 for 4. West Indies Academy, of course, posting 326.
Clipped in the air. And it's gone 1 bounce for 4. Just use the pace. Carmichael got into it. Just clipped it up. Offline. Badly line delivery and put away nicely.
Yeah, nice looking shot by Carmichael. Just stepped inside the line of that one as Thorne just straying down the leg side. 2 consecutive deliveries. He clipped that nicely back of the square. Picks up another boundary. Moves on to 28. 46 for 4. Alright, Island. Again,
Pushing the delivery again, yes. I think what is automatically happening is that Carmichael tends to come across and cover his stumps. And so Thorne will be looking to try and maybe... He was bowled around his legs.
He was, yes. Top of leg, went flat.
Yeah, he came just too far across. And he'll be trying to look to execute the same thing here on Carmichael. Let's hope that he's good enough.
Much better delivery and beats him.
Beautiful. .46 for 4. A lot of work for the Ireland cricket team to come up with in the concept of the score. Huge lead. Pushing, gone past Colin Tucker to the left, raced away quickly down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Got to be a chance.
Yeah,
let's look at it.
Too.
It's got to come up with that, but that was rushed away. Clicked.
He got there in time. He just
just
gloved it.
Didn't get to get under it.
So 4 to finish the over brings up to 50 for Ireland. They're 50 for 4. Carmichael moves on to 32 and Tictor is on 2.
Yeah, that's their first milestone. They've got to 50.
Yes, they really need to dig in here. Try and form a partnership or get a partnership going and then hope that it develops into a big one. That's what they need. Get themselves back into this match.
That's England 308 for 8. 48.1 overs being bowled.
Right, boys. Oh, Bishy. Oh, Bish.
So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Harold Brook top scored for England so far with 71.
Hey, Bish, hey.
Well fielded there by Wickham at short extra
Boys,
cover.
working, lads.
Keeps
Right,
Tickler
right,
on
Bishy.
strike.
Oi, go Bish.
Back and across.
Keep working, Bishy. Keep working, Bishy.
Right on target so far this over. Joshua Bishop.
Hey.
Oh, and
Bowled
cleaned
him.
him. He gave that one a bit of an extra flight and clean bowled Tector. The fifth one falls for Ireland with the score on 50. Tector goes for 2. And well bowled Joshua Bishop. As we look at this one again.
Played on the wrong line, Terry.
Yeah, and just turned back, took middle,
Nothing.
right between bat and pad.
He played down completely the wrong line, misjudged the length, everything. Tim Tector.
Misjudged the pace of the delivery.
So England, Salt 45, Will Jacks 26, Zach Crawley 48, Ben Duckett 20, Harry Brook 71, Josh Butler 3, Livingston 17, Sam Curran run out by Azari Joseph for 38, Byron Castle 29 not out, and Ahmed is on 1, 308 for 8. 48, in fact 311 for 8 now. Bowling figures, Azari Joseph 1 for 63 from, he's into his 10th over. Shepherd from his 10, 2 for 77. Moti from his 10, 2 for 49, so he had good figures. O'Shane Thomas not for 45 from his 9. And Karaya, pretty expensive, 1 for 76.
Boy.
Yeah, he went for a whole lot today, and he bowled 10.
From
so
10?
he was,
okay.
Yeah, it's a serious.
A big chase for...
And the thing about it, as Jason has just reminded me, they only played 5 bowlers, so the option of not maybe having a backup really sort of put you in a very complex situation. Maybe no Ruston Chase today, so
no Ruston Chase,
yeah,
and obviously they didn't give Rutherford the ball.
And that could have been maybe an option too. Yeah, because Karaya was expensive, 1 for 76.
Hey. Aye.
Tossed up again here at Coolidge by Joshua Bishop to the new man Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, Macbeth has come out. It's going to be a very tricky situation here for the Irish.
Hey.
Three-blooded swing straight into the silly mid-off. No run, completes the over, so it's successful one for Joshua Bishop. He's bowled 3 overs now, 1 for 3.
Maiden wicket.
Wicket maiden, yep. And 50 for 5 is the score here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Irish in pursuit of 326 that the West Indies Academy boys posted, trail by 276 runs.
50 for 5. Carmichael has looked the part. It's 32. I can't help but overemphasizing the work that has been put in by Karim Phillip here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 50 for 5. Maria Abbott, she has been solid as the umpire.
Late swing there.
Yes, ball has been darting around here with this young man, Thorne. He's just asking Maria Abbott how tight I am in terms of the danger area. Kevlin Anderson just saying, keep it simple. She says, you're all right, you're good. And the players have certainly, she's earned the respect of the players. Umpire Maria Abbott. Short and pulled down to Anderson at mid-on. Can't score. His eyes opened up once he saw that short ball. He so wants to.
Definitely. He's trying, you can see his intention ever since Thorne came on. He's trying to dictate to Thorne rather than
he's
the
in
other
control.
way around. Yeah, rather than the other way around. Which is good to see. Different approach. Lets that one go through. Outside off stump. Wickham having a chat to the striker in Carmichael. Oh, that is a beauty there by Thorne. Beaten Carmichael, all ends up. Flies through to keeper Owen Tuckett. Ooh. He straightened on Carmichael. Brushed past the outside edge. He'll be saying, it's alright, I'm still here. Pushed into mid-wicket, quick single, shy at the stumps. Misses, and they'll get one extra for the overthrow. Worth a shy though.
Yeah, certainly.
Because I'm trying to get in position myself.
There's McKenny Clark coming around there. Good backup there by Kevin Wickham. I think Clark was ranging up as if like he wanted to take the stump out.
Oh, good bouncer. Struck the batsman. They peel in because he got low down trying to avoid it. Knocked out. That would have gone over the top. It took him on the shoulder by the look of it. But excellent. And that voice you heard was Kevin Wickham. But excellent bouncer there to finish the over by Isaiah Thorne. He's bowled 4 overs now, 1 for 11. And Island Academy are 52 for 5 with Carmichael on 34. Macbeth just faced the 2 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. And they're under the pump here. Island, Boyd. West Indies Academy team. Joshua Bishop to continue from the northern end. Remains with the slip and the silly mid off. Squirts out onto the onside from the blade of Macbeth to get him off the mark. Score goes up by 1 to 53 for 5. Now they're taking the silly mid off to the short leg burner.
Terry, the game is not that hard, you know.
No.
The game is not that hard.
People do love to overcomplicate things though.
Right, Bishy? Hey?
Swept and swept well down to deep backward square leg by Carmichael. Picks up another one. He moves on to 35. Score 54 for 5.
Keep working, Bishy. Hey, you want to sweep that boy? Keep working, Bishy. Hey?
And 2 minds there was Macbeth. In the end, decides not to play, completes the over from Bishop. So at the end of the over, Island Academy 54 for 5 with Carmichael on 35 and Macbeth on 1. As West Indies Academy, Vernon will be looking to complete a clean sweep of this 4-day first-class series and end their season, which has been a hugely positive one for them, on a big high.
The 2024 season not too far away.
No, true.
Maybe about less than 6 weeks away. A lot will be determined as to if the academy will be in the 4-day setup, or maybe we go back. So it's been dubbed that you have maybe more cricket, so there'll be more pressure put on these young academy players. I hope that Rivaldo Clark is in the conversation here. Still feel we need to find a gap for our second team 11 cricketers in their respective franchises.
Short and pulled through the mid-wicket area. Chase on for the deep backward square leg, and he does well in McKenny Clark. Fires the return back. 2 more to Carmichael. He moves on to 37. Island Academy 56 for 5. So he's trying to fight fire with fire here. Every time Thorne drops short, not afraid to get onto the back foot is Carmichael. Beaten again, though. Outside that off stump of his. Died going through to Bowen Tuckett.
That's a challenge for from that end for Callum Bowen Tuckett because of the extra pace of Isaiah Thorne. He can't think about maybe trying to come up, so he has to give himself some room. But every now and again, the ball tends to die on him.
Yes, we've seen a couple, especially post-lunch. Whoa. It was wide and going further away. Outside the off-stump again, he tried to pull up through the mid-wicket region he was eyeing off. Doesn't make contact this time, though.
You're talking about wicket keepers. Sometimes you look back at the career of a Ridley Jacobs. And, you know, even in Courtney Walsh's autobiography, and they were talking to him about keepers, and, you know, he said, Ridley Jacobs. Once you nick it, don't care where it is, it's going to catch it.
Nicely turned into the mid-wicket region again. They're coming back for the second. And Clark, as quickly as he is, couldn't prevent the second, or well run there by Carmichael. He moves on to 39, 58 for 5.
And what caught McKenny Clark there is that he was ambling. He thought that they were just going to just coast for 1, but they put him under some pressure and picked up 2. Carmichael is a very busy player, so he's going to look for every one possible.
Yeah, and read the situation well. McKenny Clark is right back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so try to overhit that one, just placed it into the mid-wicket area. A good bouncer puts him on his backside. And Kevin Wickham is telling him all about it. That completes the over. We've had 22 overs of the Irish Academy innings in pursuit of West Indies Academy first innings of 326, Island Academy 58 for 5.
Yeah, but
Still trailing by 268,
That is
Vernon.
gas.
Got to get the grill. Got him on his backside there, so it's going to wake up call there for Carmichael. Torn just reminding him that, hey, I'm the star here.
Your knee up.
He's got 9 wickets so far from 2 games. Torn. 8 in the first. He's got 1 here already. Joshua Bishop searching for more wickets.
Oh yeah. Ball Bishy. Keep working, Bish. Keep working, Bish.
Still would like to see that silly point in front of the bat. Give him something to think about. Bat pad.
Hey.
Quicker one that time, just jammed down on it, Macbeth. Yeah, it's either one or the other, isn't it, man?
Well, you can have both. You can afford. You can afford to have both.
Mindset, I mean,
Take Nando out from where he is and
There you go, Panko.
put him right there.
Tossed up nicely. Nobody there, Vernon.
It's a matter of confidence, Terry. You gotta know what you want. And you know those early chances. Scott Macbeth is on 1.
Hey, Ricky.
So he's not in any real great form. And you look at it.
Working, Bish.
No, and you can tell by the way he's approaching his innings, he's just simply trying to hang around with Carmichael.
Catch,
And took it well there at mid-off. 6th wicket goes down as Macbeth just really pushed that to the left of mid-off, who run round nicely, took the catch of Wickham.
No,
No,
I think it. Pittman.
Pittman.
Kelvin Pittman coming up with a catch.
Hometown hero, excellent catch by the big man. Joshua Bishop picks up his 2nd. Island Academy lose their 6th, 58 for 6. And they're in dire straits here, Vernon. Still trailed by some 268 runs. In danger of not avoiding the follow-on here.
You know, Terry, while yesterday we were on with Mali and yourself, we kept saying all the time that once the West Indies Academy posted a total,
a decent score,
they should be thinking about batting once, because it's going to be a challenge when the spinners come on. There's no Ned in this lineup, and the West Indies Academy, they're also without their captain Naeem Young, so which means that there's going to be some added pressure. You might maybe, if there's a resistance, then Kevin Wickham might be called into the conversation as well to come and bowl some overs. But as it stands right now, Bishop continues his good bowling form by getting wickets and picking up wickets against the Ireland team.
Yes, 4.5 overs, 2 for 5. He took 2 for 5 in the 2nd innings of the first match.
This is the player that I want to see.
Tom Mez.
Yeah.
Been waiting for this guy. Strode out to the crease, face Bishop. And beaten straight away.
Need that silly point. He's just come in. Give him something to think about.
Successful over there by Joshua Bishop. Island Academy 58 for 6. Carmichael is on 39. Mez just come to the crease. Face the one delivery. He's yet to get off the mark.
I think he's coming too easy for the Academy team here right now. Need some resistance.
Yeah, they're well on top even from the first ball this morning, you'd have to say. Valuable 26 runs added, and they did it rather well, or Kevlin Anderson did it rather well. And now with ball in hand, once again, being all over this Irish batting lineup. But Carmichael is still there. We've seen glimpses of what Mays can do. So Isaiah Thorne looks to continue. He's taken out the third slip and put him at mid-wicket. So 2 slips and a gully point cover. Oh, and that's clipped straight up in the air. Who wants it? And Thorne takes it himself. So cotton bowled as Carmichael jumped on him as he tried to turn that.
Leaning edge.
Yep, into the leg side. Took the leading edge, went straight up in the air. They both converged on it, but Isaiah Thorne took it in the end. Good catch. Picks up his second. And Island Academy are falling quickly here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They've lost their 7th, 58 for 7, and still trail by 268, but that was the wicket that the West Indies Academy are looking for. Carmichael had done the bulk of the scoring, but he goes for 39. Still some 268 runs behind, and now only 3 wickets remaining for the Irish boys.
When we look at the northern side, Terry, there's a visitor who is pulling a blue suitcase. That's a pretty. I guess he's trying to get in his steps.
That's a long walk.
He's looking for the bus stand.
He must be. I hope he's looking for something.
Deciding he's not going to pay the taxi fare.
That's middle.
So McCarthy comes out to join Mayers. A lot of M's in this team.
Over the wicket, 5 to come. Coming around, sorry.
And Thorne is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed McCarthy.
That's middle and off.
3 slips, gully,
And he's
point.
coming around the wicket. Around.
Short extra cover. As McCarthy is ready now, so in comes Thorne. Oh, and that was well directed. Short, took it on the body, took it on the arm, but he does have an arm guard on.
Sounds like it hit the bone.
Is it an arm guard or is it just a sweat band?
Maybe it might be a guard.
You hope it would be a guard.
Yeah, I think it's a guard. Yeah, he hit it.
Well, he now knows that it works. But he didn't offer a shot. He just the ball was directed straight at him, and he just let the ball hit him. Thorne fired up here as he should be. The short leg comes in rather deep, but in the general vicinity. It took the slip out to bring him in. So 2 slips now and a short leg. One wide outside the off stump, well taken by Owen Tuckett. Low down. 58 for 7. West Indies Academy looking to finish his first innings of Island Academy off here. Rather substantial lead. Both batsmen are on naught. Bit closer there, but shoulders, arms does McCarthy. Harmlessly through to the keeper.
Almost like a stroll in the park here for the West Indies Men's Academy in the series against Ireland.
But interesting though, Vernon, that he's staying around the wicket. That first ball he bowled and took the body of... there again. Bowen Tuckett does well to get a glove to that. That swung a long way after it passed the bat. Gloved it down to fine leg, so they get a bye. But the first ball struck him on the body, and he brought the short leg in. I would have gone back over the wicket to the left-hander and aimed more at, at his rib cage. Anyway, that's just me.
They don't think like that, Terry.
No, obviously not.
They certainly don't think like that. You don't have young captain, aggressive captain like Amali Richards who would be in your face all the time. You know what I mean? So you know in terms of what's happening. Just ease the pressure off.
Is he a short leg anyway, or is he a short square leg? Because he's about 3 pitches away from, from the middle. Anyway, over complete. 57 for 7 Island. 59 for 7 Island. McCarthy is on 1 and Mays is on 0. Still trailed by some 267 runs. As I say, a very good afternoon. Welcome back, Marley Richards.
Hi, Terry. Good afternoon to the viewers, listeners. A lot going on in Antigua today in the cricketing world, as Vernon was saying.
Yes, what are we chasing? Get a
Well, the
final
last score I think I saw was like 315. 325 in the end. It was a partnership between Bryden Cass and Sam Curran, 50 out of 20 odd deliveries. Which,
that's no good.
Yeah, well, if you're a West Indies cricket fan, that is. But I'm sure the Barmy Army are loving that up at the Civilian Richards Stadium.
Well, it's a long time since we've scored 300, eh?
But from all accounts, really good batting pitch up
Yes,
there.
I heard David Goward speaking earlier, and he said fantastic batting conditions.
So,
still no excuse.
Yeah, those runs are gettable, should be.
Swept there by McCarthy to fine leg region. Junior Sinclair does the fielding, fires the ball back, does the single. McCarthy moves to 2, the score 60 for 7.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding for the Irish today, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. They just can't seem to get partnerships going.
Yeah, and especially when faced with... Oh, that's close. He's caught him on the back foot, but is he just outside the line?
Must
Not
have been
sure. I'd
just.
love to see that again. Or maybe it's done too much going on with the arm. Let's see. Oh, yeah, just outside the line there. Tom May survives.
Yeah, he didn't pick that one
At
whatsoever.
all. Didn't read the length.
Oh, yeah.
Went back when probably he should have been coming forward, Terry.
Most definitely. But that's the unfortunate thing, though, isn't it, with the Irish? They're having problems from both ends. It's not just the pace of Thorne that's troubling them. It's the spin as well.
Yeah, especially Joshua Bishop.
Hits out, hits well. High, over, long off, 4-6.
Yeah.
All the way there by Mez.
That's the strength of Tom Mayers. We've seen this hitting ability in the ODI series, in the one-day series, let me say. And here again, just come in early in his innings, just 5 deliveries, and he's just plunked Joshua Bishop back over his head for 6. Showing those long levers, good power down the ground. He's been one of the more impressive of the batters, to be fair. He's looked as good as any of the batsmen that we've seen on tour.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, nice way to get off the mark. Over comes to an end. Ireland Academy 66 for 7. Mez is on 6 and McCarthy is on 2. Joshua Bishop has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 12. And the Academy team, Ireland Academy that is, trailed by 260.
Yeah, still a long way behind here. And as you guys are saying, West Indies should be pushing to bat only once. Especially in these conditions. Already got them 7 down, just the 3 wickets remaining. Still a long time remaining in this match. Still before tea. Yeah, just after lunch on day 2.
Thorne will continue from the media centre end, and he'll continue around the wicket to the left-handed McCarthy.
He's having a nice long bowl here, as I thought. Good workout for the young man. Didn't seem like he bowled that many overs in the previous
in the first
game.
match, yes.
But he really did damage, picking up 8 wickets.
8 for 41 for the match.
think he only bowled 14.4, something like
Something
that.
like that,
in the
yeah,
match,
yeah. Full delivery, and McCarthy chases it, doesn't find the edge. So he's now got, well, the short leg is still 3 pitches away.
Yeah. He's
Halfway
miles
between
away.
short
Not-
leg and the umpire at square leg.
Not
and
sure
he's
the
got
helmet's necessary, to
No.
be fair.
Not at all. And he's got a leg slip, or is that a short fine leg?
Yeah, we call it leg slip.
But he too is almost a postcode away. Well fielded there by Wickham. A short extra comer.
They've backed up the throws really well, haven't they? You can tell they're highly energized. You'd expect that from a team who's got the opposition 66 for 7.
Yeah.
But they're highly energized out there, running around, buzzing around. Kevin Wickham in particular didn't really make the contribution he would have wanted with the bat, but you can see he's trying to stay in tune with what's going on out there and trying to make an impact as well in any which way he can. That's well played.
Yeah, well bowled, well played. But that's what I was saying before, Omani, and now the short leg looks like he's come in a bit.
But he's taken your advice, though. At least
But
he's gone over the wicket.
right. And it really brings the short leg and the leg slip into play more than, I believe, and still has that alternative to take the ball across the left-hander. 66 for 7. McCarthy on strike. He's on 2. Oh, did it take the edge?
Not sure it did. McCarthy, they're trying to make room to access the offside there. As you have a look at this again, look, just ending up outside that leg stump. Trying to free the arms, but probably a bit too close to play such a stroke. Luckily, he didn't take the edge.
He might have been better off than just standing firm in his crease. And that one is chopped back on. Wild swipe there by McCarthy. He never looked settled, to be fair. He let the first ball that Thorne bowled at him hit him. And the rest of the deliveries really troubled him. So he has gone, played on for 2. And the Island Academy lose their 8th. They're 66 for 8. Still trailing by some 260 runs. Thorne picks up his 3rd, 6.5 overs, 3 for 16, Marley.
Yeah, what we're seeing is the effects of genuine pace there. Liam McCarthy, both feet in the crease. Wide delivery. Wasn't necessarily a full ball, but got the length, the width that he would have wanted, sorry. And just threw the arms at that one, but only managing to inside edge. So Isaiah Thorne picks up his 3rd, his 11th wicket of the series so far. Boy, this young man's really making an impression with his pace, his hostility, and at times gets that ball to swing as well.
Exactly. 11 wickets in not yet completed 3 innings is a fair effort.
In just about 20 overs or so of bowling.
Right, yeah.
Over the span of 2 matches, because 6.5 here, 1 delivery remaining for 7. He would have probably bowled about 14 or 15 overs in that first match. So just over 20 overs of bowling. He's picked up 14. No, I'm lying. 11. I'm giving him too many. 11 wickets.
It won't be long before he picks up his
that's
14.
That's a serious strike rate, isn't it?
Definitely. Now Mike Frost has come to face the music. Another left-hander. Thorne staying over the wicket though. And that's right in at him. Defended nicely though on the bounce or the roll to the rather deep short leg to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Island Academy 66 for 8, still trailing by some 260 runs. Tom Mez is on 6. Frost just coming to the crease. He is yet to score.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's fair to say that Michael Frost, probably one of the better or the more standout bowlers for the Irish in that first innings. 25 overs, picked up 2 wickets, provided an element of control, especially from that CIU road end for Captain Stephen Doheny. Allowed him to rotate his fast bowlers, especially from this media centre end.
And
Tom Mays picked up a 5 for in the end.
Excellent bowling. 5 for 60 odd off nearly 25 overs. And that's heaved nicely high, wide, handsome over the mid-wicket region. 6 more for Tom Mays. So he's dealing in 6s.
Yeah, he's going big. Slug sweep this time. So he's going to look to be aggressive to Joshua Bishop. And as we've said, that's his second 6 now.
Yep.
Just
and 12 runs he's scored.
Yeah, and he's basically just following on from what we saw from him in the limited overs leg of this tour. Picked up that half century in the second match, I think it was. First match.
He's going to get a big appeal and he's taken him. LBW, the finger goes up. He went for the slog sweep again, did Mez, didn't make contact. We watch the replay now, and that looks pretty adjacent, Riley.
Yeah, that looks plumb dead there for Tom Mays. Maybe just choosing the wrong option, going across the line. He's particularly strong in that long on, long off region, wide, long on. Probably should have been aiming in that area once again. Every time he looks to hit in that area, he tends to make good contact, but probably just a bit slower from Joshua Bishop, showing all the skills here in terms of varying his pace. And he's proven to be a handful for the Irish on this tour. Probably, I would say, consistently the best bowler for the West Indies Academy in the last year or so.
Definitely. And he picks up his third wicket, 72 for 9. But I think the approach by Mays is the right approach. It always gets me that, you see teams, they're miles behind. And, when, they only got 1 or 2 wickets left. And they're still trying to push the ball and, leave the ball and do everything that the batsman should have done. You might as well just have a hit and see what happens.
Yeah, I think he had the right idea. It's just
because you're going to get bowled out anyway.
Yeah,
so
the execution was just a bit off. Probably didn't, in terms of his shot selection, he'd probably just...
For that particular delivery.
For that delivery.
Yeah.
Just knowing how strong he is, especially long on, wide long on, and dead straight down the ground.
Right. They lost 5 wickets in quick time since lunch. Have the Irish 5 for... What were they at lunch, Jason? What were they at lunch? Yeah, 4 down for 28 or something? 28?
33.
33. So they've lost 5 for 40. And now they've lost 6. Cleaned up was Matthew Foster, another left-hander. Bishop takes his 4th. And Island Academy are bowled out for 72. So there's only 10 more runs than they scored in their last innings of the first match.
Yeah, it's been a struggle here for the Irish Academy in what I think possibly still is pretty good batting conditions here at the CCG.
Definitely.
Just looking at it over the past 2 matches or so, I anticipate now that tomorrow will probably be the quickest this pitch will be, just based on that moisture that we would have seen on day one.
For sure.
Taking a bit of time to bake out.
But with a 254 run lead, and even if your skipper's got a slight niggle, I dare say you could
put him
back
back
it in.
You definitely do.
They'll put Island Academy back in. So rather worrying about what the pitch is going to play like tomorrow, Marley.
Yeah,
Let's see if they can get through
they
today.
get through today.
Mm.
Because I was speaking to assistant coach Boyd Rankin leading up to this match, and you get the impression that it would have been seen as a real positive had this game go into a fourth day.
Right. Yes, I could
Consider-
imagine they'd be looking to fight and looking
fight
to show.
Yep, and you saw that
some
on day
quality.
one,
Yes,
especially
with
early
the
on with
ball,
the way they
definitely.
made run scoring really hard for the
Yes.
West Indies Academy batters. But as the game progressed,
Yes.
you just saw them being worn down slightly, and now it's been all West Indies Academy.
Definitely. So Island Academy being bowled out, for 72 here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll take a break while the innings changes over, or they decide to enforce the follow on West Indies Academy, and be back in about 10 minutes time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Not good news for the Irish fans. They were bowled out in 72 overs. They were bowled out for 72 in 26.4 overs. Joshua Bishop picking up 4 for 18. And they trail by some 254 runs. The West Indies Academy have decided that they're going to not enforce the follow on, and instead they're going to bat again. And we were talking off script. Mali and Terry myself maybe trying to find a reason as to why the West Indies Academy maybe might be looking to bat again. And he gave a good reason that maybe Naim Young is really maybe not in bowling form or shape, but come high or low water, he's going to have to bowl at some point in time. I just thought that they would be able to just keep the pressure up and, go back again, because the way I found his bowling, even give McKinney Clark a good run out, because he's really not bowled much overs. But as they would tell us, we are the armchair critics. They're the ones that are going to get this thing going. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Yeah, interesting decision, but maybe not at full strength in terms of their bowling lineup. Considered that Isaiah Thorne as well would have bowled quite a long spell there. To just go straight back in would probably be asking a bit too much of the young man at this stage. So probably just giving the bowlers just a bit of time.
So let me ask you something. So if they bowled out Ireland for 50, they would have gone back to bat?
Well, they didn't bowl them out for 50, so that's neither here nor there. They were bowled out for 72 in the end, in 26.4 overs. I think they would have probably made a different decision if they were bowled out for 50.
Yeah, that's why I asked you that, just to pique your interest to see where you're going. But I think the Naim Young factor maybe might come into consideration.
I think so. But you make a good point. McKenny Clark probably, would have had the least strenuous run out so far, so he should still be quite fresh.
And you've got some options too. If push came to shove, I still feel that based on what we saw from Thorne, that he can go some more. And he's certainly priming up and warming himself. Joshua Bishop has shown that he gets wickets against the Ireland team. So at least, even if Naim Young really wasn't even 100% fit, I personally thought I would have gone for it again. But that's history.
Yeah.
Nando Nagis has come out.
You think of how much time is actually left in the game as well. Given an opportunity to maybe Aki Mogis here to find some form.
Jeez.
Starts with an absolute peach. No real carry through to the wicketkeeper. Dies, but goes past that outside edge. Aki Mogis living quite dangerously early again here. He was removed in the first over in the first innings.
And that one sort of rolled along the track. Not an encouraging sign when Ireland knowing they have to bat last on this wicket.
And also spare a thought for the big man Matthew Foster again, who will probably be seeing bowling here in the not too distant future. Done a lot of hard work on this tour, Matthew Foster. He's bowled a lot yesterday. He's bowling again here today. Probably wouldn't have been expecting to be back out bowling just yet.
Some 12 wickets have fallen in the day's play, man. Very high proportion of wickets.
Yeah, it's been more of the same especially from the Irish batting lineup. Just the one score of note. Cade Carmichael with his 39 played quite positively, showed good footwork as well. Looked to take on Isaiah Thorne.
Got him done in the end.
But from a positive side, looks to be one of the batters that they could definitely work with going forward. Looks to have the aptitude, the game. I like the way he went about that innings as well. That even in the first match picked up his maiden first-class half-century.
I was kind of wondering if there's not another keeper on this tour, because Dhoni has kept in all the games.
Can't quite get that past the man at mid-on. Is Oggies. Just throwing my analyst hat on at this point of the match. You probably want to see a bit more positive body language from Akeem Oggies. It's an area which I think he can definitely improve. Look to get his feet going a bit sooner. That's a good leave though.
It's a no ball.
First no ball of this Irish innings.
I think that's the 5th for the
Match.
well for Ireland themselves. I think we in the first. No, that's the 9th. They had 8 in the first innings. Well, I guess Boyd Rankin is going to be very much concerned about that. So in the 12 extras they had in the first innings, they had 4 wides and 8 no balls. This time around, they've started with a no ball. Almost when we look at the reaction of what happened with Clark, who started with a no ball as well.
Very similar start, but ends quite nicely. Good lead from Oggies. West Indies Academy, 1 without loss.
Sort of tricky situation in the context of the game, because Ireland now will be trying to not be too ultra aggressive, and at the same time trying to set defensive fields with a lead of for the West Indies Academy at 256. So they know they'll be staying down the barrel of anything close to 400 if the West Indies bat all day today. But cricket is a funny old game, so you just never know what can happen.
Here he is now, Matthew Foster, with the new ball from this media centre end. Bowled 27 overs in that first innings, 6 maidens, 2 wickets, 114.
Don't get carried away by the 114. He bowled a lot better than that.
It's towards the end of that spell, Kevlon Anderson and Joshua Bishop in particular really did some damage to the figures of Matthew Foster. But overall, I thought it was a very good bowling performance from him and from Tom Mays as well, picking up that 5 for 64. And it's going to be interesting to see how Matthew Nandu goes about this innings. Seemed to struggle for a bit of timing and rhythm himself in the West Indies Academy first innings. Made 35 from 116 deliveries with 3 boundaries. But he's away. This will do his confidence the world of good there. Matthew Nandu driven quite sweetly through the covers. Just the start he would have wanted.
Lovely shot. As we look at it, we see the Foster coming around the wicket. And Nandu getting a half volley and finding the gap this time as compared to the first innings, where that might have been stroked to Carmichael. This time he found the gap because it was wide enough.
Also just seems to be batting a bit out of his crease here. Just trying to nullify that movement from Matthew Foster here early. So he's away, 4 from 3 deliveries. And as you said, that extra cover drive would have hit the fielders in the first innings. If you look, you'd see that he transferred the weight, got a big stride into that one. Got full value, maximum value for the shot.
West Indies are 30 without loss of 4.1 overs. Athens is on 23 not out. Very interesting that India would have won over Australia in the 50-20. They won by some 6 runs, so that was a close game. 160 for 8. Australia 154 for 8. So quite a lot of cricket taking place all around. Pakistan is in Australia also getting ready for a test series. Ooh.
So Jaffa there.
Yeah, it is. I think the lack of pace, Ali, is why it didn't carry to second slip.
We were saying probably this pitch
The stumps is down there though, not out here.
not quite at its quickest just yet.
Just yet.
We were saying maybe on day 3 we'll see this pitch probably quicken up as it's baked under the sun a bit longer. Have that excess moisture on day 1. That's the moisture that keeps this pitch together. Slightly different mode of preparation going on here at the CCG now. That one's clipped away. Sweet timing from Matthew Nandu. So he seems to have learnt from his somewhat struggling first innings here. Just looking to time the ball, not looking to overhit. Picking up his second boundary off this Foster over the end of the second. West Indies Academy a 9 without loss.
Well, anything in that era, Midland leg, he's strong in that era. We saw when he scored his maiden first-class 100 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the 4-day championship earlier this year against Barbados. That was one of his strong points into the areas there. They bowled him more body line. He was able to work the ball away nicely. So anything into that era, because of his stance, he can be able to work that away. Where I think I'm a little bit concerned about him, Mali, is when you pitch the ball up to him, he doesn't really get that stride out. More or less, he tends to overhit the ball and end up in a standing up position. So too is Geese as well too.
That seems to have taken the toe of the bat.
Yeah, and it's raced down to third man for 4.
So another boundary here in the West Indies Academy innings. Just what Ireland would not have wanted. Them to get away to a bit of a flyer. Third boundary, no?
Yeah, that's the third.
Yeah, the first to Auguste. Didn't go exactly where he would have wanted it to go, but the result was still the same.
It's an opportunity for him, as Mali earlier indicated, for him to get some runs under his belt.
Just seems to be struggling for a batting position.
That's the problem. That's very much concerned about that, Mali. And it's sort of like it's like you're trying to find a spot for him, and it's either he's going to open or he's going to bat at number 5, he's going to bat at number 6. I think
we've seen him in numerous roles. Even in the CPL last year, he was coming in at number 3 at times.
Yeah.
Then in the regional Super 50, played more as a number 6 batter.
Who can bowl?
Who bowled a bit of leg spin as well.
Yeah, so.
And we haven't seen him at all in this series with the ball.
So that was another option again for the academy, without the Naim Young.
Can't bowl that to him though.
Yeah, he's strong in that area. One bounce into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was dispatched.
But he really had no pace either, Mali.
Yeah, no real pace.
He just sat up, so it was easy for him.
Got about hip height too. We just had to swivel on that one, Aki Moggies, and that's one thing. He's a sweet timer of the ball. When the ball makes contact with the middle of his bat, it tends to stay hit. Doesn't look like the biggest, strongest guy, but quite wiry. Fast twitch muscles on show. And he's a batter blessed with immense talent. You heard a lot about him as a youngster coming through the age groups.
Another player, Mali, that seems to have gone off the radar, even from the Leeward Islands setup, is Anderson Amadan, who we saw very early score a couple of hundreds in the trials. Didn't get selected into the final squad for the West Indies. Went to England. The people like him, Anderson Amadan, Rivaldo Clark. You've got these young batters who are hungry, got some appetite. For the Leewards, I thought it would have been a good investment when you look at somebody at that early age who's hungry and willing to put their body on the line and spend some time at the creases and score hundreds consistently.
Well, it was just not long ago a Leeward Islands 3-day tournament, wasn't there?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. First in 14, 15 years. Once again, just helped. Strong area this for Akeem Ogis. Just behind square, Liam McCarthy. Just losing the plot here slightly. West Indies Academy, the lead now, 275. Ogis moves to 12 from 12.
Badly line delivery there. That's almost meet and greet for Ogis. You're going to bowl him short with no pace, really. Could be able to extend his arms quite easily. Didn't try to overhit the ball. Just rolled the wrist onto it and found the gap. Ireland got to have to be careful, Mali, because if they don't bowl well, it means that West Indies will get off to a flyer. The lead is already 275.
No!
Even that playing that, Mali, you're still looking to go square. Like to still see him look to go up in front of him. Something I find that Teddy Bishop also looks to. He wants to go square all the time. You got to look up the V. I almost thought that way in a T20 game, Mali. 21 without loss of 3.
Yeah, just what Ireland would not have wanted. They've worked so hard, especially on day one. Stayed in the game for long periods. Probably just the initiative was taken away with that partnership, 5th wicket partnership between Naeem Young and Kevlin Anderson. Anderson went on to pick up 100.
But it was the attacking approach by Naeem Young that really put
Really
them on.
added the impetus.
Put them under
to
some
the
pressure.
innings.
Need some 5-6s, so that would lick the wind out of you at any given time. Meantime, you got steady batting from Kevlin Anderson. Scored a big 100.
Once again, sweetly timed from Nandu. So as you're saying, just not looking to overhit there. Just looking to find the gaps.
Encouraging start for him this
Yeah.
time. He's come out a lot more positive. In the first innings, as you rightly said, faced some 116 balls. You can't do all that work and just get 30. You're a much better player than that. You've got to... Yes, you're a young guy, but the hunger and the appetite has to be here.
As you were saying, he just seems to be a lot more positive so far. Just 8 deliveries, but a lot more positive. Looking to play strokes first and then covering up when the ball isn't in his area, his run scoring area.
And a lot of people like to tell you, Mali, bat all day. But you can bat all day and make 30, make 40. And, it's all well to tell people bat all day, but the name of the game is to get runs.
About scoring runs, you got to find ways to score runs.
I've always had this debate, and somebody, we want somebody to bat all day. Yeah, you bat all day and the team makes 200.
Doesn't no one any service that way. You've got to be always looking to move the game on. Obviously, the game will dictate at times when batters just need to survive as opposed to scoring runs. But generally, especially in the first innings of a match, Sweet from Nandu once again. Just check that drive. Good weight transference onto that front foot. Have a look at that one. Beautiful. Look at the weight, the head, everything there. He's made a marked improvement from the first innings.
Objective is to get runs first.
So far, he's looking good doing it. Making the adjustments here. Not quite gripping down on that bat as tightly as he was in that first inning. Just seems to be more relaxed. The movements are more fluid. Once again, he finds that gap. Another sweet drive. So this is the Matthew Nandu that we want to see more often than not. This is the player with immense potential and showing sweet timing, sweet hands once again through that offside. Matthew Foster under pressure here. Back-to-back boundaries.
Student of the game is Matthew Nandu, so he'd have gone home and done his homework. You got to be careful, Mali. It's almost like every over you get a boundary or two.
Yeah.
31 without loss or 4.
Danger of the wheels really falling off here for the Irish. Still got to look to be positive. Try and have clear plans to these West Indies Academy batters. You would have been up against them now for some time. Trying to work out their strengths and weaknesses. And try and make inroads here early. Got to make this new ball count.
The issue here, Mali, is that Foster didn't even get a chance to be comfortable in the
To
dressing
really
room.
rest, yeah.
That's the problem.
It's tough on the young man. Considering not quite a full-time professional just yet.
Well, after this tour, he certainly will be on the contract list.
Should be.
Hopefully.
Should be.
Well, it's up to him. He might decide to still continue as a banker. You never know. The perks will have to be interesting. But, you know, Mali, in the Caribbean, if you're working in the bank and you get a cricket contract, it's chalk to cheese if you're a teller. And I don't know the position
What are
of...
you saying? What are you saying is which one's more? Which one pays more? The teller or the cricket?
The cricketer.
Okay, yeah, 100%. 100%.
But this is the Caribbean, so I don't know what it would be like in Ireland. And maybe he might have a upper-level management position.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's a teller. I don't know. Sweet. Once again, just off that hip. Will it get into the boundary? No, good save there. Once again, an Irish fielder putting his body on the line.
They're coming back for 3.
Came back for 3 in the end.
And I thought the wicketkeeper Dhoni got himself into a really mixed up position there, collecting that ball. The new style where I'm seeing, Mali, that the keepers are standing next to the stump there, and just the return came in, and he wasn't over the stump, really. But such is life. 288 and climbing. West Indies look like they have a plan, Mali. They look like they want to get X amount of runs this afternoon and maybe bowl 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was always the plan just to buy a bit of time for especially their fast bowlers. Obviously the spinners we know
Can hold their own.
can hold their own. It was just buying a bit of time for the quickies a bit later on this afternoon, I think.
Carty has been very expensive. His first 3 so far has cost 16.
It's good delivery though from McCarthy.
Good leave too. Good
Everything-
carry.
Everything looking quite fluid now for Matthew Nandu. Has quite a few movements at the crease. If one of those is just slightly off, maybe things can look a bit choppy.
Yeah.
But so far here, everything streamlined. All his movements back and across. Then back onto that front foot.
Oh, Mali.
Turned him round though.
Yes, right around Mali. Leaning edge and caught deep at gully. He played right around that ball, Mali. There was no balance there. Look where he ended up. He's still there.
It's the base again. Just eluding Matthew Nandu. Looked very good in that innings, but that dismissal probably just lost a sense of where his off stump was. Let's have a look and see. That head gets dragged across. Yeah, it does. Just falls over to the offside. Looking to hit that a bit squarer than he should have in the end. Matthew Nandu has to go. He goes for a quite breezy 18 from 13 deliveries. West Indies Academy 34 for 1.
And I hope he does not put himself under immense pressure, Mali. He's walking out dejectedly in the way that he got out. but he would give some positive thought in terms of how he batted in the first round of scoring of his boundaries. He got 18, right? But he scored some brisk boundaries, and when he got into the right position and got his base worked out, so I hope he doesn't put himself into a corner, but just take quiet positives from this innings.
Yeah, and if you're going to be extra harsh here, you probably say you'd want to see that fluency, probably in a more high pressure situation.
Yes.
Coming in here, no real pressure on massive lead or one-way traffic, really.
But it's something you were talking about even when he was playing in the white ball version. You're working out, how do we balance having Machunando playing the white ball as compared to
his red ball involvement.
To the red ball involvement.
It'll be a balance. That's why the bigger heads are there in management roles. It'll be incumbent upon them as well to manage these talents as we go forward.
I think it's important that the technocrats advise and advise properly. The things I find about McKenny Clark, especially early in his innings, is something that he's going to have to readjust. Every day is a different day. So you have to look to forget the innings that has gone before and play what's in front of you. It's not what you like to play. And so you maybe have to take out certain shots in your area. Say, well, listen, I'm not looking to hit anything square for my first 30 minutes of batting.
Just there. Probably expected a batter just to have a look at that one. No real threat on that delivery, but a successful over from Liam McCarthy. He also looks to be a bit of a lionheart in terms of his fighting ability, running in, charging in for his team. West Indies Academy 34 for 1.
Well, at one point in time, you were wondering where they were going to get a wicket from. And McCarthy producing the goods. And the man, the workhorse, the short board look-alike, wearing the number 23, Matthew Foster, on this tour. Are you ready to go on, son? Don't understand this left-arm spinner. Doesn't want to have a conversation.
Left-arm curator, no. Was giving me a tutorial about soil composition and stuff the other day. It was fascinating stuff, man.
Yeah, but that's what I think some of the younger players need. They need to be around academies so that they can understand what's happening. Roll your own pitch.
Different grasses.
Yes. Mali, you did that.
You had interesting stuff.
You had some of that where you rolled your own pitch because you know that, hey, once I roll my pitch, nobody getting me out on this today.
Yeah, but I was a bit harsh too. It got to a point where it got to like, okay then, so where are the groundsmen?
But you have to ask where is the groundsman. So that's fair enough. We understand that.
Especially at the national level.
Yeah. Yeah, but as you know, Taddy always used to say, control the controllables, don't worry about that.
Yo, for sure. I mean, that's where we grow up learning about pitches and rolling pitches and
understanding.
Yeah, understanding. Preparing the ground for matches.
Yeah. I think something which is missing now from the younger players, because you have to be able to appreciate the sort of work that goes into a preparation of a game. You have somebody like Kadeem telling you the science. You got to be able to come and understand and know, hey, what's happening here? Why is he rolling? You got to learn that.
Yeah, we're learning every day here as well at the CCG.
And yesterday, Mali, I said to you that we have to begin to start to treat the groundsmen and the curators like professionals. You have to give them that sort of environment, make them comfortable, make them feel that they're part of the establishment. When we upgrade our facilities, got to make sure that those guys have lockers. They have everything to make them comfortable, because without them, there's no game.
It's all about them acquiring the knowledge as well, supporting them in acquiring the knowledge to better the curation process all across the board.
And that's the challenge that Cricket West Indies is going to have, because when you move from Antigua and you go to a St. Kitts or you go to a Dominica or you go to other venues, there's going to be some resistance because people are comfortable and not being held accountable in their own comfort zone and how they do things. But with times, you have to move, you have to evolve.
Good delivery there from Foster. He's hit his straps quite nicely here. Come back well in this over so far. Hasn't conceded a run.
As you were talking about Kadim, there has to be a science as to how much water you put into the pitch, how much grass, what happens, your shortage of water, how are you going to deal with that, how do you prepare yourself, everything is now comes down to a science. Before we just roll a pitch, we couldn't care less.
Yeah, it's a scientific process now. Good finish from Foster. So he's come back well with a maiden West Indies Academy 34 for 1. And also, just to touch on that point, what we're seeing, well, I can speak about here and in St. Lucia, where I've been a lot in the last year or so as well. You're seeing a more collaborative effort in terms of the curation of the pitches. Head groundsman Crofton comes across to Antigua, does a lot of collaboration here as well with the curators here, and it can only benefit the overall process.
But the scary thing about it is that even though when Ken comes in and he's more or less teaching his knowledge of what he's aware.
Definitely sharing.
You have a fight back, because some people saying, "Oh, don't worry with that. Let's do our own thing still." And so it's a matter of intertwining what he's saying with what you know, so they can help in the process.
Well, we're not seeing too much of that here, though, are we?
No.
That's one thing we can say.
Here's the home of Cricket West Indies, so it's a different square he goes, sweep out onto the offside. And that's what I was talking about, Mali. He likes to go early into that area.
It's more of an issue of him just getting those feet going a bit earlier. Seems to be quite languid. Takes him a bit of time to grow into his innings. As he goes up the levels, he's not afforded that luxury, Vernon. As the bowlers get better as well, the higher up he goes. He's got to be ready from ball one.
Very much on the money. Did he play a shot there, Mali?
Not sure.
Got a leg by, but...
Similar to Nandu on day one.
Yeah, he looked like he was leaving alone there. Like he caught him on the blind side.
But if you remember, it was Matthew Foster that had a polite inquiry
yes.
with umpire Marie Abbott. Yeah, McCarthy seems to be just fine with that one. He's a little skiddy type, isn't he?
Yeah,
Does
he
a
is.
little bit with it as well, a bit of seam action more often than not into that right-hander.
Bowls really an effort ball. Really.
Every delivery, it seems like.
Yeah, keeps coming at you. So you can't take him for granted. He's ambling up. But by the time you look around, he's on you like a buffer.
It's a good area. Well played, though.
Trying to make sure he got him onto his front foot, as you rightly said, because he doesn't really come out. He just uses his hands.
Especially early in his innings. Tends to just get caught in the crease. A little susceptible to the outswinger. Someone that's going to bat in the top three more often than not. That's just a little area of his game he'll have to iron out. Just staying side on a little longer to process that information.
I was talking, Mali, to Colin Bones Cumberbatch, and he was giving me a history lesson on some of the preparations of pitches from in his time, following the process in terms of what used to took place in the old time days, and the soil content and the
Copperhead.
water.
You remember Copperhead?
Yes.
Head's groundsman at the recreation
ground.
grounds.
Yeah. So much, folks. Taddy Arundel, he himself is one of the best, one of the students too.
Andy Roberts as well.
Oh, well, Andy Roberts.
Was head curator.
Yeah.
Was there for
Well,
years.
in fact, Sir Andy's who put these tracks down here at
Original
at the Stamford ground.
Yep.
He was the mastermind behind all of what was happening here. So we're almost thinking that we're in a T20 mood action here. 7 overs bowled, 39 for 1.
Yeah, there's some high strike rates, especially based on what we saw in the first innings.
It's a complete different ball game.
A less pressurized situation, though. Have to take that into account.
McCarthy just coming off the field, maybe just nursing a niggle. Maybe might be thinking about changing his boots.
This is going to be the man who picked up 5-wicket haul in the first innings, Tom Mays, to replace Matthew Foster from this media centre end. Picked up 5 for 64 in his 24.5 overs.
What a pique your brain, Mally. Think it was a good move to put Alex Atenez at the top of the order?
Well, so far it's working out. Yeah, I think he's one of the guys that looks to be really aggressive as well, and you got to make use of that power play. And he does so playing orthodox cricket strokes.
He's very difficult to bowl to, Mally.
Exactly, that's something that can be...
When he gets going.
Yeah, it's something that can be consistent considering the way he goes about it. He doesn't tend to stray too far away from his game, which is an orthodox one. He just hits the ball extremely sweetly.
Still would like to have Kyle Mayers in the conversation, Mally.
Definitely, especially as an all-round package.
Yeah, I want to still have Kyle Mayers in the conversation. I think Kyle Mayers could be a match winner.
As an all-round package.
Yeah, we just need to find the real role as to where we want to put him, because you can use him as a pinch hitter at times. Here is Teddy Bishop getting a wide ball and slapping it past backward point and down to the boundary for 4.
And I think, just on your point of Kyle Mayers, I think wherever he bats, he almost plays like a pinch hitter because he's so aggressive, isn't he?
Intent.
Yeah, and you add the fact that he's really good in the field. He's a fantastic athlete.
But you made a point too.
Good bowler as well.
The longer you stay around the system, Mally, the more teams are going to work you out. And then so he started to worry because everybody started to bowl him that short delivery, which became a problem for him, which I don't think that he had really worked on. He didn't go back into the nets and really put in the work to be able to deal with that short delivery. We saw in the CPL, got out very, 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 very cheaply sometimes.
Yeah, it was, but he did have a superb IPL previously
based on the opportunities that he would have received. Perfectly said. In fact, he's been retained, right? He was one of the West Indian players retained.
He was one of the top players in the IPL, as a West Indian player last year.
Yes.
Shot.
Big save. That guy Carmichael, he's a busy guy.
Very busy indeed. Got down to his left to save what would have been a sure 4 runs.
Oh, yes. It was sweetly hit. So the score motoring on. 8 overs, 44 for 1. The lead 298.
No real swing for Mays.
No, not yet.
Today.
Not yet. He's maybe waiting for the cloud cover. There's some coming over now that can be able to help him. There we go. The lead is 298. Almost every over so far, Mali. West Indies have got a boundary.
Yeah, exactly what the Irish would not have wanted here, being back out in the field. West Indies Academy could have enforced the follow-on. But like we said, probably just buying a bit of time for the speedsters for later on in the afternoon. Especially with Naeem Young just carrying a little niggle.
44 for 1. On top of it and just roll the wrist over. Just kept it down to the deep backward square leg fielder.
Yeah, good control. Pull shot there. End of the over. Another single to Akim Ogis. He's on 18. Teddy Bishop 7. West Indies Academy 45 for 1.
Well, Mali, nothing is happening for the Irish seamers. McCarthy has not come back onto the field, so maybe it might be a time to look at Frosty.
Yeah, it's going to be Frosty again from the CIU road end. We spoke about him in the first innings.
Bowled like 25 overs, 3 maidens, 71 runs, 2 wickets.
The majority of those were consecutive as well. Provided real control from that end.
Sort of reminded me of a Ashmead Ned role. During the first game, he just came and just pegged away.
Yeah, he really allowed Doheny to rotate his seam bowlers from this media centre. Tom Mays ended up being the beneficiary.
But somewhere along the line, Mali, Ireland are playing a bowler short. As compared to the first innings, Matt Bet was very expensive. His 4 went for 33, so maybe he was expected to be the person who would have been able to come in.
I'm not sure they're playing a bowler shot. I think they haven't utilized the player that they've brought in the right manner. That's Tim Tector, who also bowls spinners.
Well, he didn't bowl.
And he didn't bowl at all in the first innings. We saw him quite a bit in the
ODIs.
Yeah, in the limited over series. So he's come in at number 6 and not bowled.
Unless he's nursing an injury.
Probably as well. We did mention that maybe he's just carrying something as well that he would have picked up in this match.
Because quite a lot of the players have come down with small niggles.
There was an opportunity yesterday, especially with that during that 130-run partnership between
Young and
Anderson, where you thought maybe Tim Tector could have been tried. He went back to Scott Macbeth, who had proven expensive earlier. That told me that maybe Tim Tector wasn't in the plans, the bowling plans at least.
Frosty is right now.
Bold, Frosty, bold boy.
Just for a moment there, I thought Bishop was going.
Yeah, it looked almost just threatening that inside edge there. Just went on with the arm. From Frost. It's important that Bishop really picks length quickly, especially with this new ball. It's still a hard new ball. It's just going to skid on that tad bit more here to the right-hander.
He has to treat him like a medium pacer. Especially when he bowls it flat and fast.
Shot. Just like that. As you said, looking to hit that one more in front of him. It was Teddy Bishop finding that gap and extra cover. So another boundary here.
And on this track, Mali, it would be advisable for you to look to hit the ball more up in front of you rather than square, because you can get on the edge. 50 comes up for the West Indies Academy, and we're only into the 9th over already. 50 for 1.
Yeah, it's still pretty good, very good batting conditions in my opinion. Here on before tea on day 2. Missed out.
Yeah, because he didn't lead into it. Just
definitely missed out on that one. And Teddy Bishop.
Bat face ended up almost over into the mid-wicket area.
No run.
It's got to keep concentrating. So a boundary again out of that over. 5 runs out of that over. 9 overs bowled. 50 for 1, and the lead is over 300 now.
Yeah, 300 and climbing, 304 to be exact. As you said, the West Indies Academy have come out here in just 9 overs, posted this 50. They found run scoring a lot easier here than they did in the first innings, especially against the new ball.
I thought we were in England in the first innings, in the first 2 hours of play. Thought we were in Ireland.
Yeah, you have to give the Irish credit for the way they came out on day 1.
In the first 2 hours.
Yeah, up until going into the 3rd session on day 1.
They were still in the
very
game.
much into it. 114 for 4 if you think back. That's when Naeem Young walked to the crease. No pace at all on that delivery. And if you think as well, mid-off, up in the circle, mid-on.
Gotta make him pay there. You see, that's the difference, Mally. With somebody like a 9 Young or Joshua Bishop, once you got mid-on and mid-off in, they make you pay.
Probably a more confident Akim O'Geese
Yeah, you're right. As well, too.
would have gone with that one. It's a good comeback delivery, though. Should sneak through for a single. There, looks like a number 14. Just
I think it's the emergency field that was come on for.
that was Tector, actually. Yeah, that's Tector with the misfield.
Yeah, he's struggling on this tour.
Yeah, he's
3 knots plus 2 today.
from what we gather, we haven't seen the best of him on this trip. 3 ducks and just 2 in the first innings.
So if he's been touted as one of the guys going forward, it's going to be pretty interesting. He's age 20, Mali, so he's
Still
just
a young
started.
guy, yeah. And from what I gather, speaking to a few of the backroom staff, he's one of the players who really hasn't shown exactly the type of player he has. He hasn't really put in the performances they were expecting from him on this trip.
Different conditions. But
Still
as,
valuable, still
yeah.
a valuable experience for the young man.
as Boyd Rankin said, you can always take some positives out of almost every moment, every game. Clipped away. Languishly. $52 for 1, lead 305. So thanks to Jason and his 360 team. I think this game could be so cool. The cameraman down on the northern end has got on a floppy hat. I think he might need a raincoat.
As long as he has sunscreen.
Well, normally, sometimes black people tend not to want to put on the sunscreen.
I know what you mean. I used to be like that too until I learned, you know. Black people can get skin cancer too. You know.
You have to. You can get anything as long as you're alive. You're a human being.
Yeah, but I mean, you know,
Yeah.
they tell us some things, you know, growing up.
Yeah.
If you got the melanin, you don't need any sunscreen.
Sunscreen.
Oh, nope, that's not true.
It's not at all.
You just have more protection
Yeah.
against it.
Coming up after this delivery, Terry will step into the hot seat. Trouble here. Ireland under the gun. Oh, he didn't know anything about that, man. He caught him in 2 minds.
Almost had a little flirt with that one, but managed to just withdraw the bat at the last second. So good end to that maze over. West Indies Academy lead now swells to 306. They're 52 for 1 after 10. Ogies 20, Teddy Bishop 12 from 16 deliveries. I'm joined now by Terry Laraji. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Mandy, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yes, quite a flyer here by the West Indies Academy, piling on the runs, 52 for 1 after 10. Total control of this match. And Alec Arton has just brought up his 50.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Seems like he's going about it in his typical breezy fashion. If you think he's got, what, the fastest half-century in ODI cricket?
Correct, yeah.
And that came against the UAE in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, Abu Dhabi,
Yeah, just prior to
the
World Cup
World Cup, yeah.
qualifiers, I mean. Bishop just trying to force that through Khyber region.
But then when you think back, he wasn't a member of that World Cup qualifying squad, was he?
No.
Interesting.
Mm.
Someone scores the fastest half-century in the history of
And-
ODI cricketing, and
And he wasn't
there's no
carried.
place?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
it's especially when you see the way he plays. He seems like a young guy who's ultra positive. He's got that seems to have quite a big heart as well. Very brave in the way he goes about playing
True.
his cricket. Nah, that inside edge probably saved him.
Definitely. Tempted the sweep there by Teddy Bishop.
So Teddy Bishop, for his first 30, 35 deliveries of any innings that he's playing, should be looking to hit the ball as straight as possible, just to get himself in.
Yeah, those type of shots can come later.
Later on, when you're more set,
Mm-hmm.
you're more acclimatized to the pace and bounce of a pitch. Varies from day to day. So you've got to assess the situation, conditions once again.
Gets that through past mid-on into the boundary. Another 4 for the innings, another 4 for Teddy Bishop, forcing it off the back foot. Score goes up to 56 for 1, the lead 310. What do you think they have in mind at Marley?
I'm not sure they even have a score in mind. I'm
Right.
thinking they've got time in mind.
Yes.
More often than not, I think what we've seen from the Irish Academy being bowled out for under 100 now consecutively,
Right,
in
yep.
consecutive innings. They would probably think they already have enough for West Indies Academy, 310. But, as we said, they're just buying a bit of time here for their fast bowlers, and with the amount of time left in the game as well. That's what they've done. They've given themselves this luxury of having complete control in terms of how they want to go about this.
Definitely. Miz starts a new over. One's wide outside the off stump, going further away, left alone by Hakeem August. He's on 20.
This is the thing with Tom Mays. He looks quite innocuous at times, doesn't he? But then just finds these wicket-taking deliveries
Yes.
out of the blue. He's not the quickest here, but he just does enough with it at times. Tom Mays, you probably have to look to find a yard or two of pace as well to be even more challenging for batters. But it's one of those type bowlers who looks quite innocuous, and then out of the blue just produces a peach.
Yes, very true. Another yard or two, and he'd be quite dangerous.
Yeah, consistently more
Yeah.
dangerous.
And he can bat as well.
Yeah, he can. Showed a little glimpse again here today. Those 2 sixes probably just chose the wrong delivery to go after. That led to his downfall, but a clean striker of the ball and looks
Definitely.
very organised at the crease. As good a technique as we've seen from any of the batters on this Irish team so far. There we go, just finding a bit of swing. Maybe just went for a little extra effort on that one.
It would have been interesting though if Carmichael had have stayed once he got set.
Because he looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, when Mays come to the crease.
And they just haven't seemed to get two batters going at the same time.
Exactly.
Often enough, consistent enough, yeah. Murray Cummins, probably he's been the standout batter on this tour with his 193 in that first innings as well.
Nice shot there by Geese, but straight to cover, no run.
Made a good sound, didn't it?
Mm.
Came smack dab out the middle. Either side of that fielder probably would have been 4.
So the lead 310. We're approaching tea on the second day, 4-day match. But even if the pace that they're going at, another hour after tea, we push them well over 350, close to 400. They might give themselves an hour, 45 minutes tonight, maybe.
I'm not so sure anymore, to be honest. When you really look at it, wouldn't be too surprised if the West Indies Academy just bats the rest of the day either.
True. Well, they've always got
That luxury.
luxury. Exactly.
Try and find some form maybe for Kevin Wickham and
Mm-hmm.
a few batters, Colin Bowen Tuckett, who probably wouldn't have spent as much time at the crease.
Right.
Yes, obviously you want to win, but also you want to develop these young guys.
Yeah, and if they did bat out the rest of today and then, let's say, the first session tomorrow, you still got, what's that, 6 sessions?
Yeah, to get 10 wickets.
Mm.
No. Over.
Over comes to an end. We've had 12 overs. The West Indies Academy's second innings. They're 56 for 1, with August on 20 and Teddy Bishop on 16. And lead by 310.
If you're Ireland here, you still want to have an objective about what you're doing out here. When you're not picking up wickets, you want to be ultra frugal in terms of run scoring.
Yes.
You want to keep that run rate down. They've already gotten away to a bit of a flyer run rate, just below 5, 4.67. With Frost into his third now, he'll be hoping to just pull this back slightly. Just make the West Indies Academy work harder for their runs.
Come on, Scotty, come on.
Yeah, and still have those small little objectives or targets in mind, because otherwise you're just basically waiting for the game to end.
Exactly.
And, you'll just fade away.
So I want to show some fight here. Still a lot to play for in terms of these young guys and their development.
Shot. Excellent shot there by Bishop. Stroke to the left of the mid-off fieldsman into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he missed out on one of those in the previous Frost over, but this time didn't miss out on that wide half volley. Just had to find that gap, and that's something we've seen on occasion from Teddy Bishop when driving through the offside. It's quite sweet to watch.
Definitely, definitely. And when he really commits on
To
that
it,
front
yeah,
foot,
when he really commits to the shot and really gets that weight going forward, it makes an almighty sound off the middle of the bat and races away to the boundary. Hits it as well, as clean as anyone in this
Definitely, yeah.
West Indies Academy lineup as well.
Quick one there by Frost. It's a well-judged single. Takes Bishop up to 21, scores 61 for 1.
You probably expect him to just fill out a bit more as well as he gets older. Teddy Bishop.
He's very wiry. isn't
Very
he?
wiry at this stage, yeah. Something I know a little about. It's well played.
Yeah, nicely in behind that. Augustus punches it up to a long on. Easy single. Both batsmen on 21, score 62 for 1.
Yeah, just the one delivery remaining in this over. 6 coming from it, so not quite managing to stem that run flow yet.
Yeah, as you and Vernon Springer were saying, that there was just about a boundary off every over this innings so far. And that is tea. So we've reached tea on day 2 of this second and final 4-day first-class match with West Indies Academy totally in control. On 62 for 1 in their second innings, with both batsmen on 21. That's Akeem Ogist and Teddy Bishop. Mammoth 254-run lead on first innings after bowling Island Academy out for 72. They've now stretched that lead to 310 or so, Mali, I think it is.
Yeah.
At this point in time. So we will take a break for tea here at Coolidge Cricket Ground and be back with the final session in around 20 minutes' time. Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua. Bright sunny afternoon for the final session of play on day 2 of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Island Academy. I can tell you, if you're just joining us for the first time today, West Indies Academy well in control, batting a second time on 62 for 1 with a mammoth lead already of 316 runs. They had a 254-run lead on first innings. Decided not to enforce the follow-on. They rolled over Island Academy for 72 after posting 326 in their first innings. Keem August is on 21 and Teddy Bishop on 21. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon, Terry. Very encouraging afternoon's play. After some fireworks from Alex Athenes at the top of the order, cracking 66 and then misjudged the googly. But I was saying to someone, this guy's got so much talent. Sort of remind me of Brian. Wants to get it on, wants to get the job done.
There's here starting after the tea interval to August, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Yes, excellent opening partnership in pursuit of 326 against England.
That's what you need. The only thing is, I was saying to Jason, we now have to find someone who's going to dig deep when you at the top of the order. And I'm sure Alex Athenes would have been thinking about that. You want to go right down and take your team across the line. Because sometimes on those tracks, you have to take some time to start and get going again. If you get in, you wanna be big. That's the difference when you have, someone like a Sharma and so at the top of the innings. Those guys are gonna make your pay. You're gonna get a big 100 if they get a good start. David Warner.
Yes, because just after the fall of the Artenes wicket, his opening partner Brandon King went for 35.
But it's still got some firepower in the hut.
Definitely.
You got Rutherford, still got Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer's drew some runs, really.
The captain himself.
Yeah, well, the captain, he's a sort of player. Wanted to get your thought process, Terry, on if you still feel that he should have not relinquished the opening spot in ODI.
Well run there by August for 2. Takes him to 23, 64 for 1. Yes, a lot of talk about that, and I just feel that that's where he made his name for himself in one-day cricket. I would have stayed there.
Could be also added pressure too, because keeping,
captain, opening.
So
yeah,
maybe it might not be a bad choice, but I think it's a good move. And you saw the plan once Athenes was opening in the Super 50. Good delivery there from Tom Mayers. Touched on into the right area. Beat Geese all ends up. Like I said, you saw in the Super 50, even though the win was, you saw what the intent was from Athenes. He early the clock went up the order and decided that he was going to go and open. And I think that maybe with Kyle Mayers struggling at the time, maybe Athenes says, "Well, this might be a spot for me. This might be a chance for me to get into the team as an opener."
Yes, again, and that's pushed nicely to point by August for another single.
Carmichael is having a torrid time in the field. And they are mocking him, giving him a hard time. So that is not helping either. I think you remember yesterday on day 1, Terry, when he fielded the ball, he got a round of applause.
He did, after missing 2. And then he took a catch and redeemed himself. And now he can say, well, look, I stayed there, made 39, scored more than half the total team.
Why?
So unfortunately for Ireland, he had nobody who was willing enough to stay with him.
they've got to be very careful because they've got to stem the
The run flow,
yeah, because almost every over, West Indies Academy seeming to just get a boundary. So they've sort of lost their discipline playing around that delivery there. You've got to look to hit that down the ground.
Brings the over to an end. So it's the first over after tea here at Coolidge on the second day. West Indies Academy batting a second time, 65 for 1. Teddy Bishop is on 21 and Akeem August is on 24. The lead now 319.
See, when you're playing the on drive, Terry, you got to get low. Your hips got to be low. You got to turn your hips into that position. You got to stay over the ball so you can. The on drive is the hardest shot to play, and most of the times the bowlers are angling at your pads. So for somebody like a Teddy Bishop, that stride has to be a lot bigger.
Yeah,
And
a lot more assertive.
Yeah, and his
transfer
base,
the
yeah, you
weight.
got to be able to transfer his weight. He's got to be peeping. Got to be looking, get that. He's a right-hander, so he's got to be looking to lead into that ball. It's very important and hit that ball down the ground. Even when he was facing Frost, he was more in an upright position. He's got to make that adjustment. He's still low, a low base, stay closer to the ball.
Be forced to continue his spell from the northern end. About 3 overs so far, no wicket for 15. Almost
Frosty,
playing
lovely.
around that. Zugust. I heard you and Marty calling him Frosty. I wonder if his nickname's Jack, though.
Well, we heard the Frosty, so maybe they didn't add the Jack to that one. Come on, Frosty. Lovely Frost, lovely.
People who don't live in the Caribbean would be
winter-
surprised that we do get Jack Frost very early in the morning. Occasionally. This time of the year.
It's Christmas time, Terry.
And we're all home for Christmas. Nice punch there by August. Up to Long On. Moves him on to 25. The score 66 for 1.
Forward, stay, 45. Hang on.
You think they'll bat out the day, Vernon?
If I think,
If West Indies Academy will bat out the day?
how many overs to go in the day's play?
What have we got? 38.
38.
Okay, not too far. Not too
Should give them, I think if West Indies is about another 20 overs in, maybe 25. And you take 2 out of that, at least you get 10 at them before
10.
the close of play.
13.
Yeah.
Got all the time in the world, so they still have the luxury of batting on.
You
As
can't think
they
about
wish.
tomorrow, Terry. You have to think about today.
Think about today. Get the job done today. Reverse sweep. Very well played by Bishop into the boundary. 4 runs.
We call it a switch hit. And he tried it before. He got down. Sometimes when you practice these for hours and hours and then you get them off in a game. You see, cricket is a mental thing, and what happens off the field, Terry, could
Yep,
more or less
plays a big
affect
part. Mm,
as to how you prepare yourself in the circumstances of your innings.
true.
And sometimes a lot of players, they want everything ready-made. And if it's not there, and it's almost like a problem. And even the leadership around the team, you got to start bringing up players to understand that they understand that this is a real life situation. This is life. Things can happen. Control the controllables most of the times.
Go, Scotty.
End of the Frost over. So another boundary out of that over that could determine very much when or if West Indies Academy declared tonight or not.
But Frosty's going to have to bowl at least 20 overs today, Terry. He's bowled how many so far?
Yeah,
4?
he's bowled 4.
So
and
he's
he
got to bowl
bowled,
another 15 from that end.
he
I
bowled-
don't see him coming off
No,
from the CIU end at all.
he played that holding role in the first innings. Bowled a packet of overs in that first innings. 70 for 1 here though. Both batsmen, Teddy Bishop and Auguste, are on 25.
They're only just slowing down the game because the game is really going so fast that they could find themselves under the gun. The lead is already over 300. The West Indies will be looking to push that lead up to 400 and 450.
Batsman, change the bowler. Right arm over.
We have a new bowler, Terry.
Yes, Scott Macbeth is coming on for his first spell in the second innings. He was a bit expensive in the first innings. I think it was 4 overs for 30 odd.
33.
It'll be spin from both ends. Dahani's not happy though. He's coming down to have another chat with his bowler.
Yeah, slow the game right down. Just slow it down. You certainly have to just slow it right down. Just make the West Indian batters wait for a while.
324 is the lead currently.
They'll be figuring out which side they're going to try and bowl. Well, you can see they have a more or less a balanced field, more 5-4 field. You know, sometimes, Terry, I see
Right arm wrong to you.
captains sitting 6-3 fields and, 7-2 fields. You have to be experienced to bowl to those fields. You just don't set a field because you want to set a field.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Auguste. Strokes it out to the man on the point boundary. Easy single. He goes to 26. The score 71 for 1. Bathed in sunshine we are here at Coolidge, home of West Indies cricket. Coming back over the wicket now is Macbeth, the right-handed Teddy Bishop. Slapping that through the cover region. There is a sweeper out on the cover point boundary.
Tom Mayers just for a moment looked as if he had lost it. And by the time he saw the ball, then he sort of reacted.
They complete another 2.
Got to get closer to that ball. Got to get deep and get closer and find the gap.
Those were the type of the deliveries that Naeem Young yesterday were using the depth of the crease very well and planting into the car park. Oh, another misfield by Carmichael, but this time doesn't cost him anything.
Could be the shades.
Stroked out to the sweeper again on the cover point boundary for another comfortable single there to Bishop. He moves on to 28. The score 74 for 1. But they be feeling the effects though too. They've been at it full on tour in a short space of time for the Irish boys, and that's slapped
Pass mid off.
past mid off into the boundary. 4 runs there by Auguste. So they still keep leaking boundaries in every over, basically, the Irish boys. So score rattles up to 78 for 1. The lead now 332. Auguste has gone to 30. Macbeth's first over costing 8.
But let's look at that shot and you realize perfect execution. Lovely balance from Auguste in playing that shot. He got right out to the foot. Pitch of the ball. His right foot, he came on his heel and hit through the line of the ball. That's the same thing that I would like to see him convert when the seamer is bowling to him, be it Foster McCarthy or even Mayers. Tends to just hang around, goes halfway, doesn't go right out to the pitch of the ball. That's why I think it is important that, these young players get an opportunity to play in England, South Africa, so you can begin to develop your craft to understand batting. If you want to learn how to bat, the place to go is England.
Yes, very true. As Frost will continue from the northern end.
Notice what I say, right? If you want to learn how to bat,
That's swept hard by Bishop out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single.
now the use of the wrist here now would have been important, Terry. He was looking for power. Sometimes you have to get a little finesse into your game, and you start to move the field around so you can roll your wrists. And rather than getting one, you get two. You might be able to get four if it just goes just behind square under 45.
Yep.
And people like Carl Hooper and so excellent. Brian Lau, those guys were very, very, very good sweepers of the ball. Always got the broom out. That's always a worrying sign for any bowler when batsmen start sweeping.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because one, there are two things that you're thinking about. You know, there are some players who can sweep length, and that's the tricky part sometimes. It's the mastery of playing spin bowling.
Bishop again on the sweep. That one's gone finer. Fine leg. Cuts
Terry?
it down to one.
See what I was talking about the power? You know, he could have just waited a little more and just paddled it right
Paddled
around
it.
under 45.
And got a couple.
Yeah, might have even got four.
May have.
Because those boundaries are very big, so you don't have to be expansive in that area. Lovely on drive. Big save there by Frosty.
Yeah. Lucky you got a hand to that.
I think he was, maybe he almost got into a collision with Teddy Bishop on the non-striker's end.
But the runs continue to leak. Basically scoring off every delivery here at West Indies Academy. Again he goes for the sweep. Half an appeal there by Frost.
Yeah, he's trying to sweep from, got to get the hands out, Terry, if you're going to sweep.
Huh?
It was just too close to him. That's what we were talking about in terms of length and what you're trying to sweep. Looked like it was there, but it wasn't really there. And it's a harder shot. It means that you got to work on your core, your legs. Got to do a lot of squats because you got to be able to get down there and stay in the motion, stay in the shot. You've got to feel under 45.
Defends that one back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 82 for 1. The lead is 336. Teddy Bishop is on 30. And Akeem August is on 32.
So where do we go from here now? Some 17 overs bowl, 82 for 1. Most likely, these two can get themselves their first, well, for Geese, half century. For Bishop, he scored 90 in the first game, so don't know if he'll have enough time to get 100. That's if they're maybe not thinking on declaring this evening. It's maybe not possible. They might come back tomorrow.
Yes.
But I would have given Torn and company a burst this evening. Pick up 2, 3, 4 wickets.
Yes, I would have liked to see that myself with the Irish down and tired. I see a lot of stretching going on out there, trying to keep themselves up.
They maybe can't wait to get back home, even though they're enjoying the weather here. It's been talking about 11-day match day packed into 18 days.
Yes, very full-on tour.
No.
Oh, and there we go, more
did-
misfield.
McCarthy didn't misfield that. And everybody knows that McCarthy will be fine. He dived over the ball.
He did.
That's
He
what I was
didn't have to
telling-
dive at all.
That's what I was telling you, Terry. Stay on your feet. Stay on your feet and stop the ball.
Another 2 to the score, 84 for 1. It's pulled hard through the mid-wicket area, but well fielded this time by the mid-wicket fieldsman.
Didn't get deep enough into the crease, and he was square on when he was trying to do it. You got to get deep so you can see the length of the ball. It gives you a proper elevation so you can execute the shot. It's much better.
Nicely played. Stroke to sweeper out on the cover point boundary for another single. 85 for 1. Gust moves to 35. So easy runs for the pickings out here for the West Indies Academy boys. No pressure whatsoever. Ireland need to, they can't take wickets, they need to stem this run flow.
Sometimes he gets so impatient, you gotta keep looking at the V. See, he's trying to go leg side of the ball. You know, get deep into your crease and punch the ball up to mid-off. Trying to go leg side to pull the ball onto the onside.
And brings out the reverse sweep again, doesn't make contact with the bat, takes the pad, run through for, no, miss the pad as well. I'll take a bye. To complete Macbeth's over. So at the end of the over, 86 for 1. West Indies Academy leaders 340. August is 35 and Teddy Bishop is 30.
I think the keeper was blinded by everything. You know, Terry, wicket keepers and goalkeepers, I think they have the toughest job in the world.
Definitely. No respite for them.
I think they
Watch
should get
every ball.
I think we should get an increase, especially the goalkeepers.
Yeah. See a goalkeeper at the moment that's keeping Man United in business, isn't it? They keep telling me.
He's a good boy. He's a good goalkeeper.
Frost start a new over to Bishop, and Bishop is punching that up too long on for another easy one. Moves to 31, the score 87 for 1. Turn nicely this time by August. Another easy single. It's gone through the motions here by the looks of it. The Irish boys, not much chat going on.
Can't. Got a long day. You got bowled over 72.
Yep.
What chatter can you have? The lead is 342. You only chat when you're on top. See, he's looking to go square. He can take that shot out. Look to hit the ball up, and he's trying to go leg side every time of the ball.
Turns that one nicely into the mid-wicket area. Takes the single. Lead now approaching 350 at 343. And that is a beautiful shot there by August. Straight as a die, straight over the ropes, into the side screen. 6 runs, moves him on to 42. Completes Froster's over. He's bowled 6 overs, no wicket for 33. West Indies Academy, 349 runs in front, 95 for 1.
Onslaught continues.
Yes, he's doing a lot of chatting to his two spinners, is Doheny, trying to rev them up. But
At the same time, he wants to be attacking, and at the same time, he has to be defensive.
yes, not a lot of options for him. He drops the mid-on back to long on. Beaten there on the cut shot is Bishop.
No movement of the right foot to get across to the line of the ball. The ball is pitched outside the line of the off stump. Got to get closer to the ball so you can find the gap.
This time he just knocks it up to long on. Easy single. He moves on to 33. The score 96 for 1.
In a different context, Terry. Mid on that long on fielder, long off, would have been maybe inside the circle, so it might have been different. Would have had to improvise a new shot.
Mm-hmm.
You see the difference when Ogis comes forward? You see how compact he is when he leads with his head on his shoulders. You got to keep peeping all the time. Keep watching the ball.
Tossed up and driven over the top of mid-off into the boundary. 4 runs. So Geese moves on to 46. The lead fires over 350. Hundred for 1. West Indies Academy in their second innings lead 354.
He's growing in confidence. He's somebody who we've seen around for the last three years here in Antigua and Barbuda, from the youth level up to the men's academy. So he's always shown glimpses of promise. But as Mally rightly said, what is his second position? Batting position.
Yes.
That seems to be the worry.
No.
Yes.
And it maybe comes down to him too. He has to factor in his mind. He can't be at this stage of his life, of his career, saying, well, wherever they put me, I go. You know, he has to put himself in a comfortable position to know what he wants.
Yeah, and then once he decides, make that position his own.
His own.
Yeah.
Because you can tend to have situations where the coaches are trying to predict your career. You have to look at the bigger picture to figure out, all right, I'm in an
What's
academy
best for
setup.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's on the bench? You got Leonardo Julian, you got Rivaldo Clark, you got Terry Laraja. All right, so I'm competing against these 3 guys. How do I keep my spot? And to keep my spot, I'm a number 4, number 5 batsman. I have to score runs. Or you might look around and say, hey, think I'm going to take a shot at the top order because there's an opening there.
But that's what you were saying with Alec Artenis, and it was good that not only he realized, but they realized what he was doing. CWI selectors must be given a lot of credit too, and moved him up today for the first one day against England.
But that might have been a move that might have been generated by the West Indies head coach, Darren Sammy.
Could have been, yeah.
He might have instituted that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a situation where they're also going to have to look at the test level to figure out, because you can't have Bratwett and Chandapal batting the same way at the test level.
But we said that though, didn't we, before Chandapal made his debut?
No.
Because you're going to end up in a sort of pressure situation where the batting styles are the same.
Yep.
And you can end up
You're not
pressure
going
back
nowhere.
on the West Indies team.
Yeah, the rest of the batting lineup.
He's been told Frosty now to bowl flatter faster. You could see that.
Yep. Stump to stump. They need to stop this scoring.
Yeah. He's been given specific instructions.
Found nicely by August. The square leg region for another comfortable single. He moves on to 47. 48. 102 for one. Slip comes in for Teddy Bishop.
Do you want most to go to another cover? Okay.
Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
See that one again, Jason? I think that might have been pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
Looked like going down a bit.
Good call. Mario Abbott, she's steady.
Yeah, they've swapped ends.
She's been impressive. Hope to see her some more.
Oh,
The slip
Yes,
for the
they-
first time finally comes out.
comes out, yes. He asked him if he wanted extra cover. He said no, now he does. After wrapping him on the pad.
I think what they're trying to get Teddy Bishop to do is to overhit the ball. He doesn't stride out enough to the leg spinner, Terry. He sort of uses his hands. So they're looking to get him caught in that area. See, and every time the ball goes short at him, he goes leg side of the ball rather than get in line and punch the ball, more or less. Because he goes
Yeah.
leg side of the ball to try to go square.
Right. Whereas if he stayed behind the
To
line
get
of the
deep
ball,
into his crease and
he'd be able to knock it straight.
and punch,
Yeah.
punch the ball down there.
and he'd get his single quite easy. End of the over. 21 overs have been bowled at the West Indies Academy second innings, and they're 102 for 1. Teddy Bishop is on 33. Okim August 2 away from a half century, and the lead is 356.
But they've managed to slow the game down, Terry, for sure.
Definitely.
So Ireland are controlling the pace of the game now. Ewan Lane just bringing on a fresh pair of gloves for Teddy Bishop. Young man ambling off. After this series, the men's academy will have a break.
Well earned break too.
Yeah, they've had a great year.
Yeah, a long season. But excellent season though. Headley Weeks winners. Played well in the Super 50, unlucky to make the final four. Couple of them getting West Indies A selections and Test selections.
Just want to be in a situation where we have some batting camps taking the place around the region.
There we go. Carmichael, our friend, stopped that one. Got a round of applause.
No, this time you got a standing ovation. Everybody stood
Poor
up.
guy. Oh, chased a wide one there, August, with no
Again.
contact made.
Again, his hands going,
Yeah,
and
his feet not
his
moving.
feet not getting anywhere close to the ball. He could have just got a neck. You got to keep doing the right things, especially in batting, because those little bad habits can creep in.
Mm-hmm.
They're bowling to a particular plan, and so they recognize that his alignment of his head is not getting close to the ball. He's just looking to try to score. So they're taking away that boundary option and bowling him wider.
Leaves that one alone to complete the Macbeth over. And at the end of the over, West Indies Academy in their second innings are 102 for 1. Overall lead of 356 runs with Akim August on 48 and Teddy Bishop on 33.
So we have at least another hour and 17 minutes of play. We're down to what, 20 overs to go, Terry?
30.
30?
Mm-hmm.
So we still got a whole long, but with the spinners
The
on,
whole session.
yeah, that would certainly help.
Yes, because we won't. We'll light fading about 5:30, 20 past 5. They won't get 30 overs in. You wouldn't expect.
My back is already, he's bowled 4 overs. Frosty comes. Is Frosty coming back?
Yeah.
Frosty's bowled so far 7, so out of the 30, Frosty will have to bowl another 10, 12 before the day is finished.
False start there, but I don't think Teddy Bishop was quite ready either. Forward, big appeal again, but not out.
I think he was hit outside the line of the off stump.
Got a bit of stride in this time too. It was closer though. August just coming down to have a chat with him.
He's trying to get a little fancy there rather than get the bat in front of the pad.
Yeah, with the ball just flighting back into him.
Just got to get that bat out there. Yeah, that's the objective. See,
Better.
that's what I was talking to you about, Terry. See,
Mhm.
see when he comes here, see what happens? He does not bend his left foot. He
Yeah,
just
it's not a
uses his
full-
hands.
Full commitment.
Yeah, got to stay low to the ball. You see the difference when Kevlin Anderson is batting? See the base?
Sweeps that one. Straight down to a fine leg for a single. Takes him on to 34. 103.41.
I think I would love to be in the dressing room. I'd love to
Us boys.
hear the analysis that takes place, especially with the batters, and how much work they go back to the net and put in.
Gus gets a edge down towards the third man boundary, crosses the line now, and that brings up his half century. So well played to Kim August. He moves on to 52 from 69 deliveries, and the score 107.41. The lead 361.
Yeah, very welcome half century for Akeem Ogis. Give him some confidence. I'm sure that was also one of the reasons why the West Indies men's academy team would have decided not to enforce the follow on to give some confidence booster, because there's still some spots available
Yes,
going
that's
into
true.
the 4-day competition. So
No,
competition for places is going to get very, very, very tight.
Mhm.
This squad has been together for now like 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
There have been some friends. There have also been some telling moments, because questions are being asked as to why Rivaldo Clark and company are not part of this setup.
Oh, that one turned.
Yeah. Turned big too.
Did. Two completely over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 107 for 1. The leader's 361. August is on 52. Teddy Bishop is on 34.
Had a ripper there. Had some bite on it. 361 the lead. Some 23 overs bowled in the process. So West Indies motoring on here. And Ireland will certainly be chasing a big one unless a miracle happens. And the miracle looks like it's not going to be taking place anytime soon. Meanwhile, lots of cricket action taking place at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies are 171 for 3, 171 for 3. Alex Atenez 66, King 35, Carty 16, Hepmeyer 13 not out, and Hope 35 not out. Bishop is working this into the short fine leg, picking up an easy single. Meanwhile, the action continues right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ogis His 50 came off 70 balls with 6 fours and 1 6. He's got to go and restart again. He's got to keep concentrating. Remember, it seems like a long time ago, Ireland were dismissed for 72 of 26.4 overs. McCarthy final return at the non-strikers end. Badly positioned there from Macbeth. Got to get behind the stumps. West Indies Academy scoring 326 all out of 96.5 overs. The lead 363 and counting.
That's good to see, though. 296.3 overs for the Academy, West Indies Academy innings. Looking, the test side is always looking about 100 overs. Spend time at the crease.
That's a single. That's a single. The
Definitely,
ball
yes.
watching. That's a
Standing
single.
there watching a diving Foster who come up a bit sore there.
Yeah.
Tumbled across the field.
It was always a single. They were ball watching. Foster had to run at least 5 meters to his right.
Another over completed. So at the end of 24 overs, the West Indies Academy's second innings, they're 110 for 1. Overall lead of 364. The Gust on 53 and Teddy Bishop on 36. Going about their business very positively, still in a very casual way, because they're miles in front of the game and miles in front of the clock. So it's up to them.
I don't think time is the issue here now.
Not at all.
I think is when.
Yeah, up to them when they want to pull the pin, whether that'll be tonight and have a few overs at the Irish boys, or they just bat out the day and come back tomorrow.
You know, I'm reflecting sometimes, Terry. It's just amazing, the contribution of so many folks in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
Those who have gone beyond, those who are still here. And we're talking about all aspects of society in the Caribbean. University of the West Indies celebrating 75 years. Eastern Caribbean Central Bank celebrating 40 years. CARICOM celebrating 50 years. I mean, these are institutions in a modern day world that continues to show representation of the Caribbean people, and supported by West Indies cricket as well. And when you look at the history of West Indies cricket, the ups and the downs, sometimes we got spoiled because we were world champions, world beaters for a period of time. We took it for granted that we were always going to just produce personnel, but the rest of the world have caught up with us, and now we have to redouble, refocus, and come up with master plans. In a small society with about 9 million people,
There, Scotty, yeah.
you want to use as much of your resources, your human resources, as possible.
Definitely.
Nelson here, 111 for 1.
Yes, 1-1-1 for 1. Boy.
Mistimed.
Yeah, but
I think he will get away with it.
Clears McCarthy into the ropes, 4 runs.
I think if you got closer to the ball, you'd have been able to hit it all the way for 6.
Yeah, True didn't get all of it. His eyes lit up. He saw Frost toss that one up. 4 runs nevertheless, though. He moves on to 57, score 115 for 1.
A lot of the batsmen still afraid to use their feet. He's
Yeah,
using
that's
his
better.
feet nicely there. I think if he'd used his feet to the one before,
Yeah, it would have gone sailing.
He just sort of uses his hands. He's got good bat speed.
He's a good batsman, former West Indies under-19s captain, and unfortunately in that last under-19s World Cup, which was held here in the Caribbean, he took ill, and it was Kevin Wickham that came in, and Kevin Wickham, although he played a couple of games less, he ended up was in the top 3 or 4 with the batsmen. Swept high over.
Needed a Superman
Short
effort there
fine leg,
from
yes.
Macbeth.
Just the single completes over number 25. West Indies Academy 116 for 1. August is on 58 and Teddy Bishop 37.
Tector, who hurled that ball in, he looked a very worried player. His form has really not come to the party as yet. Maybe it could happen in the second innings.
Yes, 3 ducks and a 2 with the bat. We haven't seen him with the ball. But as you and Marley were saying, maybe he's got a slight niggle or something that's stopping him from bowling. But it hasn't been a favourable tour for him. As Macbeth looks to continue.
And 16 for 1.
No.
Turned nicely, but a good effort there by the mid-wicket fielder. Prevents any run.
I think it's Morgan. Is it Morgan?
Yeah, Morgan Tobin, is it? Looks like.
Yeah. That's a good
He
cricket shot.
Stayed over the ball, yes.
He got deep into the crease. That's 2 runs. The running was very poor there. Bishop has turned his back.
Yeah,
Got to look to get 2 there.
the running is in a bit ordinary in the last couple of overs. Bishop back on strike. He's on 37. Simply turns it into the onside for another easy single. Score moves up to 118 for 1.
One of the things I will never understand, Terry, is that sometimes you look at 4-day cricket or you look at test cricket and people are ambling. Some teams. Let me use that. Some teams.
Tossed up that time, driven beautifully by August. Back down past the bowler, into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, had a sweet sound on the bat. On drive, more or less like a tennis slab. A lot of bottom hand came into that effect. All along the ground.
Yes, well executed, moves into the 60s, 63 now, 122 for 1, the lead 376.
And he too might feel that he can get 100 here too, based on how he's batting.
Definitely.
Like I said, there's competition for places. With the 4-day series starting sometime in the middle of January, I think it's around about the 18th or so. That's what I've been hearing from Jason.
Okay, so as you said earlier, about 6-7 weeks time. End of the over, 122 for 1. Augusta's on 63, Bishop is on 38, and the lead is 376. But that's great that they're playing in the 4-day competition. Exactly what they need.
Then I think they're also going to be continuing the Headley Weeks
Excellent.
series.
Right.
But I don't know when the revamping of the franchise will
system.
come, but I'm telling you, I might have been thinking about maybe revamping the franchise system this year, Terry, simply for the main reason of with the World Cup coming up, because that window needed to begin to start to make some minor adjustments into that area.
Right. Yes, the World Cup, T20 World Cup here in the Caribbean and the US.
We're 6
Comes
months
up in
away.
June, yes.
And that 6 months could race up on you very quickly. Lovely on drive.
Right. Frost this time.
And again, Terry, had he used his feet,
Yes.
he'd been able to
Turn
hit that on the full.
Turn that into a full toss.
Yes. Gotta get confident, we were practicing this way it's gonna be. Gotta jump on it. From the time he gets up there, you gotta get down and meet it.
Yeah.
Need to. See, they're just ambling. You have to factor in, Terry. His boundaries are about maybe 75. Would it be fair for me to say that?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, about 75. Next time I ask Karim, but I'm sure I have that right. Between 75 to, I said between 70 to 75.
70 to 75, yeah.
Right? So you have to calculate that when you pace a ball in a particular area, that person has to have a good strong arm to be able to run you out coming back for the second run.
True. Takes the inner portion of the bat. No harm done.
Because more bottom hand was coming into play there. So the bat face ended up closing again.
So Bishop moves on to 40. Score 125 for 1.
One of the things also, I'll come back to that, Terry, just a thought process for me. Stayed low to the ball there, O'Geese, and stroked it out into the offside. One of the things which I think can help, even though it might be a longer season, is that if you had an Australian A team or a Bangladesh A team or a South Africa A team playing during your 4-day competition, that in itself would also help to lift the competition as well.
Yeah, very true. So
Because sometimes we get comfortable just playing it among ourselves, right?
Ourselves, yeah. It brings more matches, more experience as well.
And you're not going to want
Different
South Africa.
opposition.
Whether it be England, South Africa, or
Whoever,
Bangladesh, you don't want them to beat you.
Right.
You don't want it to be the team who'll be beaten by one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to bring out the best out of you.
That's right.
But he will also judge as to where West Indies cricket is.
Yes.
Afghanistan coming to the Caribbean next year, Terry. That's going to be a tormentor, especially with these pitches that we have here.
Actually, going to be very interesting. The way spin gives us so much trouble these days.
Yeah, there's a different spin.
Definitely.
That's the headache.
Completion over here, 128 for 1. Lead is 382. Teddy Bishop is on 41. Akeem August is on 66.
The thing about it is that you only have to just look and understand. Afghanistan is fighting for a cause, and they're using sport to demonstrate that to the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes them so unique. That's what makes them, a team that to be reckoned with. Because when they come to the Caribbean, when they play against India, when they play against Australia, they want to demonstrate that they're ready for this.
Yeah, that they belong.
We take it for granted that we belonged. That's why we ended up out of the World Cup. Sort of an out-and-out ultra-defensive field set here, Terry, for our geese.
Oh, cut.
Ooh.
And flew fast and high to the slip fielder who basically knocked him over.
Cummins is supposed to take that, Terry.
Well, he didn't really go for it, did he? He just
He reacted.
half-heartedly put his hand up.
He
and
reacted.
was already past.
He reacted late.
Yes.
And maybe he might have been too close to Terry. I don't think he's exactly in the first slip position.
Right.
He's more or less... I can't say he's in first slip.
Sun?
Is it fair for me to say he's in first slip, Terry?
No, not really.
I think he's more or less still going to his left and second slip.
chased a wide one there, hit in the air, but safely down to long off. Augusta's moved on to 71, 133 for one, the lead 387. Approaching 400 as Kimogos 29 away from a century. Swept and swept one, but half stopped there by the short fine leg. Just a single to Bishop, he moves on to 42.
They're losing it. The energy.
Yeah, you can tell they're flat, they're tired.
They just thought they had that wicket break there. And chances like those, you got to take those. They need something spectacular. And Cummins, with a no, didn't come up with that catch. Should have been taken by Cummins.
Yeah, it was like it almost surprised him.
It was catchable.
Yeah, most definitely it was catchable.
You have to take those.
That's what you're standing there for.
It's not everybody that goes to slip is a slip fielder, you know, Terry.
True.
But Cummins is
But
expected to be a good slip fielder.
Right.
As a good slipper,
Right.
as they would say.
Mm.
4-4 in Antigua and Barbuda, 3-4 in Jamaica. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of cricket, West Indies. West Indies Academy there, 135 for one, 28 overs bowled. Still another 25 to go. It's going to be a long night.
Yes, 389 is the lead.
So these two have been given the license to first for Bishop to get a half century and a Geese to set himself up and get 28 more singles. It seemed like a daunting task away, but he's quite capable.
Yeah, and especially in a situation like this where there's absolutely no, excuse me, no pressure on him.
I think
Plenty
they're
of gaps
batting.
in the field.
I think they're batting Ireland completely out of the
this.
game.
Yes, most
The
definitely.
lead of 389. Ireland could be chasing anywhere close to 450, 475, the way these are playing.
That's well played. Good judge of a single that time between the pair. Moves on to 73, 136 for one. A lot of stretching going on by the Irish fielders, just trying to keep themselves buoyant.
You have to,
Definitely, no choice.
in the context of this. The good thing about it is that it's now after 4,
Yes, Frosty.
and the sun has more or less died
Yeah.
down
Getting into the cooler part of the day.
at that time of the year. Here in the Caribbean, the sun tends to go down very quick, especially in December.
Definitely.
It's the Christmas month, as we would say. We get the Christmas breeze, as Terry was talking about, the Jack Frost.
Mhm.
Depends on where you live in Antigua and Barbuda. I live in the northern side, and trust me, I don't have to
Gets
put on any
cool
air
up-
conditioner or
up
any
here.
fans.
Yeah, yeah, you'll be alright.
Yeah.
So thanks to Jason and his team, 360 crew. So it was a pleasure working with these guys.
And do it. Fantastic job. Especially the replays and how quickly the replays are
Yeah.
replayed.
Jason has got this like a science.
Can't be easy. Imagine you and me trying to do it.
Well, if Jason taught us for 2 days, we'll be
Oh,
able
but
to
that'll be different. Yeah.
we'll be able to try it. Kind of having a little knowledge in it, Terry. I
Well, true.
tried a couple of times there, but is the concentration level you have to be on the money all the time.
Boy, that's
Ooh.
gone through everything and everybody.
I wonder if he got a nick onto it.
Rolls Just stopped.
Hold on, let's find out. If he got an under edge onto it. No, it's buys.
Nice.
Wow, rolled along the ground. Worrying signs for Ireland. Over comes to and then 29 overs bowled.
And they took 3, I think, for that.
Yeah, 3 buys.
Or 2. 139 for 1 at the end of the over. Joaquim goes 73. Teddy Bishop 43 and the lead 393. The threes have it. The sun comes back out.
And while the sun is coming back out, pace is coming back out as well too.
Yes, Tom Mays has come back into the, or will come back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 11. Got a very good 5-wicket haul in the first innings of some 25 overs, or almost 25 overs. 5 for 60 odd. Toiled hard all day yesterday and picked up the final 2 wickets to fall today.
Love to see this academy team get a run out, a stint in Ireland, in England.
Yes, a reciprocal tour I'm sure is on the cards.
Replica tours also important.
Nicely stroked into backward point region by Bishop for a single. He moves on to 44, the score 140 for 1.
Still 23 overs to go in the day's play.
Yeah, wait. Far.
It's now 4:10 in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, 3:10 in Jamaica.
Mays is coming around the wicket to the left-handed August. Got the one slip in and a gully. Rode the bounce of that nicely and stroked it out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for another single. Moves on to 74. 141 for 1. Tremendous job on the manual scoreboard, and be happy that they're in shade for the first time today.
Not quite.
Almost. It's teasing them now. It's cracked nicely by a Bishop. We've got the sweeper out there on the cover point boundary. Just the single. Moves on to 45 though, approaching another half century. 45 off 70. The lead approaching 400, 396, Vernon.
Richie is on the scoreboard, plays for Rising Sun, plays a lot of tape ball. Very fantastic young man. Hits the ball very hard in the tape ball competition. In fact, in any cricket competitions. Big, strong lad.
Wide outside the off stump there by Mez.
Gets a belter. And he bowls a heavy ball. He bowls medium pace at that. He's the lone man on the scorer today, on the scoreboard.
Yeah, he's done a wonderful job today, being flying solo.
Marcelin, who's the liaison officer for the Ireland team, is keeping his company.
It's nice of you.
Yeah.
Again, too wide by Mez, but he's probably just hanging out there because they're trying to slow the game down as much as possible and stop the run flow of the West Indies Academy boys.
Well, he's bowling to a 6-3 field, and so they have to find an option to restrict the scoring and force O'Geese to come up with something
different.
Not only somewhat different, but
out of
try a come up with a new method, because when the ball comes between wicket and wicket, he's going quite easily. So they really want him to be chasing those wide balls where he has to move, his head has to move in alignment.
But even if you borrowed Teddy Bishop's broom for when Teddy sweeps, he wouldn't get anywhere near these deliveries, though.
So, Terry, it's
Drinks.
142 for 1 30 overs bowled. The lead is 396. We ourselves will take a break so that Jason can stretch his legs. Today he was exercising. He had to go across the field.
And he did all that in the drinks break.
Yeah, he did all that in the drinks break. The only thing he didn't do, he wasn't running like our friend. Self. Thank you, Jason.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the last hour of play of this final session of this, the second day of the second and final four-day first-class encounter between West Indies Academy and Ireland Academy. West Indies Academy strolling along on 142 for 1. Mammoth lead already of 396. They took a first innings lead of 254. Decided against the follow-on. The second innings 142 for 1. As I say, very good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to everybody. Just what the doctor would have ordered in terms of just finding some time at the middle for a few batters here for the West Indies Academy who probably would have been just a bit short of form. Short of time at the crease. Akeem O'Geese in particular, 97 deliveries now.
Yes, he's batted very well for his 74.
Mm.
No!
In a slightly different batting position that we've grown accustomed to seeing him
Yes.
over the last couple of years or so. It's been mainly a middle order batter.
Best boy!
Spent a lot of his time at number 3. We saw him in the one-day games this year being shunted down to like 5 and 6.
Yes, very true. We were talking about that with Vernon earlier, saying that got to figure out where he's most comfortable, where he feels most comfortable in the order, and then try and make that position his own.
Because he's been afforded quite a few opportunities in the last 12 to 18 months.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and straight through Teddy Bishop goes Frost. So Bishop loses his wicket after the drinks break. Huge gap between bat and pad as he went for a full-on drive there.
Not exactly sure what he was trying to do there when
No,
you see
but
that
he'd been
again.
playing so casually, like not casually, but so correct in just pushing it around for ones and twos. But that one he went for a full-blooded drive, missed, gone for 46. West Indies Academy lose their second wicket. They're 143 for 2.
That's the thing about Mike Frost. He's been threatening more often that inside edge of the right-handed batters. No real turn away from the bat. But he's just run them on with the arm more often from over the wicket. Just caught Teddy Bishop there unawares almost, looking to hit that through the offside. Just went through the gap. That's the second time we've seen Teddy Bishop bowl through the gap in this series, this time off a spinner. So just something for him to work on there in terms of just opening himself up to hit the ball through the offside and creating that gap.
Century maker from the first innings, Kevin Anderson strides to the crease. Interesting move. I thought we might have seen a bit of Kevin Wickham.
But I can tell you one thing's for sure is that Kevin Anderson loves to bat.
Definitely.
He's come back in here in his customary position, number 4. As he said, scored a brilliant 100 in that first innings, his second first-class 100.
Be facing Frost, who's got 2 deliveries left of his 12th over.
Just slightly different in terms of the light here today towards the end of the second day.
Yeah, it is a bit darker,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's a little more gloomy, a few more clouds around.
Still scheduled 22 overs remaining.
Didn't need another hit, big man. Huh? You didn't need another hit.
Once again, just going on with the arm there. He's kept it pretty much in between wicket and wicket as Mike Frost. Done a good job under the circumstances once again here in this second innings.
Yes, he did an excellent holding job in the first innings. And as Marley said, just stem the run flow as much as possible in this second innings. But the West Indies Academy, 144 for 2. Anderson just faced the 2 deliveries so far. He's on 0. Akeem August is on 75.
And it's important that Akeem O'Geese here takes full use of this opportunity he's been provided with. He's given the chance to really make an impact at the first class level here today.
Chasing a wide one there by Mays, who starts a new over. He's sixth. Yeah, and given the circumstances of the game, you never have a better chance of scoring 100, Marley.
Exactly.
Can take his time.
No
and
real
just
pressure.
Just push 25 singles if he has to. Plenty of gaps and everything, as Ireland are just looking to try and stem the runs. Mays continuing around the wicket to him.
Yet to pick up a wicket here today. Well, in this innings.
In the second innings, yes.
Not just today. He picked up a 5 for earlier in the day.
He did. Picked up the final 2 wickets to 4 in the West Indies Academy first innings.
Good to hear still a bit of encouragement out there from the lads, though. Shows you that they're probably not too demoralized.
And chased the wide one, got the edge, and he has to go. Disappointing, but that was the plan by Mez. He just kept hanging it outside, off stump, waiting, hoping that August would chase. He did just that. Takes the edge through to Captain Doheny. Lose their third, so 2 wickets in quick succession for the Irish boys after the water break. 144 for 3. And Akeem August disappointed, but a well-played 75.
Yeah, he played well, did Akeem, but on that occasion, just a lapse of concentration. Probably saw it creeping in this over. Played it 2 really wide deliveries. He probably thought he would have learnt from earlier in the over, just to allow that one through to the wicket keeper. No pressure at all. And in the grand scheme of things, that's very soft in this situation.
Yes, very soft dismissal, and you could see the plan as soon as Mays came back on just prior to the water break. He had no intentions of bowling at him, just stem the flow of runs A and B. Look for that mistake. He found it.
So just from a batsmanship perspective, disappointing for that dismissal, the way it happened.
Yes.
As I was saying, you've got to make use of these opportunities when they've
Definitely.
been presented, and you've been playing so well, and then to contribute so much to your own downfall, hard to take, and not a very high pressure situation.
No, not at all. All the time in the world.
Got to be hard on these young men at times.
Now this could be exciting. Kevin Wickham at the crease. So 2 new batsmen for the West Indies Academy. The lead is 398. Both Wickham and Anderson yet to get off the mark. Just arrived at the crease, both of them.
That's something the West Indies Academy would definitely want to address. Just the collapse of wickets after a substantial partnership.
Yes.
Actually, both teams in this series have been quite culpable.
Beaten there by a good one from Mays to complete the over. So he picks up his first wicket. He's bowled 6 overs now, 1 for 14. West Indies Academy lead by 398. They're 144 for 3.
Yeah, just caught in the crease there slightly. Kevin Wickham hasn't got his footwork going just yet. That's an area in which I think these young West Indies Academy batters can definitely improve. Got to be ready from ball 1 as you go up the levels. Quality of the bowlers increase. Got to find a way to get yourself going right away, but the end of a successful Mays over. His 6th wicket now in this match. Picking up that wicket of Aki Mogis. West Indies Academy 144 for 3.
Yes, and you see the footwork sometimes too, where they don't transfer the weights and get behind the line of the ball, try to hit some deliveries too square. But of course, that it is a learning curve for them.
It is quite difficult as well, because sometimes you're sitting in the pavilion watching a long partnership. You don't know when that wicket's gonna fall.
Right.
But you still got to try and find ways, whether it's an exercise bike, whether you run in place as a batter. You've got to find ways to be ready from ball one, as opposed to taking a bit of time. Sometimes you're not afforded the luxury of time.
Exactly.
What did they say?
One thing from Kevlin Anderson is he's just going to go about his business in his fashion. Don't expect him to think, oh, well, I got 100 here, so I'm just going to start blasting away. He's going to get himself in again.
Yeah, definitely. He always looks very solid, very assured, doesn't he?
There seems to be a player, the young player that I've seen so far that seems to know his game the best. Doesn't seem to drift too far away from what he considers his strengths. That's one of them right there. Knows what to play, what to leave, exactly. Knows where his off stump is.
Definitely.
And if you just get too straight, he'll clip you. If you're a bit too short, he'll stay at home, get deep in his crease. Nah, not sure about that one.
No.
The Irish just probably looking to buy one there, putting a bit of pressure on Maria Abbott, but she stands firm.
Like thigh pad.
Yeah, just a bit of the thigh pad there. Kevlin just signaling through. Yeah. They're letting Captain Doheny know. You understand why they're going up so vociferously at this point in time.
Definitely. Got nothing to lose.
This lead just 2 away from 400 now.
And that's well batted. He dropped the mid-on back to 3/4 of the way to the fence. And to entice a lofted shot by Anderson, but he was too clever for that. Just knocked it up to long on, all along the carpet, gets himself off the mark. So he's on 1. Wickham yet to score, 145 for 3, 399 the lead.
Yeah, and it was 400 that the West Indies Academy would have scored in match 1. It was good enough for an innings victory. Would have done the job in terms of really moving this game ahead rapidly, dismissing the Irish for just 72 here on day 2.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed, the Irish, especially after being rolled over for 62 in the second innings of the first match. And then to follow it up at just 72 today, after West Indies Academy posted 326. So that's put them right behind the 8 ball. And then the West Indies deciding not to enforce the follow-on, to bat on. Almost 400 to the good.
If you're following us and not the proceedings at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, West Indies in England, match 1 of this ODI and T20 series. England batted first, 325 all out. West Indies 247 for 5 after 42.3 overs. So they need 79 in 45 deliveries at this stage. You've got Mario Shepherd at the crease, 25 from 14. Captain Shea Hope leading from the front, 60 from 61. Should be a good finish.
Should be a good finish, and it's good to see a good fight. They fought back with the ball, the West Indies. And now put it up a good fight with the bat.
Yeah, it seems Romario Shepherd has just stepped to the crease, added that impetus to this innings. 25 from 14, 1-4, 2 sixes, strike rate 178.
Okay.
Still got Yannick Correa, Zari Joseph, Gudakesh Moti, and O'Shane Thomas to come. So, looks like it's going to be a pretty tense finish at to start this series. Bodes well for the future. Bodes well for the rest of the series, in fact. It's going to be a competitive one, we hope so. From all accounts, it's been absolutely sublime batting conditions.
Yes, that's what I keep hearing, yes. From about the first over this morning, David Gower was saying.
Belter.
Yes.
Haven't seen him for a while. Interesting to see him here in the Caribbean.
Yeah, he hasn't been here for the last couple of tours. Boy. Very wide again and going further away by Mays.
They've been quite lucky at times in this match. Actually, both sets of bowlers
not to be called
wide on a few of these deliveries. Because they've started wide, continued going at times, even to second, third slip.
Definitely.
So the umpires seem to just be a little lenient on these young boys at this stage.
Yeah, some of the deliveries have only just caught the edge of the pitch proper.
Just.
Nice stroke there by Wickham, but he can't beat the cover fieldsman to end the over. So 145 for 3. West Indies Academy in their second innings lead of 399. Anderson is on 1. Wickham yet to get off the mark.
No, it says 19 overs remaining on the board. Probably 18 after that one. Not sure they'll get these in.
Yeah.
Based on the light that we're seeing here today.
Yeah. 5 o'clock is the scheduled finish time, stumps time. And play the extra half hour, but they've been stopping about 5:15, 5:20 or so. And as you say, it's a bit more overcast
today
than it has been. So there might be a few overs short, but it doesn't look like West Indies Academy are in any hurry of pulling the pin just yet. And that would have a lot to do with it too. If it's the conditions are deemed too dark, the light is not good enough, then they won't be able to use their paceman.
Isaiah Thorne in particular has proven to be a real thorn in the Irish side.
Absolutely.
Pardon my pun.
Well run there by Wickham. Gets himself going with a couple. 147 for 3, and now the lead passes 400.
400, so West Indies will be happy with proceedings.
Definitely.
For these 2 days so far. Really setting themselves up for a convincing win.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
A tricky little period here for Kevin Wickham. No,
Yeah.
he's just been struggling mentally in terms of
so this is a good little test for him.
Yeah, a real test for him in this circumstance.
Ban out the rest of the day. It's nicely played, just up too long off for a single.
He's got to show a bit more conviction on those strokes. Especially with that man there at extra cover just flirting in that region. Anything just in that area catchable height. Slow ball from the left arm orthodox into approaching 40 overs in the match so far. 25 in the first.
Yeah, he certainly earned his keep.
I think Matthew Foster as well can definitely put his feet up after today. Said he's definitely putting a shift on this tour, that's for sure.
Most certainly. 148 for 3 at the end of the 35th over. 402 the lead. Wickham is on 3 and Anderson is on 1. Yeah, and they're the positives, though, that Ireland can take from this tour. The Fosters, the Frosts,
Mays,
McCollum with the bat.
I think Gavin Hoey as well shows that he's got the talent and the aptitude for the game with his leg spinners and the way he came in and batted towards the middle to lower order for this Irish team. A few things he can work with. Obviously, Murray Cummins and his 100 and a 90 as well.
And the captain himself, he looks organised.
Organised player as well, Captain Stephen Doheny. And Cade Carmichael.
Yes.
Showed that he's also got something about him. Morgan Toppin probably hasn't scored the amount of runs that he would like, but he also looked quite good at times.
And that's the thing, even though the West Indies Academy, as you were saying earlier, Mali, has had some collapses, they've found a way to counteract them and hit back.
For sure. Every time it's...
Right. Whereas unfortunately for Ireland, they once the collapse starts, there's no one there to stop
it.
Yeah. But they have had glimpses, a couple of 100-run partnerships. The first win in the
first
one-day match. Yeah.
Tom May showing some hitting ability also in that ODI in the one-day series, and then here picking up a 5 for.
And maybe when they're in trouble, if they reflect back on their first innings today, he might have come in maybe a place higher in the order.
Possibly.
With Carmichael going. Because that would have been interesting if Carmichael didn't get out as soon as he arrived at the crease,
What
if he had stayed half an hour or something.
Done,
yeah.
Probably wouldn't have felt the need to be as attacking as he probably
right, yeah.
ended up being.
Yeah, because once Carmichael left, there was nothing left, was there?
Decided to take it on himself. Just ended up missing that slug sweep. And they've struggled to really tackle Joshua Bishop as well more often than not. He's been,
to be fair,
he's been the guy.
Yeah, another 4 for today, 4 for 18, I think it was.
Yeah, he's been the common denominator from the one-day series through to this first class.
And when he didn't take a wicket, he come out and belted 100.
Belted 100, so he's showing what the potential he has as well as a cricketer, Joshua Bishop. Slightly unheralded as well, but I think he's highly rated amongst his peers, the rest of the cricketing fraternity here in the West Indies.
Oh, that was well bowled. Took off there.
That's the thing. That's the thing with
the
Tom
edge.
Hayes. Yeah, we were saying that earlier. He looks quite innocuous.
Yeah, and then all of a
long
sudden,
periods, and then out of the blue, he just produced an absolute jaffa. Something with a bit extra pace, something with a bit more swing, bounce. He wants to try and produce deliveries like that a bit more often.
Yeah. And that's what we were saying earlier, Mali, that maybe the extra yard or two of pace would enable him to do that on a more consistent basis.
Yeah, it'd be a more difficult proposition consistently. Ball in, ball out. But here he is again looking for another maiden. into his 8th, with just one delivery remaining for his 8th over. Once again, just
Oh, another misfield.
yeah, it's a long day, long match.
Definitely.
Actually, that was fee on hand. He hasn't played
hasn't.
in this in this game, so no excuses for him.
No, didn't get a hand to it.
Didn't. You thought about the massive hand he would have taken in that
Yeah,
first
the
game. Massive, stuck a massive mitt out,
Yeah.
took a spectacular catch. But here, just allowing that one to sneak through. But Kevin Wickham probably just caught in the crease there, not really sure whether to play or whether to leave.
True, and I think that was the previous delivery that had him in two minds there.
That one that would have swung away, yeah.
But one thing in his favour, what he did do though, he went at it with soft hands, so went straight to ground. 149.43, 403 is the lead. Frost to continue. Slapped nicely out to the cover boundary for another single. Wickham moves to 5. Anderson is on 1. And the 150 comes up.
150 now. West Indies Academy. 36.1 overs. It's been steady scoring since they've resumed batting here.
Turned nicely by Anderson down to the fine leg region, and good running enables them to come back for 2.
Yeah, easy 2 runs there in the end. Choosing not to enforce the follow-on was the West Indies Academy.
Yes.
I think in the end it's proven to be a pretty good decision in the circumstances.
True.
Under these circumstances. Down a fast bowler in Naeem Young, probably just carrying a little bit of an injury.
Sneaker single here. Very quick was Wickham to call Anderson through.
The speedster Isaiah Thorne probably would have just completed a pretty long spell at the time.
True.
Timing's everything in this game
True.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, in theory, you would think, hey, put them back in, knock them over, get 2 days off. But no. It's gone a bit slower here as Frost, especially to both Anderson and Wickham. It's not really firing them in as we saw to Teddy Bishop and Akeem Ogis.
Yeah, I think he reads the game situation
Very well.
Yeah, the partnership was going. The scoring was too easy. He had to try and tie up one end, whereas now he's got 2 new batsmen, so he can afford to be a bit more circumspect and let them have a look.
Also, just comparing both orthodox spinners in terms of Joshua Bishop and Mike Frost. Josh Bishop really does toss the ball up at times. But what's remarkable is how quickly it drops out of the air.
Yeah, it sort of really dips at the end, doesn't it, where you want it.
Which tells you he's putting a lot of revolutions on the ball.
Yep.
Getting it to fall out of the air quite quickly, but at the end of a decent over that from Frost, he's trying to hold things together as he was in that first innings and doing a pretty good job of it. 64 from his 15 now. Anderson 4, Wickham 6. West Indies Academy a 154 for 3. The lead now is 408.
Yes, 408 and building. We get towards the end of this second day. Tom Mays will continue. Ball in with 1 slip and a gully to Kevin Wickham. It's into the pads of Wickham that time, but Wickham can't beat Cade Carmichael there at short mid-wicket.
just coming down slightly now. It's threatening. At
It's
one point, it
threatening.
was above 5.
Yeah, yeah.
It's come down now. It's just above 4, 4.14.
Nicely turned by Wickham this time backward of square for a single.
So fair play to the Irish.
Yeah, they've stuck at it because they must have felt, when's this going to end
Yeah.
type thing, And you saw a lot of stretching going on. They were obviously getting tired. They'd been out there all day yesterday, a hot day.
And they probably thought the West Indies Academy would have come out and just looked to tee off as well.
Right,
Try
yeah.
to score runs as quickly as possible. But they're really trying to ground them down here, the West Indies Academy. And from a West Indian perspective, you want to see that ruthlessness.
And that's lobbed straight by Anderson into the hands of the short extra cover fieldsman. Another pretty... Frost, was it?
Yeah.
Another pretty soft dismissal. Old Jack Frost.
Just a bit of swing on that one again from Tom Mays. As we see Anderson running off.
Racing off. Are they declaring? No.
No, it looks like Carlin Bowen Tuckett. He's coming to the crease at number 6. Ideally, normally it would have been Naeem Young
Yes.
step into the crease.
Yes.
Giving Carlin Bowen Tuckett an opportunity. And also Young has been off the field for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, had to go off during a decent spell of bowling from himself, the skipper. So Carlin Bowen Tuckett comes to the crease to join Kevin Wickham. 155 for 4. 409 the lead. We've got 13 overs remaining in the day's play. Probably won't get all of those 13 overs in, but close enough.
Wasn't quite there for the drive, was it?
No,
Not
no.
full enough. And swinging, still going wider.
Yeah. He continued through with the shot and just
And also didn't really go
lobbed
after it with any
No,
real
no
conviction, did he?
No.
Ended up lobbing an easy catch to the extra cover fielder there. Frosty in the game.
So what would you do, Marley, if you were West Indies Academy? If they bat out the rest of the day, which obviously they will now, given the conditions and everything else around. Say they add another, they go at 3 and over or so, they add another 30 or 40 runs, gets them up to around 200. A lead of 450. Would you put them in straight away tomorrow morning, or would you bat half an hour just to
It just depends.
put them off?
Yeah, it just depends on the mind games, right? That's the luxury you have afforded yourself by being in this position.
Definitely.
So now you have all the control. West Indies Academy, ideally, I think personally from perspective, in terms of what you're asking, I'll probably come out, have a little bat for half an hour.
Yep. Makes a difference, you know. I remember back in 88, 89, a Boxing Day test, but they actually didn't start it on Boxing Day that year. They started it the day before Christmas.
Right.
Christmas
The
Eve.
Christmas
Freezing
Eve
day
test.
it was,
Wow.
yeah.
We're in Melbourne.
In Melbourne, yeah. But anyway, Stumps Day 4, West Indies were 395 in front with 1 wicket remaining. And they all said, your father, Richards, will declare overnight, we'll be batting first thing in the morning. Richie Bernard was on the commentary then, and the Australian boys, that's what they were saying. And Bivy said that night, watch this, they'll get the shock of their lives in the morning. And he sent Pato and
Back
Walshy out there.
How long did they bat for?
They
Another
bat
half an hour?
about
or so?
half an hour.
Yeah,
And
that
then
would
he
be
called him in.
very annoying.
Australia fell over 110, 114 or
That's
so.
the mind games that you can play. It's a very psychological game, this.
Definitely, definitely.
That's over.
290 for 5. We're
West
getting
Indies.
a score from
36 runs
the
in
stadium.
22 deliveries.
Oh, still 5 wickets.
Still 5 wickets in the Hutch Shea Hope 26, and it's Romario Shepherd. Wow. 47 from 26
Wow.
deliveries. four fours, 3 6s. And to be honest, when I saw him with the new ball a bit earlier as well for the West Indies, I was thinking, ooh, not so sure about that. But when you really look at it, Romario Shepherd's contributes most
Middle, please.
as a lower order batter more
Yes.
often than not.
True,
He
true.
makes
Then
a positive,
then with the ball, you mean? Yeah,
positive
yeah. Mm.
contribution to the West Indies in that role. He can bowl at the death as well at times, but I don't know. It's his batting that's really improved, gone to the next level.
Yeah. Bring it home, son.
Let's hope he does. 300 for 5 now.
But
26 and
fantastic
20.
ever, because as we were
Fantastic.
saying earlier, when's the last time we scored 300 in a one-day match?
Yeah.
Chasing. Mm.
Especially in front of a big crowd there at the
Right.
North Sound Cricket Grounds of Vivian Richards Stadium.
So Colin Bourne Tuckett facing Frost here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Just a bit slower there.
Jumped on him.
Just a bit of bounce
Nice,
as well. Important Colin Bowen Tuckett doesn't get the hands too low here to defend. It's important you're not defending the spinners too low, especially on a pitch that just bounces occasionally.
True.
Just there.
Yeah, he does get very
Nice
low.
pass
Doesn't he? He's a short man to begin with.
These are the little things you can pick up.
Turn nicely. Backward of square for a single. Gets Bowen Tuckett off the mark. Score goes up to 156 for 4. The lead 410.
Yeah, he was dismissed for 6 in the first innings. Colin Bowen Tuckett, that leading
Mike.
edge, looking to play a bit too square. Just there on that occasion as well, looking to just play into that onside. Important he looks to play as straight as possible, especially early in his innings.
Yes, he tried to whip one in the first innings, wasn't it? Got the leading edge.
I think it was caught at mid-on in the end.
Ball going straight up in the air. So at the end of the over, 157 for 4. West Indies Academy lead by 411. Kevin Wickham is on 7. Bowen Tuckett is on 1.
There's the sun. Actually
Comes
makes
back
an
again,
appearance.
yes.
Long shadows though, now casting their way over the CCG ground. Tom Mays done a very good job here in this second inning. 16 overs. You think Matthew Foster probably for the first time on this series maybe just starting to flag a bit physically here on day 2.
Bowen Tuckett right in behind that delivery. Yes, Matthew Foster, you can't blame him though for feeling a bit jaded.
Yeah.
He's put in tremendous amount of work. Both these 4-day first-class matches. Squeezes off the outer portion of the bat all the way along the ground though.
To just highlight just how good he's actually been, Matthew Foster. As we said, came into this tour probably one of the players who wouldn't have a full-time professional contract.
Right.
But based on his performances, especially in that first match, and with the changes made in the Irish lineup, he would have kept out a Fionn Hand, someone who would have played the Lord's Test this year versus England earlier up in the summer. Ireland versus England. think backhand do the ball quite well as well, especially in that first innings for the West Indies against the West Indies Academy in match 1. But it was Foster who was just a bit more consistent, hit that fuller length more often and reap the benefits as well.
I think he might be offered a professional contract though after this series.
Yeah, if they can find the revenue and
Yes, that's the big thing, isn't it? Driven partially off the outer portion of the bat, flies through the gully region into the boundary for 4. Kevin Wickham playing away from his body again.
It's just been a bit of a struggle for Wickham here in this innings, hasn't it? Not his customary self in terms of maybe that bodes well going forward.
Yeah, if you can graph this one out.
Yeah, because a lot of the time he comes out and he starts smoking it sweetly from ball 1. And he just does something a bit daft and is back in the pavilion. But here, just the luck going with him, not going to hand at the gully position. It's on 11 now. That lead 416 for the West Indies Academy. What's that say on the board? 13 overs remaining. Just about 5 o'clock now. I anticipate maybe another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Half an hour the most of play. The sun just beaming into the eyes now of a Kevin Wickham. How would that affect the vision?
Yeah,
of
the
the
baller
batter
coming out of the shadows.
Out of the shadows, yeah. The end of that maze over. 10, actually. Where did I get 16 from before? He's 10. He's got 2 for 21. 162 for 4. Must have been looking at someone else's figures. Maybe I was looking at Frosty, to be fair.
Yeah, because he'd be up around 16
Yeah,
or
let me
so,
see.
wouldn't he?
I think I was still looking at Frosty's figures. So I was like, wow, Tom Mays, 16 overs. What an effort that would have been. Like, here I am giving him the
But
big talk up, eh?
10's a good enough effort.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Was Frost
It was
there.
Frosty. Thanks, Jace.
162 for 4. Ballan Tuckett on strike. And sweeps that one down to fine leg. Picks up a single. He moves on to 3. 163 for 4.
I'm sure some viewers at home are saying, Matty, can't you even read the screen? What are you doing? Yeah, it's Mike Frost, though, into his 17th, 66. He's conceded, picked up the 1 wicket. Looking for another one here. Opportunity, though, to remove Kevin Wickham. Probably not at his fluent best in this inning so far.
Not at the moment, no.
Maybe.
But that was good batting. Take one and be happy.
Down the other end, eh? Feet probably not moving the way you would have liked so far. Not the same energy at the crease we're grown accustomed to seeing from the young man just yet. But he's still in there, as you said.
Oh, played all the way around that. They appealed for a stumping because he was off balance. Not out, says the square leg umpire, but he played all around.
Wow.
A delivery that was pitched up and spun away from him. Frost thought he had his man there.
It's probably just best served just watching this ball as closely as possible here, Carlin Tuckett.
And keep trying to play straight now.
Straight as possible,
he looks to knock nearly every delivery into the leg side.
Especially with Frost varying his pace as well as he is.
That squirts off the
Hold, Mike.
inner portion again.
You don't often see a batter that outfoxed by a slow delivery from a spin bowler, do you?
True.
Actually, he was way through that shot too early. It was actually so slow that he had time in which to get back.
Yeah, because he lost his balance
he lost
and
his
everything.
balance, yeah.
Lovely Frosty.
You can tell based on his bat, that Grey Nichols Willow that he's got in his hand, he hits a lot of balls. It's a lot of red marks all over
True.
that bat face. So he's definitely someone who does a lot of practice.
Nicely turned by Wickham. He's called for 2 and completes them comfortably. So 2 more to Wickham. He goes on to 14. Score 167 for 4 at the end of that over. Lead 421.
Yeah, I think almost unassailable lead now. Well, not almost. I would say it's unassailable
Yes,
at this stage.
especially what we've seen from the Irish on tour, and especially in the last couple of innings that they've played.
But knowing the Irish, the kind of people that they are culturally as well, I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a performance tomorrow.
Yeah, the fight in
plucky
Irish,
fight
you know?
back, yeah.
Or
From
someone, a couple of them put up their hand and bat a day and a half.
We know
or
they've
so,
got the
and
ability.
yeah, save the match. You never know.
Nice stop.
I'd like to see that as well. Almost just test these West Indies Academy players as well. Going into the last 2 days.
Yeah, most definitely, because they're full of confidence. They've had a great season. And they're right on top of their game. So any fight or anything. But I think the problem, and this is psychologically too, is Thorn.
Yeah, it is. It's not something they would have come up against
No.
too often.
Carmichael hitting the stumps.
Yeah, just to touch on that again quickly, Terry. Yeah, they wouldn't have been faced with a bowler of his pace,
Of genuine pace.
genuine pace
yeah.
too often, especially on those pitches in Ireland. Probably a bit more spongy, a bit more tennis body in bounce. That's why,
Very true.
actually, if you think back, the best innings that we've seen from the Irish has been in the first innings of match 1 in this first-class series on a pitch that probably wasn't as quick as it could have been.
True. Yeah.
It was on day 3 in which it really quickened up.
Yeah.
I anticipate a bit of that tomorrow as well, to be fair. If you look at these foot marks a bit close, you still see they're a bit dark, which just tells you that still a bit of moisture underneath. It's that moisture that's actually kept this wicket together as well as it has,
Yeah.
especially in these hot conditions. Pitches just tended to break up a bit and it's really brought spinners into the game on 3rd and 4th day.
And maybe that came into the conversation too. Will we enforce the follow-on? Won't we? Well, I think it's going to quicken up on day 3, so let's wait.
Exactly.
Give the fast bowlers a bit more of a
more
rest.
time and
Yeah.
more opportunity, and they're a bit fresher to have a go at the Irish batters tomorrow.
And it also plays it safe. It takes out the surprise element. You know, if Ireland had come out and scored 320 or something in their second innings and given them 70 to win, you know, it would be maybe a bit tricky. Chasing in the last innings.
It was Jason that was just telling us off here. So the West Indies have won the first match
Excellent.
the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium versus England, winning by 4 wickets with 7 balls remaining.
Wow.
326 for 6 they end on.
Excellent.
Shea Hope, 109 not out from 83 deliveries. So just upping that strike rate
Definitely,
towards the
yeah.
end there. And Romario Shepherd as well.
And another 100 from the skip.
Mm.
Brilliant.
Another 100 chasing for the skipper. Romario Shepherd 48 from 28, 4 fours, 3 sixes. So very good start to the series if you're a West Indian cricket fan. One down, another to go here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
An excellent win there for West Indies. Chase down 326. 7 balls remaining. Phenomenal effort. Well done to the guys.
But just looking at that game, it seems like Romario Shepherd really came in, belted it. Number 7.
What did he end up with?
48 from 28.
Wow.
4 fours, 3 sixes, strike rate 171. Just what the doctor would have ordered.
Definitely, because there were 213 for 5 when Rutherford fell.
That's the luxury of having players that can do that towards the middle to lower order.
Under pressure, in a chase.
Just got to work out this bowling aspect of his. What type of bowler is he? Is he a death bowler? Is he a new ball bowler?
Yeah,
what is he?
Is he a wicket taker? Is he a holder?
What is he?
Yeah, yeah.
We're not sure. Probably back him a bit more when you can allow the fields to spread.
He's got more protection.
Yeah, in the middle overs. But what we've seen is teams in the middle overs now really look to go after these bowlers. So, always an adjustment to be made. We were saying that a bit earlier in terms of the batting conditions at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Seem to be absolutely superb. Some 650 odd runs scored today.
Yeah, there you go. For what? 16 or something?
For 11. Oh, for 16, yeah, because England were bowled out for 325. West Indies lost just the 6 wickets. And then to win with 7 balls remaining.
Yeah, that's brilliant effort.
Looks like Sam Curran. Wow. Look at those figures. 9.5. No maidens. 98 runs, no wickets. Economy rate of just under 10.
Oh.
Lovely frosty.
We've seen that more often actually recently, haven't we? Even in that World Cup, quite a few bowlers going for 100 or more.
Yeah.
Go easy, Most. Don't use up all your
I'm
energy.
sure Mick Lewis in Australia must be wiping his brow and saying, phew, thank God. It's not just me with that record. I think back to Harris Ralph as well, going for almost 90 as well, bowling rockets at 145k. At the end of another frost over, his 18th, just 1 run coming from it. Bowen Tuckett's on 4, Kevin Wickham 15. West Indies Academy 168 for 4. This lead now is 422.
Yes, mammoth lead. So we draw down the second day's play. 9 overs still remaining, but I don't think we'll get the full 9 in, as it looks like Matthew Foster is coming back into the attack.
It's Bryden Cass as well. Just looking at his figures, he would have bowled 9 overs for 73 as well. Just a 1 wicket economy rate of 8.11. So it's a tough old game.
Definitely.
For these bowlers.
Especially on the Baton Paradise.
Young Rayan Ahmed, the standout, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 40 runs, and picked up 2 wickets as well. We would have seen him here for the first time in that Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. He stood out. But look who's back on here, though.
Yes.
Towards the end of the day, Matthew Foster
he stands out too.
He He really is. He's
Definitely.
definitely putting in a shift. He's bowled on every day so far. And looking to finish strong again. Tom Mays, quite a long spell from him.
He ended up bowling 10 or 11 overs, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. They're basically shut up shop here at West Indies Academy in the last couple of overs, just seeing out the day's play.
I tell you what, I think Foster fancies Wickham's wicket here, you know. I think that's why
Yeah.
he's come back on. He's troubled him at times throughout this
True.
series as well.
Mhm.
I think he really fancies a Wickham wicket here. Just like that. He knows he can induce that edge, that strong wrist again. No real pace, so just dying on the way through to wicketkeeper Doheny. But he knows that if he gets that ball in the right area, he'll pose problems.
That's
So
true.
far, he's executing. Haven't seen him for a while, since the new ball actually. Once again, just a bit of shape. That's what you mean. There's some guys who bowl quick, and there are other guys who can bowl, and there's a difference. I think Matthew Foster's in the latter region. He's someone who can bowl, looks to have good command on what he's doing. We've seen a lot quicker bowlers over time, but this guy poses problems. Especially if that fitness level can increase, get better as well, as he becomes a professional, hopefully. Bit of
In the
swing,
air.
aerial, but no one there. Point back on the boundary. He does fancy himself against Kevin Wickham.
Not too dissimilar shot there
It's the
from
only
Wickham
reason,
than the one that Kevlin Anderson played.
Yeah.
And luckily for him, it was to the left of the cover fieldsman.
Not sure why they've got point back on the boundary
Yes,
though,
yes,
at
yes.
this stage.
I wouldn't worry about saving any
Runs
more
at this
runs.
stage.
Yeah.
It's the difference between 423 and 427.
Exactly.
Not much difference. Still got to be looking for wickets. Once again, even to Carlin Tuckett. Not sure why they've got a point back on the boundary.
Yeah, and if anything, it helps the bowler concentrate on just one batsman.
Yeah.
It stops the single, and so he could
Probably.
have had the 6 balls at Wickham in that over.
Exactly.
174 at the end of that over. Wickham's gone on to 16. Oh, and Tuckett is on 5. The lead 424.
Yeah, 424 now. Probably just a bit of deliberation going on. West Indies batters just slowing things down.
And it's getting
Umpire Blades having a chat with the Irish players.
a little darker.
It is. Says 8 overs remaining on the Coolidge Cricket Ground scoreboard. Shout out to Richie for the job he's done today
Yes,
as well.
excellent job. All by himself.
Yeah,
Oi!
in
the
heat
heat.
as well.
Oh, that's a good effort.
Still diving around. Is that Cade Carmichael, is it?
It'll
Little
have
busy.
to be. It'll have to be. With the noise they made, it'll have to be.
Busy like a bee, indeed. Buzzing around there in that straightish mid-wicket position.
Punching off the back foot this time towards point, and they come through for a quick single. 171 for 4. There's Wickham back on strike. He's got 16 from the 34 deliveries he's faced.
Get the impression Carlin Bowen Tuckett just going down having a word saying, let's just
see it
on.
through.
Yeah, see it
yeah.
off for the evening. Slowing things down is
Wickham's taking
Wickham.
his time.
Probably wants this to be the last.
Yeah, well, if he keeps this up, it will be. Adjusted the pads, tied the shoelaces, adjusted the gloves. Now we're right. Going down, I think.
Yeah, it was just going down. Interesting to see what guard Wickham takes in comparison to Carlin Tuckett. Carlin Tuckett probably more on that off stump.
Mm-hmm.
As you can tell, looking to access that onside.
Onside, yeah.
Yeah, Wickham's on a middle there.
No run. Nice, Frosty. Frosty!
So probably just giving himself a bit more room to access both sides of the wicket here is Wickham. Slightly more open stance.
Nicely stroked up to long off for an easy single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 172 for 4. With
It looks like the umpires are going to have a bit of a deliberation here.
yes, because it's getting about that time. Is it about 20 past 5 local time?
Especially if Matthew Foster was to come back on.
Yes. It's a lot more overcast this evening than it has been. They're having a pretty long discussion.
So he's only come back for the 1 over.
Wickham's going on by the look of it. No, he's just throwing his helmet.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be spin. Because Foster
Well, it'll have
looks
to
to
be
be
spin.
going off.
7 overs remain. They're not going to get the 7 overs in because 5:30 is the cut-off time.
But surely the Irish, you just at least tell Matthew Foster, hey, come back for this one. Make the umpires make a decision.
Yeah, but no, Foster's gone home for the evening.
I think they're probably going to go
And I
off
think
to
they're
be
going to
fair.
call it, yeah. But they haven't got time to bowl the 7 anyway.
Regardless. And even this is wasting a bit of time, isn't it?
Ready? Yeah, so they've only got 9 minutes. Yeah. And they're going to argue the toss for 9 minutes. Well,
Both batters are there, no helmets on, looking to face up.
yeah, it's getting darker by the minute.
I think they're going to go.
I think they have to call it. Yes, that is stumps officially called now by the on-field umpires. And the West Indies Academy in their second innings, 172 for 4 at stumps on day 2, a lead of 426 overall. Carlin Bowen Tuckett is on 6 not out and Kevin Wickham is on 17 not out. So another good day's play, another opportunity for West Indies Academy to assert their authority, which they did. They resumed this morning on 300 for 8. And they advanced to 326, bowled out for 326. Kevin Anderson top scoring with 125. Tom Mays picking up 5 for 64 off 24.5 overs. 326 in reply. Island Academy were rolled over for 72 to give West Indies Academy a mammoth first innings lead of 254. 4 for 18 for Joshua Bishop, 3 for 15 for Isaiah Thorne, and they didn't enforce the follow-on. They batted a second time, and at stumps on day 2 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, West Indies Academy 172 for 4, overall lead of 426. So, on behalf of our commentary team of Vernon Springer, Marley Richards and myself, Terry Loraji, will be back on air tomorrow morning with Day 3 action live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies, at 5 to 10. Please join us then.